A very good afternoon to you. Every AIG Women's Open has a special quality about it, but an Open at St Andrews, well, that just feels a little more special. The opportunity for someone to emerge with a career-defining week. Grandstands huddled together, aren't they? It's a little chilly, a little bit breezy out there on this iconic setting at the home of golf on the east coast of Scotland, hosting this championship for just the third time. As you can see, if we go back a year ago, Walton Heath first day, it was dubbed Walton Heat. A little chillier today by the North Sea, 18 degrees, although feeling a little cooler than that at time, although the sun has popped out, but the wind is the main factor. They have been predicting gusts, maybe even getting up to 50 miles an hour. It was even breezy when the first group off went out at 7 o'clock this morning. The opening tee shot hit by the 2017 champion In Kyung Kim, the Korean who won 6 miles up the road at Kings Barnes. Widest fairway in golf, 139 yards wide. I'm Richard Kaufman, Trish Johnson and Christina Kim alongside me. Despite the conditions, Trish, there are some birdies out there.
Yeah, absolutely stunning golf being played, and believe you me, it is tough out there. I've just been out to the 5th hole, and it's a 3 to 4 club wind.
Well, birdies at 17 and 18. Roseanne turned in a couple under. Even better, Christina, for Ruoning in.
Yes, beautiful chip shot. Her tee shot finished just off the green. You can see Hinako Shibuno giving her a nice thumbs up after nearly holding out for eagle.
Yeah, should point out a 2-tee start at this year's AIG Women's Open. So the 18th was their 9th hole of the day. Couple of pars for Ruoning in at 1 and 2, but she was soon back amongst the birdies.
Yeah, when you're hitting shots like that and the wind, it doesn't matter whatsoever, and she's putting beautifully. No movement on that despite the sort of buffeting of the wind. She's just loving it out there. Good to have an early tee time today, Richard.
Well, she birdied 3, she birdied 4. Here she is, Christina, at 5.
Yeah, and you can see in the background the winds are absolutely whipping.
She did drop a shot at 6, but here she is at the dogleg 7th hole.
Yeah, she had a big drive here, just in the rough. She's got to let this release up the green, and she's played another absolute perler, a beauty.
The winner of last year's KPMG Women's PGA at Baltusrol, making it look easy, which it clearly isn't, because she has a 3-shot lead over a trio of players. We saw Roseanne, Kirsten Gilman, one of the 12 qualifiers at Crowell on Monday, alongside Jenny Shin, who's been in some nice form. Some amateurs going well. You can see Julia Lopez Ramirez and the world #1 amateur Lottie Wode in the group at level par. Just 6 players currently in the red. Looking out for some of the other big name players out there this morning. The #1 player on the Ladies European Tour, currently Bronte Law at 1 over par. Louise Requist has taken a drop back to a 1 over par. Lexi Thompson and Georgia Hall in the group at +2. So, Christina, I know it's early stages, but what is a good score out there, Ruoning in apart?
Ruoning in apart, I would say anything within a shot or 2 of par, in all honesty. The winds are only going to continue to pick up, even though it's not, it's like you said, there's still a chill in the air. With the sunshine and the wind, the greens are going to get just a little bit on the crispier side as the day goes on. So, like Trish had mentioned earlier, definitely a benefit to the players that went off early this morning.
Yardage of the course today is just under 6,500 yards. It's a par 72. 48th edition of this AIG Women's Open, and Ruoning in. This putt has been fairly warm so far.
This to get back to 6 under par. She did get to 6 under par, which is truly remarkable today. Into the breeze, this one. Gonna have to give this a bit of a whack. Oh, yeah, that looked a bit windswept, body-wise, club face-wise, everything.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a stabby stroke there, which is completely understandable when your #1 rule is just to not fall over. So walking off, probably a little disappointed with the par, seeing how she just had a little bit of a soft little flip wedge in, but still going along lovely.
The reason it's a 2T start this year, we're a little bit later in the year coming to the AIG Women's Open after the Olympics added to the rota this year.
And that was a fourth shot for Minji Lee there. The sixth hole is playing absolutely diabolical today. We've seen a lot of players walking off with bogey, and I think Minji would be pretty well chuffed if she could sink that one and walk off with a 5.
Yeah, left-hand side, Jenny Shin coming out of the rough, howling right to left wind on 16. Got to allow for this ball to turn over. Yeah, she's played a really good shot there. Not a long hole today, but as I say, 2-3 clubs off the right-hand side.
Players wrapped up. Lexi Thompson, putter from off the green. We've seen that many times from her over the years, but this is the place to be doing it.
Yeah, without a doubt, and you can see this is Lexi's fourth shot as well. So she and Minji Lee both fighting to make their bogeys and walk off this hole and try and see if they can do something on the 7th.
Yeah, those flags are being whipped around. You two both played in the previous editions of the AIG Women's Open at St Andrews back in 2007, 2013. Conditions, did they get like this those years?
In a word, yes. It's a bit sunnier than I can recall when I was here the last 2 times, but that's one thing that you can almost be guaranteed of are the absolute ripping winds where you're sitting there in absolute delirium. You can just look out and see the beautiful way that the tall brown grass just sort of glistens as the wind just rips through it.
And they've really slowed down the greens as a result of the conditions we are facing.
Yeah, they've had to. No choice whatsoever. You get gusts of up to 40-mile-an-hour winds. Unfortunately, if you make these greens any quicker than what they are today, 9.4, I believe, on the stimp, then you're going to get players coming in all the time. The ball's going to be moving and it won't be playable. So very sensible. I have to say the surfaces are magnificent. They really are. They're never any different at St Andrews, but beautiful putting surfaces. Enormous, of course they are. But this is Minji Lee for bogey. Very aggressive, and now she's got a nasty little one coming back downwind.
She got a referee's outfit on today.
Well, I did wonder. It looks a bit sort of Newcastle-ish. Second strip, possibly.
One of the half a dozen players under par is Minami Katsu, the 26-year-old from Japan.
Yeah, it could be somewhat evident that the greens definitely are on the slower side of what we are accustomed to, in professional golf. But as Trish had mentioned, due to the winds that are whipping so high, can't get them going any more than 9.4. This course is always so exposed that it really does not require much for the ball to move. So we see Lexi Thompson here with a putt for bogey.
Yeah, 2 bogeys and a double already on the card for the American. Double came at the second, so just birdied 5. Going to give at least one of those back.
Yeah, really well holed. This is going to be Lexi's last Open Championship at St Andrews. If you're going to go out, this is the way to go out, really, isn't it? It's the place to go out, anyway.
Back on the tee is the winner of the last major championship at Evian, Ayaka Fudue.
Well, she was my tournament favourite, and I woke up this morning and saw she was 4 over par after 4 holes, and I thought, do I know anything about golf whatsoever? But she's made a good comeback. She's back to 2 over, so she's not out of it.
So you do know something then, Trish?
Well, not really. Blind squirrels and all that.
Minji Lee does make her putt for a double bogey, so she's going to drop 2 more shots, gets her to +4 for the championship.
And it was a terrific front 9 from Minami Katsu, turning in 35. This is her 10th hole of the day. This to stay at 1 under.
It's always disappointing as a player to leave a putt for par short. So that will have her drop a shot back to level par.
One of 19 Japanese players in the field. That's a record from Japan, who have had a A record year in the majors too. Japanese winners in the 4 majors so far in 2024. Never been a Chinese winner of the AIG Women's Open. Very early days. Ruoning, as she's known, Ruoning Yin, looking for major number 2. 3-shot lead over Jenny Shin and Rose Zhang, who's in her first full year as a professional. The world number 2 amateur, Yuria Lopez Ramirez from Malaga, 1 under par, alongside Gabby Lopez, who managed an eagle 2 at 18. And that's some effort as well from the 2017 champion, In Kyung Kim. We saw her hitting the opening tee shot at 7 o'clock this morning. She bogeyed that hole, but it's got it back to level par. Jenny Shin in that share of 2nd. And here she is at 16.
Down the hill, left to right. Now, she thought it was left to right too, and actually, if anything, it probably just went the other way at the hole. Very subtle, these greens, no huge breaks, couple, you know, but in general, these greens they're just enormous, but very flat.
Well, if you'd like to be here at St Andrews this week, you can still do just that. Just get your phone out, scan the QR code and following the instructions, and before you know it, you can be on the east coast of Scotland watching the world's best in the iconic setting that is the home of golf at St Andrews. There are still tickets available, so just get your phone out, scan that QR code. A few buttons later, train ticket, plane ticket, off you come. You're more than welcome. Bring some warm clothes though, I think maybe the biggest tip.
Yeah, definitely layer smartly is a safe way to put it. We come up to the 8th green. Brooke Henderson here, getting a good bit of information from her sister Brittany. You can see right there that double green.
She's another one that got off to a slow start. You mentioned Foodaway, 4 over early on. She was 3 over through the first 4 holes. Remains that way. This her penultimate hole of the round.
Yeah, you can see she's looking left of the flag a bit there. Going back to Jenny Shin's putt on 16, one would have to think she expected some influence from the wind. This is one of the additional elements that we would think would have to come into play here. The 2 dimensions of a television screen does not really showcase that big swale that Brooke had to putt over.
No, I think it's doing the wind justice though, in all honesty. I think you can see her sister there struggling to hold on to the flag. Foodaway after the club, well, the one-handed off the club, that's never normally a good sign, but
She's been learning from Hideki Matsuyama, obviously, Trish.
Can you see huge left to right wind here? She's aiming probably about 20 yards left of that flag. Now that should. No, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it.
Yeah, the reason why she was 4 over par so early on, she had some trouble at 12 where she got stuck in the bunker. Took a couple to come out, then made a little bit of a mess from it there, made a triple bogey 7. That 12th hole, by the way, we've had every number between 2 and 8.
Lexi Thompson teeing off on 7. Quick, confident pickup of the tee there. Not going to end up in the fairway.
Well, Jenny Shin hoping to just knock this one in, almost blown away. How important, Christine, is experience going to be? 14th time teeing it up in one of these for Jenny.
Well, if there's one thing that Jenny Shin has a lot of, it is patience. She is an absolute bulldog. And so she won't hit until she is ready. And like you said, lots of experience, this being her 14th Women's Open Championship. So got to have a very, feel like you have a heavy base.
Gold medal isn't in the bag. Apparently that's in a rucksack hidden away. The golden girl, Lydia Ko.
Yeah, wasn't that an extraordinary week? It really was, and just so, I don't know, heartwarming, I would say, to see someone that has won so much in the game, but she gets to the Olympics, wins a gold medal, and I've never seen a reaction like that. I really haven't. I mean, obviously it got her into the Hall of Fame, so it was a huge, huge win, but I think it was maybe a little bit more than that. I think she realises how important the Olympic gold medal really is. And then you see Scotty Scheffler, so they're all crying their eyes out. So obviously it has a massive, it's a huge thing now, and it's isn't it lovely? They're not even playing for any money.
Playing for a bit this week. $9.5 million is the prize fund. That's increased by 500,000. The bronze and silver medalists, by the way, are playing together out on the course. They're both 4 over par. Janet Shiu-Lin and Esther Henseleit. 8.5 years since that second major championship for Lydia Ko.
Now to 6, Charley Hull. Brilliant tee shot there, just over left of center. A little bit of a double crossy come over the top move. And I think that wind just started chewing up the ball there.
It's just so incredibly difficult to keep your balance. That's the hardest thing. Howling left to right wind for a right-handed golfer, so it's pushing you all the time the way the wind is going. You're trying to go at right angles to it. It's so hard to keep and stay down. And you can see the ball 9 times out of 10, it's just going to skyrocket to the right-hand side. It's tough out there, but it's great to watch. Who wants to see players play in easy conditions? Not us.
She says from the comfort of the commentary box. Ruoning in alongside Lynn Grant there. Lynn's got the idea, hasn't she, with the earmuffs. They've been there a little while, though, on the 8th tee, waiting.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a backup here on the 8th green.
This is the why they're waiting. This is up on 8 green.
Good putt by Amy Yang. Knocked that one in nicely. Not easy. Those little 4 or 5 footers with, is it, Christina? When you've got a lot of wind, side wind as well coming, it's like, how much do you allow for that? The wind. It might be a straight putt, but it's 30-mile-an-hour wind coming across. Yeah,
it's definitely very difficult, especially if you have just a bit of a crosswind. A lot of times people are going to think, okay, just give it about a dimple of extra break and hit a little harder. But oftentimes when you hit it a little harder, you might mishit it just a bit, and then you're going to have 5 feet coming back.
How good is this performance from Lottie Woad? 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, so she's at level par. We saw her perform brilliantly opening round at Chevron after she'd won the Augusta National Women's Amateur.
Yeah, she certainly looks like she could be a superstar in the making, doesn't she? Very level-headed. I know Katrina Matthew is very, very chuffed to have her on a Curtis Cup team. Well, she's playing in the British Open, and she's on a Curtis Cup team. Doesn't seem fair, really, is it? Poor Americans. What a shame.
Again, I know she doesn't mean it. Christina, don't worry. I'll look after you.
I'm just a lot more interested in what's going on here on the screen with Ruoning. We can all be very proud of anybody that's maintained or achieved such a level of success. We can be proud too.
Get the flag, pitch 55 on the 9th.
May be able to pick up the voice of Dave Jones, Ruoning Yin's Irish caddy. He's never short of a bit of chat, Dave.
No, that is for sure. He's always up for a good chin wag. Just got a little bit of an unfortunate bounce off of that downslope there right around the collar of the green, and that just chases and chases down a good 40 yards in total.
Well, she's been suffering with a wrist issue this year. It's obviously not bothering her in this opening round of the AIG Women's Open, leading the way at 5 under par.
Big week for Emily Pedersen this week, with the Solheim Cup lurking. Yeah, we'll hold. well hold. I think if she can have any sort of decent week, then she's going to be there or thereabouts. I certainly hope she will be.
She was another one got off to a poor start, so that's a really good fight back. 3 over par early on, Emily Pedersen, so 1 over. That's really well played.
Now from the front of the green, Rose Zhang. You see she's playing a good 12 feet of break there. It's just so hard to get the ball to the hole when you're putting on greens that are traditionally slower than what we're accustomed to, going up the hill with that crosswind.
There's been a slight delay for when the tee time should have been, so the 12:15 tee time hasn't yet headed out, so they're 6 minutes late already. Kia EY, one of the EY twins, has had a very good major season, made the cut in all 4 majors, including a top 10 at the last of those. Spectacular setting.
On the tee from the USA, Andrea Lee.
Who's in that position that she was a year ago, the last person in the automatic spots for the Solheim Cup. But I suppose when you've got a setting like this, Christina, Solheim and all that can kind of go to the back of the mind.
I would say definitely in the back of your mind, but it's definitely there. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, like last year, Andrea can definitely lean on the fact that, yes, she was in the similar spot and she still made it onto that team. And she is just such an incredibly steady player. Nothing really riles her, gets her down. She's just got a great mentality built for championship golf.
Steph Kiriakou.
So close to that major breakthrough on the shores of Lake Geneva. Now she's on the shores of this 5 coastal town in Scotland.
I've known Steph since she was an amateur, and she is just an absolute firecracker. Small thing. I mean, she's maybe 5'2", 5'3", 147 mile an hour ball speed. She absolutely mashes the ball for her size.
Yeah, that was part of my thinking with Footaway, to be perfectly honest. I thought with the howling winds, anybody sort of, you know, no, seriously, anybody sort of, I thought the Nelly Kordas of this world is going to be tough. When you're up, you know, another foot higher sort of thing, you're getting buffeted around, but hasn't worked out quite like that yet. I'm still banking on it though.
Ali Ewing and Lydia Ko next out, in the company of Celine Boutic, chatting with Alistair Scott there, the starter.
Yeah.
Hold on tight, don't let it blow away.
A couple of weeks ago, I was in the TV track.
Oh, you are with...
Confirmation of what we're seeing next. Celine Boutier. This time last year she was coming in as the hot player, having won 2 in a row. Lydia Ko, gold medal in the bag, and Ali Ewing's been in some fantastic form. Halfway leader, wasn't she, a year ago at Walton Heath? Here is the leader.
Tough one to judge. This, you can see how much that wind is howling left to right. So she's got to, if she's going to hit this one up in the air, the wind is going to move this at least 3 or 4 feet in the air. So got to be very careful.
probably just needed to play that another 5 feet left, because not only is it going to move the ball left to right, but it's going to have that left to right spin and cause the ball to eke out farther right, and then you add the wind encountering that ball as it rolls down there.
I mean, that was incredible, though. As soon as it flicked up, it immediately gusted right. That was extraordinary. Food away now.
Tough putt from the front of the green. Got to allow the left to right break and the left to right wind, and she's played a pretty good effort. Slow down, slow down. Yeah, not bad from there. Mind you, that's going to be a tricky one.
Grant from the other side of the green.
Yeah, I think especially when it gets breezy like this, you know, oftentimes you're going to be at a detriment if you're playing a higher lofted wedge. If you're not in that primary rough there, the ball can just grab it so quickly.
Is it a baseball referee's outfit?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a boxing referee. Boxing referee.
Oh,
maybe.
maybe, is it not baseball? Oh,
No,
well,
baseball.
Christina would know.
Yeah, no, they just wear a polo shirt.
Do they?
Yeah, black polo shirt and black trousers. You see Minji Lee with her
Aussie rules.
approach shot.
We'll get it. They can get there eventually. We'll just go
Someone
through
will
every
let us
sport.
know.
won't it?
It's definitely a referee definitely wears something like that.
hockey. Believe it's hockey.
This is definitely Georgia Hall. I know that much. And these are the kind of putts that she made, didn't she, on the way to winning at Lytham time and again.
I mean, she hasn't got the best of form going into this week, but I must admit, this is the sort of conditions that I would think would suit her right down to the ground. She's gritty, she's determined, she loves hitting those little knockdown shots. It's just, I think it's about the blade, whether or not she can hold enough putts, and that is a really good sign, because a horrible left to right wind putt like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, she has a short, sort of like a say on the men's side, a Brandt Snedeker type of stroke. She's generally short. It's not poppy, but it's just short and confident and aggressive. And when you've got, you know, the wind that could be moving even your putter head, I think having a stroke like that can come as an added benefit.
Hinako Shibuno had to walk off the course in tears last week at Dundonald Links because of a hip issue. She said she felt about 90% after yesterday's Pro-Am. 7 over par suggests maybe she's still not feeling the best.
No, that's a horrible feeling. I feel like saying, if you want to have a hip issue, come and have a chat. I don't know how bad yours is, but you wait till you get to my age. Seriously. But that's Roseanne now. Can she follow in Georgia? Same sort of putt, left to right. Now, that's exactly what you were talking about, Christina. Just that sort of not as quick, you know, and it just gets off the blade, doesn't it, and goes right on her.
First bogey of the day, that is, for Roseanne, so she'll slip back to 1 under. Here's Lexi Thompson again, putting from off the putting surface.
Yeah, not a terrible play, in all honesty, if she can gauge the speed right here, which she has done beautifully, in all honesty. There's a lot of times when you get lies that are so firm and so tight in this, you know, that fine fescue grass. It's not that hard to kind of skip your wedge shot or your little chip putt. So I think she did a really good job with that one there. As we see Lynn Grant needing to hold this for her par. Oh.
And if you look at her shoes, it looks like she might be off to the boxing gym where Minji Lee will be refereeing.
I think she looks like she wants to go skiing, to be perfectly honest, and she is a Swede, so I know she's a very good skier.
Here are the 3 tee shots down 1. Kiriakou first to go into this first. So where's the wind coming here at this opening hole?
Well, it's howling into left to right. It's not just left to right, because you can see, I've never seen players hit woods in here. 362, I mean, it really must be hurting tremendously. It's not a fun shot.
Well, seeing as Jamie Spence, who's going to be following the next group out, is down there watching us. Jamie, you can tell us how strong that wind is, and good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's about 3 clubs, Rich. 2.5, 3 clubs. It's tough. I've never seen this first play like this before. Generally, it's a 3 wood and a wedge, but not today. Not today. Oh, it's gusting as well. That just picked up. Woo. It's fun for us. It's fun for us.
So you wouldn't fancy playing out there today, James?
Oh, I would. I love it. Love playing in these conditions. I hit the ball about 3 foot high, Trish. You know me. Look, it's just howling. You've got to hit it sometime, though.
Yeah, as long as the ball's not moving.
Well, if it's moving on the fairways, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I think that Andrea might be a little bit more concerned with just the inconsistency of the wind. It's, you know, if you listen carefully to the microphones, you can hear it constantly whistling, and then you'll hear the occasional extra rustle of the clothing.
Well, that was worth the wait.
Yeah, undoubtedly there. Again, I mean, Andrea is just such a tactician when it comes to those hybrids and those fairway woods. Oh, there's an iron.
Yeah, different angles, sort of not with the wind, but not so much into the wind from this left-hand side. It's probably the place to go off the tee, actually. You're sort of playing more across the wind here than Andrea Lee there was straight into it. So slightly easier shot, but easy to get away from you on the right-hand side here. All I'm thinking is, if the tide turns, will the wind turn? That's what I'm thinking.
Well, it is usually the way, isn't it?
Well, you could get it into all the way round, couldn't you?
What?
Wow, one step away from the Swilcombe burn for Akia EY.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Meanwhile, Ruoning in, trying to avoid a second drop shot of this round. So she'll go back to 4 under, actually third bogey of the day for her. She's had 7 birdies on the card. So the next group ready to go. Celine Boutier first to strike in this group.
You've not had... Well, it was always going to be very difficult to back up last year's extraordinary performances that she had, but this year's been pretty so-so. World rank number 7 still. Her best open finish, however, is a 6th place in 2019, so she's not really coming into this. I don't think she loves links golf. We'll see.
On the tee from New Zealand, the Olympic champion, Lydia Ko.
She's going to like the sound of that.
The entire comms box is smiling from ear to ear, just at the sound of it, as is Lydia there.
Played here as an amateur in 2013, was the low amateur, so winning the Smith Salver. 5 amateurs in the field this year.
Nice penetrating fade right there. 72 feet for the apex. One of the things that Lydia does so well is be able to
On the tee from the USA, Ali Ewing.
gauge for trajectory.
All 3 of these players played in the Women's Scottish Open last week. Are you surprised at those that didn't, Trish, or...?
Not when I see the weather, no. I think they probably made the right decision, if I'm honest. You know, sometimes it can help, and other times it can just batter your swing to pieces. It's a toss of the coin, really. I'm not sure it really matters. I think everybody would look forward to coming to this place. St Andrews is just so special. It's an interesting one, because I spoke to Jin Young Ko's caddy, Dave, and he was sort of saying last week was just, you didn't learn anything from it, you just survived it. So is that great for you? I'm not really sure.
Going for gold again, Lydia Ko. What a week to be able to claiming your first AIG Women's Open. It's not easy even walking, is it? Down the fairway into the wind. Working out the legs early on. Coming home though is Ruoning in.
This one of 4 tee boxes that has been pushed up due to the wind. The 9th hole supposed to play a somewhat, I don't know if I would go so far as to say an easy hole, but it's one of the fewer holes where you're like, I think I can make birdie here, you know, as opposed to I just need to keep my ball in the fairway and just try and walk off with as few strokes as possible. This is a hole where you think you can make birdie. So finds the fairway there.
Well, our graphic says Kiriakou for birdie.
Mathematically not incorrect.
True, if it goes in.
Oh yeah, you've little faith, Richard. Come on, Steph. Put him in his place. Come on. This has got a big break left to right. It's very difficult to judge this because it will be straight downwind as well from the angle that she's coming at. It's just going to keep going. Go on, keep going, keep going. 6 out of 10 maybe? 7 out of 10?
I would say 6 is honestly being a little bit generous. I mean, it's you know, I mean, the number one thing, you know, of the best players in the world is they get the ball to the hole. You know, obviously, again, we're going to continue to talk about how because of the winds that they're encountering, they had to slow the greens down, as we see Linnea Strom.
Yeah, having a terrific day. Got that to get under par. Zhang at the 7th.
Yeah, just a little flick. She's going to start this at least 10 yards left of the flag, because as soon as it gets up in the air, it's just going sideways. And as Christina said, not only have you got to worry about that, but then you've got to worry about the spin. You can see it just goes straight right. I just didn't get enough on that.
Back at the first, Andrea Lee.
Stress-free par to start your Women's Open Championship here.
It's a proper links day. Gusts of maybe getting up over 40 miles an hour this afternoon. But the sun is shining. And as we can see, there are players who are relishing these conditions. We saw EY flirt with the Swilcombe Burn. She played her 3rd to here.
I'll tell you what, flirt? That's an understatement, is it not? It's about an inch away.
Yeah, I would say it'd be a bit pushy if that's how you flirt.
I'm going to keep quiet.
Well, this will be a sensational par. Is the wind going to get that? No, it just didn't take it, unfortunately. As Jamie said, I've not seen people hit woods in there before, so wow, that's your first hole. Good luck with the rest of the round.
Going superbly well is Julia Lopez Ramirez. What a round she's putting together. The first Spanish player to get to world #1 as an amateur. She's actually got a local on the bag.
Now the leader, just with a little pitch in. You can see how far right she's aiming. Just because of that huge wind, gonna just let it release. Oh no, didn't quite get that right at all.
No, I think again with these firm fairways, sometimes the ball will just skip a little bit. You'll catch it a little bit low, you know, groove low on the face, and it just won't. It'll spin more, and it won't carry quite as far there. So she'll be very disappointed with that.
Kiriakou, after that, yeah, okay, 4 out of 10. I think I might have got that a little bit wrong. I'm doing her an injustice. She's got all of, 10 feet left here? Slightly right to left. This will be quickish if there is a quick putt today because it's downwind. Unlucky. Hit a good putt.
Yeah, you could say she was unlucky at Evian as well. That finish from Foodaway to deny her 5 under for the last 5 holes. Went to London after that, had a little bit of a holiday in Italy before turning up at Dundonald Links last week, getting back in the groove. Just seeing, okay, no sign of the ball moving, is there?
No, but if you're getting battered, you know, it's so important to again have sort of like that wide, heavy base. You know, really feel like you've got screws drilling your feet down into the ground. So disappointing bogey to start.
Wow, look where Ruoning is aiming here. This has got all of, that's about a 10-foot break on this with the wind. And is that enough? Yeah, it would have been. Maybe overdid it. That's the other thing. You can just sometimes get it just slightly wrong. You think, well, the wind's involved as well as the break, and you just overdo it and made it look a little bit foolish.
Wind heading towards that North Sea. This is down the first where our stellar three-ball, aren't they, ready to play their second. Jamie Spence watching.
Yeah, it's a full wood from 177. It's got to go. It's just hovering, but it's an excellent shot from Boutier there. It's picked up. It feels like it's picked up since I've been sort of standing around this first for half an hour now, and it feels like it's picked up a little bit, if anything. So they've got to have a little bit of a fight early on with this golf course. It will get a little bit easier to get out to the turn, but not much. Lydia Ko, 155. I'm going to add on 25 to that, at least, from where she is. She's coming into the teeth of it from this angle. Got to keep it down. Keep that rhythm.
Might have just pured it a little too much there. Lydia is one of the greatest ball strikers of all time, so maybe was expecting a little bit more of a gust. It's easier to come in to this green from long than short. Well, you're dry first off, mind you. But beautiful, beautiful swing, great tempo. I mean, that's one of the best things about her golf game there.
Last year when Ali Ewing hit the top of the leaderboard, she was a little bit of an unknown quantity, but how good has her game been since? What's she got here, Jamie?
134, Richard, but wind more off the left and in for her on this angle. That's got to go. That's got to go.
Well, it's gone, but into the burn, unfortunately, for Ali Ewing. Strom, who had that remarkable win at the LPGA ShopRite, where she shot a 60 in the final round and went from last to first on the final day.
Can you imagine going out, being in last place and winning the golf tour? That's nuts, isn't it? Absolutely nuts. What a great feeling. Had a great night's sleep the night before, no expectations, end up with a trophy.
Finished like 2-3 hours before these so-called leaders do.
Really well gauged for Ruoning Yin right there on her last hole. Should be able to can that 4-footer there for a par and come in at 4 under.
The 2022 AIG Women's Open champion at Muirfield, Ash Buhai, getting her 2024 championship underway.
Yeah, a couple of LPGA titles. Last win was in 2023 at the ShopRite, Atlantic City, one of most players' favourite
On the
tournaments.
tee from Korea, Jin Young Ko.
I like that bush.
Jin Young Ko with longtime caddy Dave Brooker.
Well, she looked like her game is starting to find its groove. See, 2 major wins, but both of them came in 2019. No one's been longer at the top of the Rolex World Rankings than Jin Young over the years.
You can see a little 360 action as well. Getting blown away.
On the tee from Ireland, Leona Maguire.
Nice reception for Ireland's finest, Leona Maguire. Finished 4th behind Ash Buhai a couple of years ago. It's one of the Smith Salver winners of the past.
Yeah, had a torrid week at the Olympics, but she wasn't well at all, was she?
No.
So I think she will be, you know, that was so disappointing to look forward to playing in something that big and be ill for the week. So this will be a big week for Leona.
A little bit of tidying up to do for Ruoning Yin, this to maintain her 2-shot lead. What an excellent round of golf that is. 68 from Ruoning Yin. Beat that if you can. How good an effort is that?
Magnificent, really is. I think if you'd offered anybody under par this morning, or any time today, they would snap your hand off without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, I wonder how many rounds in the 60s there will be. We've had our first. It's come from the 22-year-old from China, Ruoning Yin, with a 68, 4 under par, 2-shot lead right now. Always fun watching Lydia Ko in her short game.
Yeah, this isn't easy. Got to allow for a lot of break here. She got this right. Go on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Pretty good. Not easy from there. Yeah, you see how still she keeps. It's just the rotation of the top half. That bottom half hardly moves at all. You see so many amateur players move all their body. Not great. Boutier for birdie. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's always comforting as a player knowing that you've got the pace right, especially when it's a green speed you're not as accustomed to. So Celine just walking off with an easy 4 there.
Well, we saw Ali Ewing go into the burn. Is she played already, Jamie?
Yeah, chipped up about 12 feet by Richard. Wind just never grabbed the next one. Drove it in low, so she's got this for a bogey, unfortunately. The second shot never had a chance getting over that burn. It really didn't. It just stalled in the air. Whatever club you think, got to add one today into this win. So this is a tricky one back down the hill for her for the 5. A little bit of break from the left is where she's aiming.
That's a horrible start.
Par putt for Rose Zhang at the short 7th. Well, certainly the second shot short today. Giving it a wrap. No, that's I think this is one of the hardest greens to putt on today. It's buffeting the players out there.
So that's back-to-back bogeys for Rose Zhang. Is to complete what for Lydia Ko seems like a routine up and down.
Yeah, it was a delightful little chip shot there from Lydia. I'm sure she expected it to get just a little bit more trundle once it hit the ground. But, you know, right around that 4-foot mark.
Yeah, well done. No problems at all for Lydia Ko. She'll walk off with her 4. Well, we have this familiar setting. Only the 3rd time the AIG Women's Open has been played at St Andrews, and well, the double greens all add up to 18, don't they? There's only 4 holes that don't have double greens. That's 1, 9, 17 and 18. And how you know which flags to go for is that you have the white flags going out and the blue flags, Trish, coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, and they are obviously synonymous with St Andrews. It's just something that you just love to see, and obviously you're always, you're putting away, and then there's always someone over there just next to you putting away as well. So it's always a little bit, just wait. Sometimes if the flags they try and keep the flags obviously miles away from each other, but sometimes they get a bit close, and you just have to hang on and let the back 9 players finish out, or vice versa. And
at the moment, as we look at the course here, it's very much, apart from that loop at the end, out and back in. With the wind into the face, and if that tide does change, it could be the case that you could be facing every hole into the breeze almost.
Exactly what Jamie was just talking about. It does happen. You can go out and you think, okay, well, if I can survive this front 9, left to right all the way, maybe on the back 9 it'll turn around, it'll be helping, and the tide goes out or comes in, and all of a sudden it turns around and you're just playing into the wind all the time. Brutal. What a great round of golf that is. 4 under par. Did get to 6, which was sensational, but she will be so chuffed with that.
Second tee now.
Yeah, Butte into the wind off the left. Big bunker down the left. I'm not sure they can reach today. 257 straight at it, so we'll find out. Not quite. That's okay. It's about as tough as it gets. I've got to say that.
Yeah, you've played 3 Open Championships here, Jamie. You've won the Dunhill Cup round here with England too. So you've played round here a few times. So you're saying you've not played in a win like this?
Well, I have, but
right.
It's you wouldn't want it any windier, Richard. It'll be on the edge, really would. So now Lydia, go. There's a lot more room down the right all the way out here if you can get it into your head. Safe option is just to keep hitting it left, but it makes the second shot harder. Perfect there. Well, after that, just one poor shot, wasn't it, really? Into the green. Hopefully she's learned from that, but it's a long way out till you get to 8 when you start getting a bit of help from the wind for a few holes anyway. Quite a long hitter, Ewing, off the tee, so she'll be aiming at that bunker, just trying to let it go a little bit with the wind.
It's a tough old day. We've had 77s from Hannah Green, Brooke Henderson, Lynn Grant, some of the fancied names here this week. Inako Shibuno has shot a round of 80. They're done for the day. Just starting out at the first, Jin Young Ko. Plenty of club in.
Plenty of club in. She's got ski pants on. Interesting. She's not going to be chilly out there, is she? I can see how difficult it is to hold your balance. That's okay. I mean, what first is a huge green, assuming you don't go in the little burn at the front. Chances are you should be on the green somewhere.
Well, Christina Kim will be back with us in a short while, but delighted to say Laura Davies has joined us in the commentary box, and this is for a round of 69 for Jenny Shin.
And in she goes. Beautiful. What a start. It's what dreams are made of. When you woke up this morning at about 4:35 o'clock, that would have just been a dream looking out the window.
Yeah, the eagle at 14, the highlight, but a birdie to finish as well. So I question how many rounds in the 60s we'll have. Well, there's a couple already.
I would have said none, so I'm 2 behind already.
Well, it's not great, but it could have been an awful lot worse. That's for sure. She won't be too disappointed if you're going to hit a shot like that. Mind you, that's not an easy 2-putt, to be fair.
But it flirted with the... I can use the word flirt there that time, can I?
You can say flirt that time, yeah.
Andrea Lee. to join that small group under par.
I think just the wind there, wasn't it? Just didn't get the speed on it. Just drifts across in front of the hole.
Now this is right in her wheelhouse normally. A little rescue in here, but even Leona, not easy with this howling left to right into wind. She done. No, that does tell you how difficult it is. Well, it'll be interesting to know how many of those get up and down. What's the over-under on how many they take, the 3 of those?
It's going to be very awkward judging the pace, isn't it? Because it's their first hole of the day. You can practice all you like, but it's very
On
difficult.
the tee from Korea, Hojo Kim.
Hojo Kim on the first. Laura, 1979 was the last time you didn't tee it up in the AIG Women's Open. Nottingham Forest had just won the European football title. Margaret Thatcher had just come into power in the UK. You happy to be sitting here rather than out on the golf course?
Oh yeah, obviously there's a tiny bit of me that thinks what a challenge, but no, the rest of me is saying great decision. Never second guess yourself, because I think going out playing in these conditions with not a great golf game or a lot of golf behind you, it's impossible. So good decision, and now I'm exactly where I should be.
Well, we'll miss seeing you out on the links, but there's nothing you haven't achieved, that's for sure. Hojo Kim getting underway. Been a quiet year for her. She has won on the Ladies European Tour in her homeland of Korea.
On the tee from Thailand, Gino Titikul.
Yeah, no attire anymore, just Gino.
Wow, there you go. I wonder why. You'll know.
Well, I can only assume it happens like Tidapa Suwanapura now is known just as Jasmine. And so the Thai players have nicknames. When she's grown up, all her friends, they call her Gino. So maybe playing predominantly in the US, it's just easier maybe than attire.
Fair enough. She's still a great player, whatever she's called. She's brilliant. Played with her a few times.
Yeah, like Ruoning Yin, one of those that went to world #1 last year.
On the tee from Sweden, Maja Stark.
It's one of my favourite players to watch. I think she's got the game for this place. She's never played here before. Saw her out there yesterday, and she was absolutely ripping it. I just like watching her play. She shows emotion. She gets a bit of a character. You always know how she feels.
And how much do these players like Maja Stark, Trish talking about the emotions, have to deal with the occasion of where we're at for an AIG Women's Open?
Yeah, I just think now, because if it was a beautiful sunny day and you knew you'd have to go and shoot 66 just to be near the leaders, I think it takes away now. You're just trying, you're in battle mode, you're in can I get round. So all of that fun, and they get here on Monday morning, everyone wants to play because it's St Andrews. So that they've got a lot more on their hands.
It's a tough old day, but a couple of fabulous rounds. Ruoning Yin with that 68, leading by 1 from Jenny Shin, both safely in the clubhouse. And how about 2 amateurs amongst the group at 1 under par?
Celine, what a angle she's got herself here. Pin on that front right. And there's your trouble, isn't it? It's the wind gusting. You can see how ferocious that is. The only good thing I can say about what's left, it's back into the wind and it's easier to control your spin.
I think her playing partners be watching. Ash Buhai here, down the hill, left to right. Has she quite got the pace right? Yeah, I think she's done pretty well here, actually. Yeah, that's a good effort, really is. Nice when you get your first putt from distance just about right. Gives you a really good feel for the rest of the day.
Lydia Trying to hit a little knockdown. She's got a little bit too much shape on it. Yep, and that one's going to end in a very, very similar position to Celine.
And a very similar position to what she was facing at the first as well.
You can try all you like to keep the ball down, but if your strike isn't perfect, the wind will just take over immediately. If you strike it perfectly, it won't affect it. So that's the challenge these girls have got.
And there's been a lot of rain. Are the fairways still firm?
Oh, yeah, they're not bad. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of rain, but you'd never know it here. If I'm honest, it just rises so quickly. It's incredible.
Should have learned a little bit from that Leona Maguire putt here.
Yeah, very much so. Yep. So she'll be hoping she, well, not guesses it right, because she has got a little bit of extra information. Has she hit it though? I think she's been bamboozled. I can't believe it's going to get all the way down, but I'm wrong as usual. It's actually worked out. Well, it's a bit short, isn't it? But it's not that bad.
Her favourite part of being in Scotland is she is a big fan of sausage rolls, apparently, Jin Young Ko.
She's a good judge.
Another one right of two here. Ali Ewing.
Well, she overcompensated from that second shot in the first and gone bounding over the green here. 25 yards past the pin here. And it's a thick lie. She's found a thick bit of rough. It's very patchy. They just let the rough grow organically here at the home of golf. So this is a thick lie, but into the wind. Got to play down the right. But how's this going to come out? You've got to be firm on this, even out of this stuff. Into this wind. Whoa, that gusted.
So difficult. I mean, it's almost like, can I just go back half an hour and just start again, please? And just everything is so difficult to begin with.
We saw Lynette Strom make the birdie at 16. Here she is at 17, this time for par at the road hole.
Feels like a birdie. A 4 on 17 is always very welcome.
And Boutier, she's missed the green on the right hand side as well. Good lie though. She's going to go up in the air. Thought she might go along the ground and
Strange choice of shot, James.
yeah, I think so. I saw Lydia chipped with a lofted club on the first as well. She's got another lofted one out, but she can chip, mind. So I'm not going to criticise Lydia's chipping. She's one of the best. Love watching her chip. But come and play round here and you'll see all the locals get out 7 irons, but no, she's going with the lofted club, not her most lofted, but the one down. And what you will do is generate a lot of spin. It's hard to get the ball going through this wind, so she's got to be quite aggressive. Try and pitch it just on the edge of the green. It's gusting. It's gusting.
That's why you're not going to criticise her chipping, Jamie. That was beautiful, wasn't it? Perfectly controlled.
Yeah, she's one of the best, Laura, isn't she? World golf. Round the green.
Yeah, she could be really aggressive with that, straight into the wind.
We saw Jin Young come down here to about, what, 4.5, 5 feet short, maybe a bit more. She'll hit this firm, I imagine. Try and not let the wind get involved, and she's done well. Really good 2-putt.
Back on the second green. It's been nothing but a headache so far out on the course for Ali Ewing. This would be nice if it goes in, Jamie. Get it
wouldn't
going.
it be? Yeah, but it's putting straight down the wind, Richard. And that's got to be a factor when you putt today on the greens. You've got to take in the wind. It's going to affect the pace of the putt, and it will do on this one. could get away from you.
Well, no one started better over the first 2 days at Walton Heath a year ago. Not too many have started worse this time round for Ali Ewing.
Leona chip just past the hole. Slightly easier one. Yeah, done well. That's a nice little nerve settler, that. When you're not playing great and you come out in tough conditions, just nice. A nice couple of pass starts, all you're looking for.
So Boutier for the par, into the wind, different proposition. You've just got to make sure you just give it that little bit extra. Don't do much in terms of break.
Jamie, it's hard both ways. This is hard putting into the wind, and it's hard putting downwind. Which one did, or sidewind? Which is hardest?
Oh, all of them. I think into the wind actually, because it seems to buffer you more and buffer your putter head as well, Trish, I'd say. It's almost blowing the headset off my head as well. That's how windy it is.
So drop shot for Celine Boutier. Jamie will cope.
Yeah, there was something I was going to say, but I thought better of it.
I resisted as well.
It's early days, yeah? You're biding your time.
Keep your powder dry.
It's a long week, isn't it?
It is,
Laura?
James.
It's a long week.
It is indeed.
I wish you were playing, I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Oh, I really do.
Lydia just going to tidy up here at the second. I thought that chip had gone absolutely stiff, but downwind, because of what Jamie's been saying, you have to be careful with these little ones. Yeah, it took her time, did well.
Yeah, important, isn't it? A couple of holes where she's had to show that fabulous short game that she's got, and she's come through with flying colours. A couple of drop shots the last 2 holes, but this is for birdie for Roseanne.
Yeah, big left to right, and the wind's going to make it go a bit more. Again, we're going to see it, and as the day goes on, they'll be leaving these putts that they normally have a good run at the hole shorter and shorter. It'll be the theme of the week, probably.
And you may notice on the mini leaderboard, we've only got 3 players now under par. 2 will be staying there for today, because Ruoning Yin and Jenny Shin, which rhymes, will be in the clubhouse now.
Stark, second shot, just trying to keep it under the wind, and she started it far enough left. Oh, it's a beauty. Well, that's the best one we've seen so far. Really good.
Been a tidy round really for Georgia Hall. Made a double bogey at the road hole, but that apart, she's been sticking around well.
Yeah, the 8th hole's been pushed back this year from 2013, 19 yards further. Makes it a very tasty par 3.
Shojin Kim at 1.
Player that really likes her rescues, but look at that. Look how much movement that has got. The wind is just absolutely wow. Well, and too much power as well.
Now right into their faces at 1, off their backs at 18.
Yeah, I was stood out there on the first with Sarah earlier, and we saw some groups coming through, and they were getting close-ish, so the longer hitters will fancy certainly getting it up there in the little dell.
Lynn Grant almost hit one of the windows at the Russex Hotel.
Yeah, I've been there as well, to be fair. Not stayed there either. Well, look at that. She has got it all the way. That's a very awkward 2-putt. She might chip that just purely because you get a bit more control.
Lilia Vu, Nelly Korda and Charley Hull were due to tee off at 10 past 1, and you may have just heard Alistair Scott in the background announcing the group that are going out ahead of them. So a slight delay to proceedings. think that may be just one or two players backing off because of the wind conditions down that opening hole. Oh, hold on to your hat. Alison Corpuz, last season's US Women's Open champion, on the first tee.
Yeah, not had the best of seasons, but she'll be looking for this week to get back into a little bit of form before Solheim Cup in 2 weeks' time? 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time.
On the tee from Japan, Nasa Hataoka.
Rare little spell for Vanessa, the disappointment missing out on the Olympics. She's missed the cut at the last 2 majors, but said she was inspired by Amy Yang winning at the 75th time of asking. She's not even halfway there as far as that's concerned. The NASA bounce to get going.
Yes, that's part of her pre-shot routine, really. So why not? Very successful player, fun to watch.
It's not a fairway you can miss, really, is it?
Oh, I've missed it.
Oh, okay.
Didn't Ian Baker Finch miss it one
He
year
did.
as
Yeah, I
well?
missed it left as well, yeah.
Patty Tavatanakit, by the way, is the third player in the group, the one nearest to us, who made that great run at Evian with that final round, 63.
Yeah, but, late with all this wind.
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't able to defend her Chevron Championship title, Lydia Vu, because of injury 12 months ago. She was inspired to win at Walton Heath.
It was so special to be able to lift this. I was going through a really tough patch last year and somehow came out on top at the AIG Women's Open. That gave me a lot of confidence, you know, that you can be resilient and overcome whatever you're going through and everything happens for a reason and keep pushing through. Was trying to lag it up there, but it went in, and at that point I was laughing because nothing could go wrong in that moment. You look at every single name that's been on here before, like most of them are people I've looked up to and have watched, so it's kind of surreal to even have my name on there. History's rich here, so many people have won here, and it's just the perfect place, the home of golf, to grow the game, and I can't wait to see all the fans that come out this week and interact with them.
Had to give that trophy back on Monday, but not before a little party in the Dunvegan bar on Sunday night with trophy centrepiece. She's had her ups and downs, especially injury-wise, since that win, but she's still showing she's got the game.
She most definitely has got the game. She shows when she's out in front, she's one of those players that you don't think's going to blow out, and I think that's a huge quality to have in such a difficult game. So yeah, she'll be up there come the end of the week if she's got any part of her game intact.
Still going into the wind here, Jamie, I take it at 3?
No, we turn a little bit of an angle here. When you think you just go straight out and back here, St Andrews, it's not true. They just turned little angles, and now the next 5 holes will be straight across. Touch a hurt, but mainly across. That doesn't make it easier from the left-hand side. You've got to be down the right if you can here, because it's a tough pin to get to if you go too far left. But that's the safe play, really, to go down the left. There's 3 bunkers down the right. Aiming well left here, Co. Oh, stay out, stay out.
Well, it looked like it might have caught that right-hand bunker. Hard to see from where we
Well, it crept over the 3rd one, Trish. I don't think there's another one over there. I'm not sure. Can't see.
Nope, just the 3. If it's over
Yeah,
that
well, you're
3rd,
right.
she's
She's
good.
okay. She's fine. Good angle there. So easy, Laura, isn't it, just to smash it left? But it's not really the play, is it?
No, it's tempting, but these girls will back themselves because they're very straight off the tee. Hit the ball beautifully.
It's leaking a bit, that one. Oh, that's in it. It's got to be in it. That's the danger.
Back at the first green. Good look at birdie here for Maya Stark.
Can she get it to the hole? That's the question. Nearly. Not a bad start, is it? 3 good shots.
Well, we said you can reach, pretty much almost reach this green. 17 birdies here today already. It's a long putt though, isn't it?
Are you surprised she putted that, Trish?
Well, almost, yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, it's almost like a full backswing, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that flag on 22 paces at 18 today, so it was a fair hit from down there. That's a cracking save from Hyoju Kim. Worth reminding, it's a 2T start, so there are players finishing at 9 and 18. Minji Lee's final hole.
You can see as good as she is, +6 today. Trying to get back to 5 over. It won't be. She'll open with 78.
Yeah, it was going well last week in Scotland, leading at the halfway stage. Fell away after that a little bit. I think it was a 78 she shot in the final round at Dundonald Links, so a 78 to start here as well.
Well, what a finish this would be. Plenty of right to left in this. To get to 2 under. Oh no. That was never gave that even close to enough break, but nonetheless, knock this little tiddler in. I think anybody, well, if you'd offered anybody under par this morning, no,
Yeah.
it's no brainer, isn't it?
Oh, a brilliant round. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, fantastic round of 71. I wonder whether that beats or tops her round of 60 to win on the LPGA Tour a few months ago.
No.
Yeah, that was the same day when Lynn Grant came from 11 back to win on the DP
Yeah, it
World
was.
Tour, and they went to the same college together.
That's an amazing weekend that was, wasn't it? Now here's Corpus, second shot to the first. Well, hopefully she's got enough of that. Oh, has she ever? What a beautiful shot.
Lexi Thompson, who has stressed it's not retirement. She said she's going to stop playing full time. I know people have sort of been quoting her as saying she's retiring, but I think we will see a bit of her next year for sure.
Well, she retired and then had a really good week, and that would definitely take your retirement thoughts out your head. So, yeah, you can call it what you want, but I'm really pleased she's going to be around, because a tour without Lexi Thompson's not as good a tour. So as many as she can play for us next year, that would be great, and years to come.
76 she will open with at St Andrews today. Been 10 years since that one and only major for her, but 76 doesn't sound great, but in these conditions it's not too bad. You can see we've had a couple of 72s. One's come from the world number 2 amateur, Julia Lopez Ramirez from Malaga in Spain, last year's European Ladies Amateur Champion, along with Aria Jitanagan, former champion, level par. Only 5 amateurs, 2 of them in the group at level par.
Great crop of amateurs playing this week. Not surprising that some of them will be up there. Lottie Woad, what a year she's been having.
The defending champion about to get underway.
best drive she's ever hit, but it's absolutely fine.
On the tee from the USA, Nelly Korda.
The world number one, who brings expectations. Just getting clarification from Jason Hagadi in terms of aim point here.
Yeah, just hit it in that massive area. 139 yards worth. Good thing though, when you get fairways like this, it is very important to have that focal point because you can get carried away.
On the tee from England, Charley Hull.
Probably the biggest cheer of the day that we've heard on the first tee, playing alongside Lilia Vu, the player who pipped her to that title.
Yep.
Britain's best ranked golfer.
Left side's the better side today with that pin position. And try and hit it in the left half of the green and let the wind take it towards that right hand back pin.
Would you say we got, I mean, no disrespect to the defending champion Lilia Vu, who's the world number 2, but the 2 most popular figures in women's golf right now in this group?
I think you're right, yes, absolutely. They've got huge followings, both sides of the Atlantic. Charlie's really loved in America as well, which is always good to see.
Lilia Vu was the one who walked away with the trophy here a year ago. Fantastic round. It was close starting that final round, but she pushed away by 6 shots in the end. Final hole of the day for Charley Hull.
Yeah, tee's gone forward here, right to left wind. Georgia just trying to hit a little knockdown right to lefter. Yeah, that's perfect. That's an absolute perler, that is. Go on. That's got plenty on it, hasn't it? My word. Oh no, just for a second there I thought that... Oh, it is on the green. I was right. Jeepers creepers. What a beauty that is. Oh, we've not seen anything yet like that.
Extraordinary shot. What a cracker. Just when she needed it. She's hanging in well. She's got a chance to get into the red.
Yeah, 3 birdies, but a chance for an eagle. Back to the 3rd.
Boutier's been in the bunker. She just splashed it out. That Ewing's pin eye, a long way from the pin now. Lydia, 98 yards. Good angle to this pin. Oh my word.
You could tell by her feet she was aiming extremely left and obviously trying not to hit the pure strike and let the wind affect it, but she's just flushed it and it's gone straight through the wind.
So 3rd shot now for Celine Boutier.
Yeah, you play for the wind and then you just pull it, don't you, Laura, and it just doesn't take it. So similar for Celine Boutier. She only got 90 yards here. Back foot. But a good angle, pin right in the middle of the green here.
Yeah, really well played. Decent look at birdie. I've not said that many times this morning.
No,
this afternoon even, sorry.
Well, this morning and this afternoon, not been many birdies to be gotten at. Many rounds are around level par, some big numbers out there. Corpus could join the very small group in the red. Final hole of the day for Roseanne.
Wonder if she popped it on the green. No, she didn't. This is for her birdie. Not quite enough.
Yeah, that's the club in hand that has maybe posed a few questions for her. If you remember this time last year, she went from Paris to the south of England by train, and she left the putter that she'd won her tournament with on the train, never to be seen again.
That's Ioka down the hill into the wind. She's given it plenty as well. that's a nasty little one coming back straight downwind.
Well, this for the eagle too, for Georgia Hall. This would be some way to end her opening round. It is an eagle putt, just to confirm. A favourite event of the year, and it's an eagle finish for the 2018 Women's Open champion Georgia Hall.
Well, just a hint of a smile, not really surprising, I must admit. I'd have been jumping for joy with the finishing with an eagle to finish under par today, but she's keeping very, very calm.
Well, what a fantastic finish for Georgia Hall. This was her tee shot here at 9.
Yeah, it moved it forward, but quite extraordinary. It does have a nice kick forward, but look at it go now.
Yeah, playing 323 yards.
It's a big hit. I know the wind's probably, well, you can see by that flag, helping a little bit right to left help, but masterful.
And, you know, she's talked about it herself. She said in the months building up that this AIG Women's Open at St Andrews was her #1 goal all year. That adds a little bit of pressure, but she's delivered.
Absolutely, she's right in the thick of it, and the difficult first round out the way. She's got a nice long time to relax now before her afternoon tea time tomorrow.
She's finished, whereas Nelly, Korda, Lydia Vu and Charley Hull are just starting out, as is one of St Andrews' own, Iona Stephen. Afternoon, Iona.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a treat to be out here, just a stone's throw from my own house, and this wonderful 3-ball that I get to watch this afternoon, who are just waiting on this opening fairway because there is a group coming down 18, and of course it's a shared fairway, 1 and 18, so Lydia Vu's just stepped to the side because her tee shot is down the left and she wants to make sure that she doesn't get in the way.
Well, as that is the case, we'll take a look at Lydia Vu's profile. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the story about how her grandparents made their way from Vietnam on a boat that was made by her granddad himself.
It would be more the more you go right at the flag. Off the left with her. I mean, you got to see this like at that tree left.
Yeah.
And then just a little off and flight it. Even left of that tree.
Caddy Cole, who was on the bag for her at Walton Heath.
184 for Lydia Vu, a big hit here back into the breeze with one of her hybrids. Playing over 200 yards this shot, it's brutal.
I'd say that's a pretty good effort. Long putt left, but lots could have gone wrong there.
Yeah, lovely view of that. So many times people think you're going to try and sweep a wood, but you see how much the ball is a downward hit. It's a downward, hits the ball and then the turf afterwards, even with a rescue.
10 o'clock. Yes, it is right now, 10 o'clock.
Watch Charley Hull hitting lots of low shots on the range, and the range is a similar angle to this opening hole, which is helpful. The wind from Adam there on the bag at 10 o'clock.
Not quite hanging on, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's all right. She's putting back into the wind, so it's a pretty decent start. 2 decent shots. I think the good thing about Charley is she likes to hit that right to left shot, and she's quite strong with it. So into a howling left to right wind, someone that can hit that right to left shot. Sorry, we just go to Iona.
145 for Nelly. Beautiful, smooth rhythm in that golf swing. I think she's up for the challenge today.
That she is. That is a fabulous start from Nelly Korda, who doesn't waste time, Trish, when she's got her time to play.
No, actually, this is a really quick group, and unfortunately, well, they probably are going to be waiting most of the time because all three of them are pretty quick players.
But that's a confident start from the world number one. Laurie Davies will be back with us a little later on. Christina Kim back with us.
And we see Lydia Ko with a lengthy putt for her birdie here. These are the putts that are going to be testing the players, I think, quite a bit because they're just, we don't generally play on greens of these size, so putts of this length combined with the speed, it's going to be a challenge.
Playing with Georgia Hall, who finished with that wonderful eagle 2, is Roseanne. Got it to a couple under, but nothing wrong with level par.
No, I think she'll be delighted. That's tough conditions, level par, anywhere around about that. Maybe even one over today is a pretty decent score out there.
Yeah, we were forecast some heavy rain. Thankfully that's dodged us, but we have got the predicted high winds.
Boutier didn't get that read right at all. Very subtle, these greens. Not a huge amount of break, but sometimes just as it's going towards the hole, it'll just veer off, so it's fairly flat. Maybe you tend to read too much into them a lot of the time.
Back-to-back bogeys for her. Lottie Woad, Julia Lopez Ramirez, couple of amateurs going superbly well. What an eagle finish from Georgia Hall alongside Linnea Strom at 1 under par. It's the former world number one, Ruoning Yin, who leads by 1. Well, I'm going to step out for a moment or two. Ali Whitaker with us in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Ali. It's a little windswept out there.
Isn't it just? Yep, you need 2 hair ties today, tell you what. It is a little bit, though, Christina, like a rite of passage for the AIG Women's Open, a day like today.
Yeah, without a doubt. A lot of times you're going to come across, fairly benign conditions wherever you are around the world and then come back to the home of golf and it just takes a bite out of you.
Yeah, you need to put your armour on this week, especially the first 2 days. We're hearing it should be sunny and a little bit kinder come the weekend. So we get back down to the action with Lilia Vu.
Well, it's quite a long putt here for Lilia Vu, but she'll be happy to find the putting surface after that monster approach shot. Such a brutal, brutal wind. You've got to have all the energy in the tank for this test this afternoon. And the wind does really affect the ball on the putting surface. It's gusting from left to right. The break in this putt for Lilia Vu also left to right, so she's going to have to account for that double time. It's really just all about pace, this one. Anything within 4 foot, that's a great result.
Yeah, great point there, Iona. And who needs it to go 4 feet?
Okay, wow. What a putt.
Start as you mean to finish. Lilia Vu in title defence here this week, 1 from 1 and from miles out, Trish.
Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it? Eh? Look at this. I mean, downwind, and I have to say, was that travelling a wee bit? Bend to the knees tells you everything you need to know. I think that needed to hit the flag, but what a fantastic start for the defending champion.
Yeah, picking up right where she left off last year, having holed her birdie putt on the 72nd hole last year at Walton Heath, and picking right back up there.
Yeah, it was the size of a bucket, wasn't it, 12 months ago? They're certainly enjoying it. She got a cat out of it, actually, as a prize. She got to get another cat for the family, called it Walton. Wants another cat with a win here this week. Maybe Andrew. I'm sure Iona's got some names for it, so we go to Charley Hull.
With the putter, Charley, from off the green. Different direction, so much slower.
And she had that red beautifully there, like Iona had said, into the wind. and coming from the opposite direction. So between the wind and that fringe cut, just slowed it down just enough to keep it out.
It's got to 4T, the par 4. Lydia Ko's there.
It's an interesting driving hole. This one, there are lumps and bumps down the left-hand side. 225, you've got to hit it to carry them. It's quite a narrow little entrance. That's absolutely, well, that is ginormous, I do believe. It's perfect as well. Wouldn't be anything else if it was Lydia Ko, would it?
It is a little bit like shelling peas for her at the moment after a performance which was magic in Paris. We go down to Nelly Korda now, and an excellent chance at her opening hole as well.
Slippery little one for Nelly here. Down the slope with the wind from right to left.
Yeah, I think it's very important for Nelly to get off to a good start with the putter today. I've no doubt she'll play well tee to green, but the putter has been the club that's been the nemesis for the last 2 to 3 months, especially short putts, and that's not easy in this wind today.
We make our way to the 4th. Celine Boutier coming off back-to-back bogeys. And just kind of watching this one a little bit. Gets a nice little bounce from that nodule in the back of the rough over there. Perfect position.
Boutier with the assist. Finds the fairway. To Jinyoung Ko at 3.
Yeah, this pin is on 28. 20 from the right. I love these pin positions at St Andrews. You never see 20 and 30 from the left and right. Look at that, absolute beauty. Just held that one into the wind. Hit the little right to left shot, and that's just held it out. Very nice.
Locker, please. Yeah.
So down the 9th, and Lottie Woad back there in the distance. Hearing that was for birdie. Didn't quite have the fireworks that we saw from Georgia Hall. So for par coming next, but it's been a brilliant day so far for the young amateur. She'll roll that one in, if she can, for a round of 72.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her play at the Curtis Cup in a week's time at Sunningdale. I'm going to go and watch that. Should be fun.
Apparently she played with Katrina Matthew the other day in a practice round as well, didn't she?
Yeah, Katrina knocked one past her. She was chuffed a bit.
The captain for the Curtis Cup, to Bew High.
Yeah, really well judged there from Ash Buhai. Had a series of mounds that she had to bank the chip shot off of. Beautiful touch there.
One from one, Lilia Vu. Now to the second tee with driver out.
Vu first up. Looking to get a nice drive away here. Must find the short stuff at 2. And that looks pretty much perfect.
Huh? There's a chance that one just caroomed into that left fairway bunker there. Had that low penetrating trajectory, tumbling draw.
Lydia Ko with her second shot here to the 4th. Perfect tee shot, 127. Sort of in between clubs here. Wind off the left. It's gettable this pin though on the right hand side. She's got to be left this pin, let it feed in.
James, she's aiming about 40 yards left of this flag.
Yeah, she did that on the last hole. I mean, it's easy to double cross yourself, isn't it, when you do this? This one's coming back though. Go on, keep going. Well, 3 birdie putts coming up.
And all 3 finding the short grass. BTA Ewing as well. Such a game, links golf for interpretation. Nothing to interpret about the year of Nelly Korda, though. It's been good. Maybe an understatement.
It's been good.
It's been amazing.
Talk about hard taskmaster.
Yes, that wind is just, yeah, I like that colour.
This tee shot here just slightly left of good, I would say, but keeps it out of that fairway bunker that we think Lilia Vu might have just trundled into.
Maguire, birdie putt, not got off to a great start, that's for sure. Can she get one back here? Long birdie putt. looking pretty good. Go on, have some pace on you. Just come up a little bit short. So difficult from that. As Christina mentioned earlier, these greens are so much slower than normal.
Charley Hull, like Trish had mentioned, loves to play a draw. Looks like she's starting this one looking a little bit farther right than either of the other two players. Easy peasy.
I do think that will be a help to Charley today. Hitting her second shots into these huge left to right winds. If you can just have that nice shape, you can start it left of the flag, but it'll hold up a lot better.
Certainly favourable on at least the first 7 holes, isn't it, to Wode to finish out her day, which she does nicely.
Yeah, nice little subtle fist pump there from the young amateur. Brilliant round of golf out there. Absolutely brilliant.
First ever European winner of the Augusta National Women's Amateur back in April. And a good start here as well this week. Must be a fun day for Jamie Spence out there. If you're downwind, you could probably stand right next to these players and they wouldn't really hear you, Spencey.
Well, that's a good thing, Ali. As you know, you've done a bit of this yourself. So your voice doesn't travel very far.
That's the one positive.
It
right?
is. No, I love. Listen, I've always enjoyed playing in the wind, but this is, this is pretty much as tough as it gets. I think much windier. That you might see some balls move a bit, but we're okay at the moment. It's just tough, and they've been fairly generous with the pins, but you'd have to be on a day like this. You just can't tuck them away. Now Ewing needs something good to happen for her. It's a chance this up the hill. And it will go left to right once it gets over the other side here.
Great look at Ali's grip right there. Just that general conventional standard overlap grip. That putt just had a little bit of a bobble pretty much right off the putter face.
After the drop shot at 2, Jin Young Ko with a quick chance to get it back here at 3, which she does. So back to level par for her round.
No one would really notice or be able to tell that it's a very high stress situation looking at the way Jin Young Ko is behaving.
We'll tap in for par as well for Ali Ewing. I'm sure she's grateful to be steadying the ship. 2 consecutive pars after a bit of a tough start, to say the least.
This fourth green's joined with the 14th, the par 5, which we'll come to later. It's a huge expanse of green from left to right. It's a good wedge into the wind. Same putt for Ko that Ewing just had, so she's had a good read. And it's just coming up this slope. It sort of maybe just threw it a little bit left for Ali Ewing, and then it will come back the other way. So this has really helped her, seeing Ewing's putt.
She's usually pretty dangerous with a read as well. That one not far away.
Well, the first hole, Yuka Sasso, 2-time US Open champion, with her birdie putt from, well, distance to say the least. That's not a bad effort.
Yeah, not a bad effort at all. Just a little bit left here. And speaking of left,
QA owner, Lily Avu.
This is feel like.
Yeah, you know that the
Okay.
green isn't
And you're
clear
gonna-
on 2
and you're
yet,
gonna,
so
like,
really it's
use
just
visually
assessing what's
hit
going
a
on. But
button.
I was so unlucky because
Okay,
it
that's
really
fine.
feels like the wind's just died down a bit out here. It's really calm for just a moment or two.
Just commit to that and stay on through
No
it.
doubt it will pick
You're
up
going-
again, but
you're
Lily
gonna feel like
Avu,
you're
I'm
going
sure
at
she
that
probably
free
thought
power.
that she couldn't reach this bunker, but she
free
doesn't
power.
hit it quite as far as the other two in this
See
group.
that?
but nonetheless it trundles in through that downslope, and she's back in the bunker, so that's the good news. She can get it over this lip. It's on a little bit of a downslope though, which is going against her. She's got 145 yards, and the wind is into off the left, but predominantly coming from the left.
Okay.
All right, advancing it.
Yeah, she wasn't interested, I don't think, in having a crack at that, which may very well turn out to be the right decision, to be honest, because you get that wrong and your tournament's over before you've started.
Now, good birdie attempt here from Celine Boutier. Just needed a couple inches more pace there.
Good mess for Nelly Korda down the left-hand side. Ball lying okay in the first cut, 148.
Yep, lovely approach shot, hit cracker into the first, and another really good iron shot into the second. This is a good sign from Nelly Korda.
She's just a rock star, Charley Hull. She looks like a rock star. She walks like a rock star. She hits the ball like one too, just leaving a flick on here. Monster drive, 115 left with the wedge.
Just looked like there was a little bit of a smother to that swing there. You saw the club face. Ball just started immediately left, and she has a little bit of a, she has a good ability to hit a bit of a more penetrating ball flight, so the wind isn't going to necessarily take it quite as much there. So going to leave herself a lengthy putt for birdie, but not having to contend with those mounds that are, you know, sort of nestled in the front of the green.
Only 2 par 5s on the golf course. First one, the 5th. Pretty generous tee shot. Bunkers all the way down the right though, 490. It is reachable. Wind off the left mainly, slightly hurting, but I think you can still reach with a good tee shot here and a good bounce.
Very serviceable there from Lydia Ko over on that left side of the fairway.
See all sorts, beanies, hats, you name it. Some umbrellas as well. Get the ones with the flaps in them though for a day like today. If you want to get some of the official merchandise, you can go to the AIG Women's Open shop. If you scan that QR code on the bottom left.
Well, I take my words back because the wind has picked right back up again. There's a tricky little shot for Lilia Vu coming in from the left-hand side, throwing a wedge up there.
Lilia getting that ball to land and stop pretty quickly there. Probably expecting it to move a little bit more from that left to right. A lot of times when you're on that side hill slope, it's going to pull the ball a little left.
Boutier, 260 leaves about 205 the front. That's a nice flighted drive. Needs a bounce. Lots of humps and hollows, and if you get the wrong one, it just takes a sting out of it, like that one.
It can be a pretty big difference, can't it, on the run out? Good 60 yards. She got the assist on the previous. Not so then for Celine Boutier, who's had 2 bogeys already. Early doors in her round, a couple done and dusted already today. No better than Ruoning Yen. After that, 68. Had 7 birdies amongst it. She leads on day 1 of the AIG Women's Open. Gabby Lopez had an eagle midway through her round down the 18th. Has been a little topsy-turvy aside from that. 3 bogeys, a birdie as well, but level par, things you like to see on day 1 given what's happening out there on the golf course, and it has been happening since early doors. First tee time out at 7 a.m. It was windy then, it's windy now, and not much has changed here on Thursday. So these are the groups that we're going to be watching for the rest of the afternoon. And this, the marquee of all of them. Lily Avu, Nelly Korda, and Charley Hull. And that's the trio we go to now.
It's first double green of the day. The second, paired with 16. And Charley looking at a really testy putt here, straight down the breeze. It's going to break from right to left, so she's going to be really delicate with this one.
That's really good. Very good indeed. Just a nice little tap in for Charley Hull.
Speaking of Gabby Lopez with her Eagle 2 on the 18th hole, her 9th of the day, we now come to the 9th, her 18th of the day. And this a putt for birdie going back up into the wind. Kisses that left edge, but skitters on by.
Skitters. Interesting word.
It's akin to scuttle.
Okay.
Like a trundle.
Do you have any more?
I might have a few as the week goes on.
Charley Hull is just skittering off to the toilet.
Oh, don't you start.
And like you say, they're very quick players in this group, so it's going to be about kind of finding their rhythm, finding their pace in these opening few holes to ensure they're not waiting so long on the tee shot, so they can take their time, particularly on the green. That's where you've got to be most careful. You don't want to be leaking shots when you've worked so hard to get to the putting surface. And Lily Avu from a similar angle down the breeze. It's going to be very quick.
And that one just drifts on by down the left-hand side there. Birdie on the first, bogey on the second. You know, I mean, I'm sure if she would have known walking off the second hole, she'd be level par. I think she would be adequately satisfied there.
Now a 2 on the 2, a 3 on the 2 rather, is a very good score, and this is makeable. She can be aggressive into the wind, up the hill, a little bit of break. Go on.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of this time of the year last year. Nelly Korda, always just such an incredible, consistent ball striker, and it's just that little flat stick that it's so minute the misses, but just enough to not go in.
Maguire from the fairway. You can hear that a lot today. Most people are going to be on the fairway, but doesn't mean the second shot is any easier. She got it right. This pin is just up that second hill, and that's an absolute... Go on, keep going, stay there. Yep, that's pretty good. That's going to give her a decent look at birdie.
It's a game that's been crafted by this kind of golf. Windy, safe to say. So we go to hopefully the final shot of the day for Gabby Lopez, which it is a very good start. And a round of 72 for the Mexican, who'll be up for the fight without question. She's got plenty of it.
Boutier with a second shot here to 5, going a bit left, but gets a good bounce.
No, just rejected, just at the end. Got to the top, and then oh my word, it's still going. Oh, okay, it's hit the rough and it's stopped. That's unlucky, Jamie.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Long way back though, 254. Her drive just pitched into an upslope. Trish made all the difference here.
I think we just saw the group ahead up on the green. So I dare say that will be a little wait ahead, but driver is out for Lydia Ko. We'll be back to see that. Driver also for Nelly Korda.
Yeah, out with the big dog once again. You can be aggressive in these opening few holes, and you can see she's aiming down the left-hand side. There are bunkers down the right that you must avoid, and the wind's pushing everything over there.
It's always daring to say it's good until it stops rolling. And I think we can now. So nice to see A lot of young girls flanking the tee. She actually got asked to sign a little girl's Nelly the elephant yesterday out on the golf course.
She signed the Nellephant? That's amazing.
She's left of the crane, see the stand out there? It's not a stand, it would be ideal.
Okay, got the driver, are they? 245.
Bold move, this one, James.
Oh, I don't see any problem with this. 224 the front, Trish. I think just a decent straight hit. She can get it there. The spectacle bunkers are staring at you 40 yards short of this green. Good lie. Needs to be.
It's like a boomerang. It's extraordinary the amount of turn on that.
Yeah, and the fact that she was able to get it to launch so high in the air, that was pretty impressive. She's going to have a slightly scraggly lie there in that.
We need to go back there. There's the noises and the words. Very descriptive.
Charley was second away and just leaked one down the right hand side, but she's missed the 3 bunkers right of them. Seems to be okay. You can be so aggressive down the left hand side here. Bunker up the left at 298. Take aim at that one.
To hear the support there even after Vu tees off, giving Charley Hull a spur on. She said it was moments that gave her goosebumps going down 17 and 18 in practice. It was goosebumps 12 months ago for Lilia Vu when she took her first AIG Women's Open title. On a very different golf course to this, however.
Big drive here from Ewing. She can reach easily. Just 218. Fairway middle.
Yeah, she's staring this one down. And oh my. Absolutely delightful second shot there. She's going to give herself, looks like 35, 40 feet or so maybe for her eagle attempt. Beautiful strike.
Yet to see an eagle on 5 so far today. Be the first, should she roll it in. The 2022 champion Ashley Buhai for birdie to get back to level par. What a beauty. Yes, finally someone with a bit of pace on it. Absolutely, right in the middle. Well done, Ash.
Yeah, great camera angle too, because we were able to see the ball just roll end over end there. Perfect strike, perfect read, perfect pace.
To the big hitting Belgian, Manon de Roy, down her final hole over at the 9th.
Yeah, good to see. Good player, Manon de Roy. Got the local on the bag, Alan Carlisle. Had him caddy for me quite a few times, but yeah, she is a top player, Manon. I hope to see her do really well.
From the looks of that, it was actually on 18. So either way, a good round of 72. Puts her in a share of 6th at the moment to Maguire.
Oh, and that is more of the kind of putting we're accustomed to seeing from Leona Maguire. Brings her back to 1 shot outside of level par.
She's making her 8th start in this event. Still just 29. So we see how it all looks. There is the 2018 Women's Open champion in Georgia Hall inside the top 3. Same as Linnea Strom, who picked up a win in New Jersey early this season on the LPGA. But still, it's a battle out there. Day 1, AIG Women's Open. And there is the setting. The first on the left, the 18th down the right. Do you both remember the first time you came to St Andrews? It's almost a religious experience for golfers.
I do, actually. Myself and my dad played with Caroline Griffiths and her dad. So we would have been about, I think I was about 14, 15, yeah. Yeah, we used to play a lot of amateur golf together. And yeah, so it was, loved it from day one, absolutely. It's impossible not to.
How about you, Christina? Because it's called the home of golf, but it really kind of does feel like the home of golfers to many.
Yeah, without question. It really is such a resplendent experience. You go out there and everything is right there. You're right in the middle of town. You're moments away from, grabbing yourself a pint and, or a nice Ruby Murray, if you will. And on top of that, just seeing where golf was created, where it was crafted, it's a golf course has withstood the test of time and again, because the elements really do play such an integral part of this golf course.
Yeah, Ruby Murray, that would be a curry, which is one of, a bit of Cockney rhyming slang there from our American cousin over there.
Love it. More please, down to Lilia Vu.
Sign me up for Ruby Murray. That sounds delish. Lilia Vu getting away there with the wedge. Beauty.
Yeah, it's with this wind, if it not quite fully into you, but just quartering from that left-hand side, it's a little bit of a gamble if you're going to get that first bounce where it's going to get just a couple of yards forward roll there, but beautifully struck by Lilia.
100 yards to go for Nelly from a beautiful lie. Also the wedge, wind off the left. RAF Lookers coming to say hello.
Flying overhead. That one coming up a little shy for Korda.
Yeah, 3 12s of the club though, first 3 shots. That's a good sign. Now Lydia Ko, this isn't easy. Tangly rough. Downwind, left to right. Oh, she has played an absolute gem.
So, Inti Mehmet, our woman down on the ground getting interviews for us today. And we hear she's got Ashley Butai alongside her.
Ashley, I mean, what an absolute pleasure to be here at St Andrews. I know you've played here in previous years before, but I mean, how brutal are these conditions?
Yeah, they sure are. Obviously gusting at 30 k's today, and then the what gusts at about 65, they said. But the good thing is we've had a few days practice, and even last week playing women's Scottish prepared us for this week, I think.
Yeah, no, I can understand why you would love this tournament, especially as a past champion. But you said in an interview earlier this week, prior to that victory, you've always loved this event. What is it about the AIG Women's Open that you love so much?
I think it's the tradition, the history, between the men's Open and ours. I think it depends where you grow up in the world. If you grow up in the US, it's going to be the US Women's Open, and for us as an international or British player, it's definitely always been either the AIG Women's Open or the Men's Open Championship.
Well, it took you 221 starts to win your first LPGA Tour victory. Lauren Coughlin, for example, last week, she's been playing some incredible golf, but that first victory has kind of been a catalyst to some incredible results. What does that tell you about your journey and your career so far?
Yeah, it just shows that you have to keep grinding and never give up, because you never know when it's going to change. Like I say, your life can change in 1 week in this game. And as long as you're willing to put in the hard work and grind it out, hopefully you eventually get rewarded.
Yeah, and that's something you're capable of. Thank you so much. We'll leave you to do what you do best. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a long time coming. I don't think any of us doubted that it would, but maybe not in the fashion it did. It was lovely to see in the playoff Muirfield over NG Chun as we go to Ali Ewing. This for Eagle coming back.
Yeah, looks like she's maybe a little bit more than that 35-foot range I thought that she might have been, and she is just walking very, very quickly towards that ball, and you can see why. Very likely a miss hit. It can be very disconcerting as a player when you're sitting there with the winds whipping, and these are conditions you're not accustomed to.
Well, she's quick. She's not hanging around as the group in front march off the 4th tee behind her. Oh, phew. She stepped off. I thought she was going to go. She's eager. Yeah, she wants to get going, not hanging around. But this is a tricky putt. Back into the breeze so she can be aggressive over a little hump.
All right, valiant effort there. You could see Charley saying that the ball just wobbled just a little bit there.
Celine Boutier. This one to get one back. Get back to one over. That's okay. These are her bread and butter. Yeah, that's more like it. That's you have to think if you're Boutier, she has to be making those sort of putts to have any chance of contending. Not the strongest of players, but incredibly consistent.
One of those that kind of dots the I's, crosses the T's all the way through a game. It's almost the entire alphabet for Nelly Korda, and in a good way this for birdie.
It's the wind that's going to move this more than anything else. Quite a flat putt, but the wind has to touch it from the left.
And that's just that's how the story's been going all day, and the same with this tournament, the AIG Women's Open Championship from last year at Walton Heath. So hopefully we can break that spell coming up on the next hole for Ms. Korda.
Yeah, but that's okay. Level par. Par putts, you know, not tap in putts from an inch or two for pars on this particular day. That's okay. Don't have to worry about. I know it can be frustrating leaving them short, but anywhere around about par today, she'll be okay.
Now after that crack and second shot, this for a 2-putt birdie for Ali Ewing, and that one just curls in there. Mouth agape.
Yeah, a little shell-shocked, I think, courtesy of what's ahead of them this afternoon, but it is their first of the day. Back to +2, and over to Lilia Vu.
Coming from a similar angle as Nelly Korda was, so she was eyes all over it to get any clues. They're very tricky to read, these greens on the old course, subtle breaks. With them being slower, you can take some of the break out. Nearly.
Yeah, that never quite had the pace on it. Spoke to some of the rules staff, Grant Moyer, David Rickman, who will be looking over his last AIG Women's Open this week. We wish him the best in his next chapter, but they try and start the week around 10.5 in green speed and then adjust accordingly depending on the weather. Actually, they slowed them down, Christina.
Yes, due to the weather, as we see Lydia Ko rolling in. Great up and down for her birdie here. Going back to it, due to the weather, in order to maintain the ability to compete and play today, they had to slow the greens down to a 9.4 is what they averaged out. I would say, you know, holes that are a little bit farther out towards the far end of the course might even be a couple inches slower, just because those are the most exposed parts of this golf course. As we see Andrea Lee, a beautiful approach shot.
Looking to build on her birdie. So we go to View High, second.
Yes, having a bit of a go. Come on, the wind's not bringing it. You can't believe that. Go on, run up that hill. If it doesn't get right to the top, it'll come all the way back down. I think she might. I was going to say might just be okay, but I'm not sure.
6th tee, Ko, 363 yards, blind tee shot. They know the bunkers down the right, and there's the coffin bunkers left on 13. There's no bunkers there.
It's a guessing game, isn't it? Watching it goes out of vision, in, back it comes in, and as Jamie said, perfect.
Yeah, there's a tower on Lucas Air Base through the fairway, which you finish on that, don't start on it, finish on that, you're fine. That's about all you can see. But you've got to aim left of that off the tee for Ewing.
This one looks like it might have gone a little bit right there with that swing. But no, absolutely perfect in that one. Races on past Lydia's tee shot in a prime location there.
Now Boutier on the 6th tee. Should be aiming down the left-hand side as well with this wind off the left. Wind feels like it's died down a little bit over the last 20 minutes or so. Still strong. Looks a good hit from Boutier there.
Well, the sound effects mics, Jamie, make it sound like it's getting strong, but you're the man down there, and yeah, you can see the flags maybe not quite so violently swaying in that wind.
I mean, is there a possibility that it's so chilly out there you've gone numb, so you can't physically feel it?
Yeah, I've gone numb, Christina.
Up ahead, Jin Young Ko, her second at the par 5.
It looks like Jin Young Ko is going to end up in a similar spot as Ash Buhai. Should be a couple of pretty easy up and downs for birdie for them, though.
Dead straight. Oh, she started it left. Very unusual. Bit of a misread there, but you're getting buffeted. And it's not easy to just get that nice pure stroke. They're so used. Oh, that one straight off a bit as well. Disappointment for Andrea.
Yeah, the second shot maybe deserved a little better than the putt that followed. Still a par and is 1 under for her day.
Nelly Korda getting ready to take aim here with the driver at the 4th. And like Jamie said, the wind has died down. It's not consistent, it's inconsistent, still buffeting on and off from the left and hurting. The 14th TV tower you can see in the distance up the left, that's the perfect line off this tee to let the wind bring it back.
Looks like Nelly staring this one down. Might be a little on the dangerous side. Easily avoids that gorse though. Just right of the fairway there, so she should be just fine.
Christina, when you were dealing with kind of waiting on the tee, how did you handle that?
Oh, good bit of chatter with the players in my group. I usually always had the monkey with the symbols going on in my brain, so I didn't really have to worry too much about overthinking.
She used to drive us mad, Iona. Didn't want to break in play.
Well, thank you so much for saying used to.
Charley getting ready to take rip. Just stepping off there, and there's a huge crowd around this 4th teeing area. They're out here to watch Charley Hull, to cheer her on. She lost one down the right in the last tee shot, so she'll be sure to get this one down the left, I imagine.
Looks like she likes it. Oh, and it got a lovely bounce forward. Well, you couldn't have walked that one out. Look at that. It's gonna. Are we going to see it again? No, but it's right in the middle of that little bit of fairway.
Wow, what the tee shot that was from Charley Hull. Urged on by the crowd. They are loving it. Wonderful atmosphere out here on the links today. It's just a perfect day for it. You couldn't ask for any more. It's warm, the sun is shining, the wind is gusting. Lily Avu looking to thread the needle as well.
Iona, I love the fact that you say that it's warm and everybody's got either a ski hat on, a vest, layers, jumper.
She is Scottish, so she's used to all this nonsense. And
I guess it's all relative.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lovely challenge for these players.
Looks blistering out there right now, actually.
Just her 3rd major of the year. It's a season that's been disrupted by a number of injuries as we go to 6 for Boutier.
Yeah, from 127. Gettable pin, but the wind just got that one for Celine Boutier. So hard to keep it on line with this left to right wind.
Yeah, it looked like she just kind of got ahead of it a little bit, a little too steep of an angle of attack. It just, you know, the turf is so firm, it's maybe not quite as easy when you're hitting down on the ball to get the club to turn over.
And 123 for the brilliant Lydia Ko. Just got to take a bit more club and hit it easier, really, in these windy conditions. Aiming well left again. Don't want to put too much curve on it if you can avoid it.
Judged it beautifully there. Had a bit of an awkward bounce, to be honest, and the side spin took it away, but nonetheless a really good effort.
Landed within about 7-8 feet. of the flag. She's certainly going with the wind out there, and it's working so far for Lydia Ko.
A little bit of a comeback here for Ewing. She's driven the ball well last few holes. And another really good drive here. And just to pitch this, really. But again, she's got to fight that wind a little bit. It's a little bit in, but mainly off the left-hand side. Can she sort of pull it into that wind?
Yeah, very nice shot there from Ellie Ewing. The only player in the group that has maintained left of the flag stick there.
I didn't know you were here.
Get over here. Leona, awkward because you can't see with these short shots. You just need to be able to see the pin a lot easier. She's now to trust a number. Yeah, and there you go. It's really difficult, but uphill birdie putt, but with that wind whistling, 2 putts would be good.
Now for par, Patty. Oh, that was a beautifully holed putt there. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that will work, and that will help to Bew height. Short of the green at the par 5 fifth.
Yeah, right before Ash hit that shot, which finishes beautifully. Just left of the flag there, you could see Jin Young Ko and her caddy Dave Brooker both taking a step back and grabbing their hats, just being pounded by a gust of wind there. So, you know, I mean, when the winds are blowing this hard, it's difficult enough as it is, and you add on these horrific gusts that you can't really, all you can do is guess if they're going to come or not. So very, very well executed from Ash there.
I shouldn't have been so optimistic about the wind because it feels windy now. I'm never going to be optimistic. It's very unlike me. Very unlike me. I do apologise.
That is true. You're being punished now, and the players are.
Yeah, it's pumping across here, this green. I'm laughing. So it's a slow putt here for Boutier. Up the slope, yeah. See, it's just gusting now. It's really strange. It sort of felt like it dropped for a bit, but not out here. And you just got to settle yourself. I think you've got to make your mind. You just got to make your mind and get in and hit it. The longer you take, the more you're going to get buffeted. So go.
Yeah, that putt seemed to have spent a decent amount of time airborne, which can oftentimes happen when you have to wrap it quite so as hard as Celine did there.
Leona, here's that putt. Looks like she's aiming well out to the right. Come on, did she hit it? It just stayed there. Surprising. Possibly that wind is hammering across and held it. Not surprisingly, there's only 2 holes playing under par today, 18 and the par 5 14th, both playing downwind today. 9's playing exactly on its par.
She's another in the field that has won the Smith Salver and the silver medal that comes along with it. Any amateur that actually makes the cut gets a bronze medal as well. Hers came in 2016 when Ariya Jutanugarn took the title at Woburn.
I hope there's no high camera positions out there today, because you would want danger money, wouldn't you, being up one of those huge cranes that they take them out in.
It's a good day for a double harness up there, I think. We do have a couple of cranes around, but very capable camera people atop them as we go to Lydia Ko.
She's got a really solid base for a putting stroke. Ko, she goes, well, yeah, you can see it's the wind straight into her eyes and they're watering. Not a lot you can do about that. Got to look at the hole, haven't you? Got a lovely wide base to a putting stroke. The hands just fit beautifully onto the putter. The The wind is a factor here. Oh wow, that gusted then.
Added a lot of width to her stance there, gave it a good run.
Yeah, for sure. And she was 27, 28 feet or so, and she gave that a wrap going up the hill into the wind there.
2 pars, a birdie, a bogey to here for Jin Young Ko. Hopes to make it 2 dashes of red, but we'll do it with that read. You only get 2 chances around this layout. The longer holes come at 5 and 14, 1 on each side, same to the par 3s. Can Megan Kang get into the red? No, she was very quickly up and out of that one.
Blind shot of the hillocks. 5 iron for Lilia Vu from 161.
It's a sensational shot. She's not going to get rewarded for it, but marvellous shot. Look at it, keeps going and going. And she'll hope that's good, but it really was a good shot.
Good looks a little different today.
Well, the ball's going to be way above the feet here for Nelly Korda. 135 is the number, but often you'd club up because you're gripping so far down. Further left you take this shot, the more you're hitting back into the breeze. Probably a 7 iron. Smooth one, sawn off follow through.
Yeah, very, very good shot there. As you said, Iona ball well above her feet. It's back-to-back holes that she's had a club twirl going on after impact, and you can see she's very satisfied with where it finished.
It's one of the best club twirls in the game, isn't it, Laura?
Very good. It's important to have a good twirl, to be fair.
You can get it wrong very quickly.
Yeah.
Coming down like equal this side of that top
Monster drive again for Charley. She's got so much in the tank. Just a wedge left in here. Perfect lie. Wants to keep this left of the flag. 105 is the number. Playing like 115.
That one got away from her in a hurry, but that's the problem. That's the challenge.
The defense team over on the 4th green doing a good job swatting those balls away. To Ewing at 6.
Yeah, really good steady stroke from Ali there, and just snaps left at the very end. You can see she's been moving around a little bit more after hitting her putts, like whether she's walking away quickly or kind of, sort of wavering, things like that, which can often happen when it's windy like this, as we see Ash Buhai steady as she goes. That gets Ashley into red figures. Back-to-back birdies.
Boutier, saw how hard she hit that first putt from off the green. She's going to have to hit this one hard as well, and does. Well done. Good 2-putt.
So when she marches to the par 4, 7th, the dog leg. And as it stands, only 2 holes are playing under par today. The mark has been set, that of the 68 earlier on today from China's Ruoning Yin, who leads by 1 over Jenny Shin, who will also be enjoying her lunch. So we draw towards 2:30 p.m. local time here at the AIG Women's Open. Good to have your company with us wherever you're joining us from around the world. Level par round of Area Jutanagan, who was out early doors today. That'll stack up nicely. It is a big group at level par, but that will change as the day progresses. Share of 12th, as you see. There's a couple of pages coming. Plenty of these players just getting their round started. Tee times ranged from 7 a.m. to 2:16 p.m. here on day 1 as we return to the fourth green and all the action there. It should be, is it Lilia Vu to go first?
Yes, indeed, Ali. And hold on to your hat, because you can actually see people are literally holding on to their hat right now. I thought we were just about to settle into a calm evening here in St Andrews, the wind settling down. How wrong I was. I feel like we're in the eye of a tornado right now. And Lilia Vu with the putter from off the green, popular spot no doubt, down this right hand side. And she's got to hit this hard enough back into this breeze to get it to the top of the ridge, and then it should feed down from there like the crest of a wave.
Yeah, realistically, that is pretty well gauged there. That slope was sort of at an angle to her, so if she had taken it any farther right, it might have stayed out to the right and not swept its way back. So smart play, very prudent.
Andrea Lee judged that to perfection, just short of the bunker. Looks like quite a lofty club. Can she inject a bit of spin into this one? Chuck it back far enough. Yeah, grab nicely, just trickles on, and a really good chance.
Yeah, it's just so silky and so graceful with her tempo all the way throughout the bag. I just love watching her when she has a wedge in her hand.
Down the fourth goes US Women's Open champion this year, and Yuka Sasso. Normally has a really high ball flight. She'll have to do quite a bit of manipulating to thread it, which she's done. There's all of, 9 yards to work with down that side, Laura?
Unbelievable. We thought Charlie's was good. That's done it by about 10, 15 yards. So she was laughing after she'd hit it, so she knew she'd done something good.
Charley just waiting for one of the tee shots to fire away on 5. The greens and the tees are so close to one another on this opening stretch. It's practical for the majority of golfers that come through here, but a little bit start-stop for Charley, which doesn't help her, but a slow putt now back into the teeth of it with the putter.
Yeah, good aggressive stroke from Charley there. It's putting from off the green. You almost have to give it a more of a wrap than, you don't just make your backstroke longer. You have to actually hit the putts.
Earlier in the week, they were struggling to carry the fairway here. This one's drifted down the right. Should be okay. Depends on the line. Looks like you see the back of the ball, so she should be fine.
100%. Let's commit to it. Yeah.
Well, if you do want to join us, still a couple of tickets available. If you want to come out, you can scan that QR code on the bottom left of screen. You can get a couple, join us for the weekend perhaps. We've got Tom Grennan playing a concert on Saturday night as well. So loads on offer here at St Andrews this week.
It's going to be a great atmosphere at the weekend, Ali. Live musical, a festival of golf happening here in St Andrews. Nelly Korda, a huge ridge to navigate here, and the wind from the left enhancing that.
Another valiant effort from Nelly there. Should be a easy little tap in for her.
The par run should continue for the world number 1. Bew high at 6. Nice view for us from behind of what's ahead of some of these players. Laura, how many blind tee shots are there around the front 9 at least?
Yeah, they've taken a few gorse bushes out on 2 and 3, which have made those where they're not as blind as they usually used to be. We couldn't see anything, but obviously 6 is the real one where you can't see. 7, you can see some of it, but then obviously as it lands, it hits that downslope. So it is awkward, and players don't like it, especially when it's windy, because you do have to have a target, but it's not the target you like. Way in the distance half of the time, so it is awkward. It's a feature.
Something Charley Hull spoke about in her press conference earlier in the week, that she kind of likes the close tree line golf courses because the target's so obvious. She struggles to kind of aim away from her line of play and really hone in on it. This for par, call it 3 feet ahead.
Not sure I'd leave the pin in with this much wind, because if it bounces back the wrong way at the wrong time.
It makes me nervous watching that, Laura.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I can understand it if you like it calm conditions, but not in this wind.
Yeah, we haven't seen one knocked about in a while, but we did at the Olympics. Really short range putt from Brooke Henderson. It's only about 1.5 feet as we go to 7 with Andrea Lee. After the beautiful drive, the second, the putt follows as well.
Yeah, just a silken putting stroke. Absolutely gorgeous. Great tee shot, lovely little wedge shot in there, and just drifts the ball into the hole.
Just a little bit of a test. At least it's into the wind here for Lilia Vu at 4. To save her par. Was a little unlucky with the second. The bounce it got long right of the green.
You could see her caddy, Cole Pasanti, he just head down straight into the wind there. Probably has a bit of oscillation to that ball, so Lilia, ever professional, just resets, starts over.
Yeah, very well done. As Christina said, it's important, reset yourself, don't just rush it and think, oh, it's a short putt. Make sure you make it, and she did.
So she'll stay at level par as they make their way to an opportunity ahead down the par 5. There she is, the world number 2, the defending champion, Lilia Vu. It's been a year to remember for all of us watching Nelly Korda, not to mention herself. 6 victories, and look at the gap between her and the rest of the players on the planet. Jin Young Ko's held that title for longer than anyone in the women's game, the world number 1 former now, but the world number 3 as it stands.
Ewing on the 7th, 150. She's got off a good line, the upslope though, pin on the left. So hard to keep this left of the pin. Howling it is out here.
And you're right, Ali unable to keep it left of that flag there. She is going to have a unique little chip shot in. And speaking of unique, Jin Young Ko going sideways, doing really, really well. I mean, her ball was mere inches from the lip of the bunker there, so it does a beautiful job of even just getting it out. That could have been, I mean,
could have been more than a mouthful of sand.
Yeah, it's insult to injury, isn't it? You're coming out sideways and you get to eat loads of sand. Andrea Lee could have birdied the last 3, missed a shortish putt, 2 holes to go, but yeah, it's another lovely shot. Now sit. Yeah, it's just going to release. This is the difficulty, isn't it? Clubbing is so difficult.
And they're in the part of the golf course where it starts to almost fold back on itself from 7 through 11. So we jump over to Lydia Ko.
I think the cameraman just fell out of that crane we were talking about. Let's hope not. Good shot.
Class shot there from Ko. Really well judged in the rough. Boutier 106. Well, this is as strong as it was on the first when they started their round, this group. That was pretty tough. We're out here on the exposed part of the golf course on the Eden Estuary, and it is blowing. So even with a short shot like this, it's going to move quite significantly left to right here.
Very, very nicely gauged from Boutier there. It's just Like Jamie was saying, there's just so much wind.
It really is quite an interesting thing to see in the flesh when you get out to 7. You really learn the layout of St Andrews. So we go to 6 and view high.
Up and out of that one, and this could be very much wide. Yep. Just as she said, she did commit slightly on the upslope. Now she's got a pitch back into the wind, and if you get it right, it's very easy to knock that one stone dead.
To a 2-time AIG Women's Open champion in G-Asian. One of those was by 9 strokes as well. This for birdie at 3. Comes up a little short.
Yeah, she is timeless. It's always very exciting anytime she makes a trek over from Japan and Korea to come grace us with her presence. Jin Young Ko with her 3rd after hitting out sideways from the bunker, and pretty darn good shot there from her. Just the winds are picking up, and it seems as though she's getting actually more and more settled with her balance and maintaining that base.
It's amazing, isn't it? We see him hit it to 30 feet, and we say good shot, and it's genuinely a good shot.
Ali Ewing here. Now she's got the bread and butter out here, Christina. You like your slang?
You mean the putter, Jamie?
Off the left, coming up the slope, not easy to judge the pace here. It really isn't. But she did well to hit the green from where she was, to be honest with you.
Aggressive stroke there. Again, when you're putting from off the surface, you have to give it a bit more of a wrap, a firmer strike. It's not just elongating the putting stroke there.
How can Iona judge it? Get it out to the left far enough. As the ball starts dying, it starts moving dramatically towards the pin. And another good shot. Not quite far. If that was a little further, would have called it excellent.
Laura, what were your secrets for kind of a knockdown shot or something off the left as hard as that?
I just used to take extra club really and back of the stance and almost hit it easy and let the strike keep it down, and if you flushed it you could go very long, but I just found it way easier to control the flight.
Another drive for Nelly. You're looking to get up the left half if you can. Everything kind of kicks from left to right. That's in a good spot.
Great spot to watch the golf out here on the loop. Plenty of action for you to watch. 11 green, twin here was 7, and this is just off the left for Boutier for the birdie.
I think she was probably giving the wind a little bit too much respect there. It never moved back to the right. Good aggressive stroke though.
Well, NC Mehmet has joined another guest, one on the move as well. A couple of consecutive birdies with Maya Stark.
Maya, first time here at St Andrews. I mean, what are your first impressions?
It's a lot of fun. It's probably one of my favorite golf courses because even though it's really old, it feels like they've thought about everything, like where you can miss it, where you can't. It's such a well thought out course.
Mm-hmm. You can work on your swing, you can practice as much as you like, but you can't necessarily practice in conditions like these. So how do you react to the challenge?
Well, I've just been on the course a lot this week. I've tried to play as much as I could. I think I've gotten 3 full rounds already, and I have been on the range maybe for about 30 minutes in total. So I think it's all about realizing how much margins you need to take and stuff like that, and how much the wind affects the putts and stuff. And yeah, I think you just gotta go out and see and do a little trial and error.
And how much does the wind actually affect the putts? Because like you said, you just don't get much of an opportunity to feel this sort of breeze.
Yeah, it's kind of a lottery right now if you make a putt or not, because it's just, this is probably the most windy conditions I've ever played in. But you still obviously got to put good speed on it, and if you make it, that's a bonus. But just try to get it somewhere close to the hole is the main concern right now.
A bit like the last hole. Finally, you had a great finish at the Chevron earlier this year, finishing runner-up. How much confidence does that give you, especially when you're in a prestigious stage like this?
Oh, it's so nice to just be relaxed and know that what I can do. And we had some bad weather that weekend, and a lot of wind, so it feels really nice to know that I can play well in those conditions and on that stage.
Okay, maybe we hope for some more bad weather then. Thank you so much for your time. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite the finish. Birdie the last 2 holes at the Chevron Championship to apply pressure to the eventual winner in Nelly Korda as we go to Lydia Ko.
Gonna have to hit this one just outside left, and it stayed there. Good putt, well played hole, really well played hole from Lydia.
Now after that errant second shot, Ash Buhai has this. She's got probably a slightly lower lofted wedge in her hand, trying to use that to kill that additional spin you'll get from the wind. Still comes up a bit short though.
Now Ali for her par on 7. This one has to move from the right. Can't believe this one will stay high on it. Oh, not quite hard enough, but very difficult to hit it hard enough.
Andrea Lee to get 1 shot back of the leader. She's 2 under on her day through 7 holes. That is going to be that's going to be an awkward distance, especially with that wind from where she's coming from. It's going to feel almost like a 10 o'clock wind. That's going to be uncomfortable.
There was a little hope in that, I think, for Celine Boutier, but it drops. No harm, no foul. With a par there at 7. She'll make her way to the par 3, 8th, and so do we, with this tester for Andrea Lee to try and stay at -2.
Bit of a misstep there. Again, she's got that beautiful languid kind of putting stroke, but that will drop her down to 1 under for the championship.
Still faring nicely. It's a day that will take more than it'll give you, safe to say. And 1 under par puts her in a share of 3rd.
Now we saw Leona shot in. This a left to righter. The wind will make it a little bit more. No, she hasn't hit it. Again, one of those awkward ones.
Again, the wind's just ripping right now. You can hear it in the microphones. I'm worried that what's that thing called?
Sort of a mini turbine or something like that, almost.
Kind of turning into giving us a lot of energy.
Might almost be too strong for them to be going today. Little length ahead of this par save for Jin Young Ko. Just 1 roll away from escaping with a 4. So it is going to be a second drop shot of the round. She'll go to +1.
Going for it 3. Lilia Vu just laying up here. She had over 260 to go, straight back into it.
Yeah, she'll be just fine, but played rather dangerously, because as soon as she hit it, you could hear her say, "Oh, might need to sit."
Did that stay out?
Yeah, it's about 4 yards short of that lip of the bunker there.
And it'll kick left to right, so I mean, you're almost feeling like right into that bunker over there by that blue flag, and that'll really kick it. They're gonna steep left to right in here. There's bunkers.
At last, you got the wind off the right. At last,
And if you dig,
the
you
8th
have
hole.
plenty of room.
173, so you can hit this out the right-hand side and let the wind take it in.
Just, again, we've seen quite a few go past this pin because you think you've hit the perfect shot. Hits on the, well, it's not really a downslope, pretty flat, but you're always with that top spin that's being put on the ball with that right to left wind. And that's the result, and that's a difficult up and down into the wind, which helps.
So the first sigh of relief for the faders of the golf ball out there at 8, Jamie?
Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's being off your left shoulder all the way out, and that's really hard, isn't it, for the golfers? You feel like having to come over the ball to hit it straight, and suddenly you can sort of rock back on your heels a bit here for at least a couple of holes. 8 and 9 chances, really, but it's the adjustment, isn't it, from playing into that left to right wind, and suddenly you're off the right and slightly helping here at 8. But the pin is advantageous, it's back left, plenty of green to work with. But the thing of this par 3 is you can't see the green, really. Can't see the landing point. That's the difficulty here for Boutier.
Just the one birdie today, Jamie. It's played difficult.
They can't feel that back there, can they?
No, we've seen ball after ball landing nicely and just shooting through the back of the green.
There are a couple of grandstands out behind 7, maybe playing with the wind a little with their perception. We'll go back to Buhai at 6 for her par.
Oh, and that was an absolute beaut. Rolled end over end. Good aggressive stroke. You got a little pep in her step right now. Might be the only smile on the golf course.
Ewing, has she learned? Starts it well right. Needs to pitch at least 10 short, about like that. Very good. Still trundling on, but good shot.
Yeah, very nicely struck from Allie Ewing there. It's just been she just seems a little bit unsettled with it's very unsettling wind, mind you.
Yeah, double bogey at 1. Kind of knock you around a bit.
Here's this blind tee shot on 7. Aim it just left of the 11th green TV tower, just like that. Has she overdone it? I don't think so. She's pleased with it. That's ideal, as long as it doesn't reach. Oh, there's all the players there walking across to 11. They've hit their tee shots into 11.
If it hits the ground, then it's going to go right as well. So if it comes down on the tower, it's going to run a little bit right here. Wind at 9 o'clock.
The voice of Vern there.
On the bag for Leona,
Leona Maguire, yes.
The athletic Stark now at 6.
With that slightly lower ball flight, I'm sure she thought she was going to get a little bit more of a skip off of that slope, but beautifully struck shot regardless.
Now Tavatanikit, real ticklish one this, down the hill, little right to left. You've got to be brave if you want to hole it, and she was. Very nice.
Steady as she goes. The world number 22. And into the red. Over to 7. Jin Young Ko back on the tee.
Yeah, another lovely tee shot there. This one chasing on down the fairway. Lands a little bit softer than Ashley Buhai's, but safely ensconced in the fairway.
Line off that uphill line.
I'm almost thinking left hard.
Yeah.
Nelly getting ready after a bit of a wait here on the 5th fairway. I was just hanging on to a bit of hope she might have gone for driver off the deck on this little up slope, but with that wind coming from left to right, probably not the right call. Often do hit the cut with the driver off the deck. So it's the 3-wood. She's going to try and get this up over this hill. Wind's just settled down there. 230-ish to get to the front. Where's this one off to?
It's gone well left, giving herself a lot of green to work with. That's the good thing. There's your angle. Very difficult, just shows how hard it is for a great player like Nelly. Got that one all wrong.
Good lie for Charley here, on a little bit of an upslope as well. 3-wood, low one.
Where is it?
Came down just over that right bunker, edge of that right bunker. It might be in the rough.
Left edge of the right bunker. Or the right
Left edge of the right bunker in the rough.
Adam's guessing away there just to keep her happy. He hasn't got a clue.
Yeah.
It's because I had the ball below my feet.
Yeah, but he said it with authority.
Exactly, that's all you need to do.
Now Leona Maguire from the left side of the fairway over on 7. This one's going to move quite a bit from her left to right. And this is just beautifully gauged. She really is a tactician. Great knowledge of the spin rates that she can put on the golf ball. Like very, very acutely aware of all of her metrics.
Well, 8th green here, and Boutier went through the green. She was on the cables, so there's no drop. So they moved the cables, they marked the ball. But they're trying to get these cables out of the way, and Celine's trying her best to get a drop, but she won't get one. Moved them into the bush. Hope that doesn't affect the picture. But she can't go at the flag here, so she's going to have to come out down to the right-hand side, just about get it out. Very unlucky, got a very big bounce. So yeah, she's going to go sideways. That's all she's got. Not much trouble on the 8th, but she's found it.
All she could do, maybe could have got it just slightly further left, but very difficult. Just take your medicine. If she can get that up and down, it's just the bogey. No harm done.
Lilia Vu with her 3rd shot. She did lay up. Took an aggressive layup there, just short of that bunker. You know, makeable birdie putt there. Only 2 par 5s. You would feel pretty displeased if you were to fail to make a birdie on that 5th hole there.
Up 2 to Jin Young Ko, her 2nd, out at the start of the loop.
Would have looked really good in the air, that one, but it just dug its heels in.
And Lydia Ko, she's going aerial here, good lie. Not sure there was much need for that, to be honest with you. That's a strange choice.
Jamie, that has to be a wrong decision there, doesn't it? I mean, that's strange.
On links golf it is, yeah.
Into
I
that
didn't see
wind?
that. Yeah, into the wind. You play a mid-shot, really, and the wind will kill it, but there you go.
It's not lying great over there, down the left-hand side for Nelly, with the wedge. Whew.
Yeah, good shot.
Certainly was, from out of position. A dirty look coming for Nelly Korda. It'll be her first of the day. She and Charley Hull all pars to here.
And go back to that, Laura, men and women, they're not used to playing in these conditions, are they, where they can run the ball, get the ball on the ground, they see the ball up in the air.
Yeah, that's the trouble. And you have to adjust your game. The ones that can, they're the ones that are at the top of the leaderboard. And now the double bogey in play here for Celine. And Lydia's given herself a tough par putt.
The drive to here down 9 for Andrea Lee. Not the longest normally off the tee, but you get a lot of an assist off your right shoulder from the wind.
Oh, valiant effort there from Andrea. That should help the bogey feel a little bit better. You know, it'd be hard to sit there and think that you're going to go bogey free out here. So should just be a rudimentary birdie for her.
Ewing for birdie here on 8. Super shot in, but you've got to play the wind here. It's actually a little bit of right to left. There's no wind, but this wind will take it right here. It's going to get away from you. Got to keep it down the left.
Yes, so difficult, isn't it, Jamie? It really is. It makes you look foolish at times, but these are top world-class players battling away.
So there's more in the red than there were about an hour ago. In fact, 12 players at the moment here on day 1 of the AIG Women's Open, coming your way from the home of golf. Good day out there for the amateurs. And those from Spain and England, the world #1 amateur at the moment, Lottie Wode. Will be delighted with that round of 72. Many would be today, no matter whether there's an A next to your name or not. Here's a great illustration of how big some of the putting surfaces at St Andrews are, Laura.
Yeah, they really are different, aren't they? They're lovely. That's why this place is so special to so many people. You don't see it every week. Lilia, left to right, got to hit it firm. Didn't. She can't believe she's just hit a putt like that, but there's many been before. So difficult. We can't stress it enough.
It is so polarising, isn't it? You know, kind of mid-9s on the stimp meter, the green speeds, but into the wind or downwind severely changes that.
After that interesting play by Lydia Ko, electing to go with a flop shot. She has that left for her par. That one just stayed out to the left. Such an interesting play. You're going into the wind, decent lie,
yeah.
So much green to work with. I mean, she must have. Look at this.
I can't see any reason for it. What
I mean, it's fun.
Well, not today. It's not. Nothing's
Not
fun
practical.
today. You can't be having fun today. Look at that flag. But how can you doubt someone that's so good, got such a good short game, such a good imagination? She saw something.
Wow. Nelly Korda here. Trying to get this one to drop. First birdie of the day. Very nice. Welcome to Red Figures. World #1, Nelly Korda.
That has a 5th 4 on the trot. It's always nice. If you can start with 7 4s, you're 1 under and you've done well.
It's for a 3 at the 9th for Andrea Lee.
And very well goes in there. Nice little 2-putt. Makes the bogey 4 on the 8th hole feel a little better, mind you. Maybe not by much.
Very important part here for Lilia Vu. This monster green that you're referencing, Ali. One of the biggest in the world. Oh, well done.
That was excellent, Iona, wasn't it, after that first putt?
Yeah, definitely. Very important. That keeps the momentum going.
And momentum, a rare currency on a day like today. When you get it, keep it. Boutier hopes to drop just the one here at the 8th.
And that one goes wide by, and now she's going to have a bit of a knee knocker left to ensure she makes her double bogey.
Charley cleans up. She'll get a birdie as well.
Adam, what are you doing? Give me that fist pump.
Adzi. Adzi. Where's my jacket, Adzi?
Yeah, last week she wore, I think, 3 jackets in one round. That's a heavy bag, isn't it?
She doesn't care. She ain't got to carry it. Adam's a strong man. Now, Boutier, make the double. You do not want a triple. Yep. I was going to say well done, but that was disappointing because the tee shot wasn't that bad. She got unlucky.
Wonderful up and down at 6 to safe par. Stay at 1 under par. This sort of median length putt on these greens for birdie for view height.
Even though that one is spending a fair bit of time up in the air, you can still see it rolls end over end so beautifully, makes such wonderful contact with the ball.
Great to hear Maya Stark, wasn't it, out on the course, saying it's probably the toughest, certainly the windiest conditions she's ever played in. Rock solid on that part, and she remains one of only 10 players under par right now. See Nelly Korda down on the tee.
It's a brilliant little hole, the 6th. Heathery is its name, right back into the teeth of it. A little bit off the left with the driver for Nelly. And just a sea of bunkers you have to avoid. Thread the needle, the lot of them. 6 of them down the right. 3 of them down the left.
Thought you said Henry for a moment there, Ian, but I realised you said Heathery.
Must be the accent.
Henry's good as well, though, I think. Trish Johnson back with us, and Jin Young Ko's on the 7th green.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. Lots of left to right, and then the wind as well. Left to right, down the hill at the end. Overcooked it slightly. Oh, I've just been outside there. It is blowing a gale, and I'll tell you what, it's not warm. It is, and I've had a text from a couple of mates that are out there. You need a woolly hat. Don't go out there with that woolly hat. I bet James is happy he's got his waterproof bottoms.
And a few phone calls as well, I'm sure you had.
But apparently.
Nonsense. It's balmy out here. It's absolutely gorgeous.
You're balmy.
No woolly hats required. Charley Hull getting one away here with the driver. Blind tee shot, so you've got to pick a line and commit.
Trish and Laura, you spent a lot of time on the LPGA Tour. Charley and Georgia haven't got a base in the US. Did you have one when you were playing there?
No, I didn't have one myself. I was lucky that my dad lived in Columbia, South Carolina, so myself and lots of caddies and players used to go there in off week, so he was a very popular man at the time.
Leah Vu next to go here at 6.
What a great camera angle that is, isn't it? You can really see what the players are looking at from that one.
Because they can't see anything.
They can't see a thing. They've got to trust their caddies on the lines that they've got written down in the books. They've been out there, done their homework. Doesn't make it any easier, but you need that positive, that's where you hit it.
Because Trish, Charley says that's what's so hard for her. She struggles when she hasn't got that visual.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is extremely difficult. So we see Leona Maguire with her birdie putt. Good comeback this from 2 over early on. And so this one, just notch this one. Go on, up you go. Oh, it's close. I remember the first time I ever played here, I had a local caddy, and I couldn't believe how the lines he was giving me for the first 5-6 holes. I just couldn't get my head around it because it doesn't look like you need to go the far left.
We've seen a few get home here at 9. They've pushed it tee up and playing downwind.
Yeah, I think it's a great decision. It's fun having a pop at the greens. That one, obviously, Lydia's not as long as some of the other girls.
Two-time US Open champion Yuka Sasso. She's got the power here at 5.
She certainly has. Oh, needs that good kick. I think it got it. Up she comes. Oh, this is just going to get better and better. Eagle chance for Yuka.
Well, off the back of that double, Celine Boutier, this is a hole maybe where she can just try and claw something back.
There's a bunker down here. Now that needs to sit because we know they gobble them up. That's a strange decision, isn't it? Not hitting driver there, just going with the 3-wood, and I think she's gone in the bunker.
Yeah, I suppose the sun's out. They for being down the beach.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? Well, let's just listen to Iona. It's a balmy day out there. Do you know what? They're setting up. I think they're going to have a picnic. Why wouldn't you?
I'm not sure I'd be taking a little dip in the North Sea, though.
Well, they've got the shorts on. They might be a bit paddling, Trish.
Well, I've got to be honest. Doesn't look like a lot of swimsuits are on there. Looks more like the hoodies and the... yeah. No, just no, really.
From West Sands Beach to the 8th tee.
Now, can Ashley get it far enough right, first of all? Yes to that. Now, will it stick? No, it won't, as all others do. It's on the green.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it, when it's playing straight downwind and you just can't get enough elevation on it. The wind's knocking it down, and you know the first bounce is going to be enormous.
I think it's Lydia Ko to go first here. Jamie can tell us.
Yep, 2 balls in the bunker, but Lydia laid well back. 101, smart play really. Can't reach the green, you might as well play back and keep it out the bunkers. 101 from a very clean, shiny lie to a left-hand pin, wind off the right, slightly helping her. Can she get some spinach on it? That's what she needs. A bit of purchase on this.
Excellent, really well done. Did get the spinach.
Likes his greens, doesn't he, Jamie?
He does indeed. Very healthy eater is James.
I mean, it's
Surprising,
mostly
really.
across, but it's what we want to do, basically. 32 to 35. Where you like it? Yeah, I was looking at like that hole sign back there. You see that black hole sign in the middle of that bush? Yeah. Yeah.
Seeing a little more left.
That's perfect. Trust your line, Nelly.
Trust the line. I know that Nelly was coming out to this round of golf with patience and creativity on the mind. Those 2 things were what she was thinking about. She's patient with this shot, but commitment. It's 125, playing more like 135. Smooth 9-iron. Short?
I couldn't see it finish.
Yeah, she guesses it's short, and it most certainly is, and that will be a very awkward chip or putt.
Well, no surprise really after that run of 6 wins in 7 events that include the Chevron Championship that Nelly Korda is leading the way on the LPGA Tour rankings, the race to CME Global. The Yaka Fudaway has closed the gap a little. Nada fired of things. 2 wins in 3 starts. Has got Lauren Coughlin on their heels as well, but she struggled today, as has Hannah Green and Anne Hayran-Yu. We're watching Lydia Ko and Ali Ewing out on the course. They're amongst that top 10.
It's nice, isn't it? 7 different nationalities in the top 10 in the world. I like that.
Yeah, we saw Lilia Vu at number 9, even though she's missed a big chunk of the season with injury.
Yeah, and it's surprising, well, not surprising how quickly you'd fall down the rankings.
Oh, what a beautiful shot that was, played to perfection. Just a little three-quarter finish.
One, 1-3 for Charley. Beautiful lie with the wedge. Low sawn off follow through. Needs to keep this left of the flag.
Yeah, that's the shot she's been working hard on the last few weeks with her coach, Matt Belsham. She was saying actually in times last week when she had a full shot last week, it didn't feel normal suddenly.
Yeah, it can get like that when you play a lot of golf in the wind. It can mess with your swing. I heard Trish say that earlier. Very difficult.
This is tricky. Left to right, up the hill, and then once it gets up the hill, well, you've got to judge how much. Oh, that's a full backswing. Blimey. And she needed every bit of it as well, and a bit more.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's any way she can putt this to the hole. It's just so slow. It was a very good effort. That's an excellent shot.
What an eagle opportunity this is for Yuka Sasso. Struggled a little bit, she said, with her swing. She was saying that at the Olympics. She hasn't really performed at her best since winning the US Open, but there was nothing wrong with the swing in here at 5.
Superb shot. Just don't give it too far outside the left. We've seen a lot of them miss it high. Oh, well. Oh, my goodness. How on earth does that not go in?
Well, there will be too many disappointing birdies today, but I think that goes down in the category.
Super shy in from Co. It's a very flat green, this 9th. Big expanse of green. It's never easy to get close, but they've done so well. Here, Boutier, a terrific shot at the bunker. This is just a little bit off the left for Co. Just a little bit with the wind.
Yeah, good try. Just not quite enough pace.
A decent front 9 though from Lydia Ko, out in 36, 1 birdie, 1 bogey.
That's a pitch and run played the wrong way, really, isn't it? She's put spin on it with a pitch and run. The idea is it to be more like a putt, but with a lofted club. So that's a technique that you can only learn by playing a lot of links golf, and obviously Nelly hasn't.
Celine Boutier found the fairway bunker, but she's got it on the putting surface to here.
Just to get back to 2 over. Won't be too bad. It's not the worst score in the world today. Can she knock it in? Yes, she can. Beautiful. Nice putt for Boutier there. Good birdie. That was a... Yes, she did. She went in the bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
It's a fabulous 3.
61-yard bunker shot that was.
Impressive.
Very, very. That is about as hard as it gets in golf.
So I had a 38. Here's Leona Maguire.
That's textbook. Look at that. Fantastic shot.
So you were talking earlier about Lydia Ko, and that's what you're kind of referring to.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you're into the wind. You want to hit the shot with a lot of aggression and spin, but not the flop version. So, you know, there's the difference. Charley here. Can she get a putt to go in?
Left it in the jaws. But that's a pretty satisfactory front 9, to say the least.
Fabulous, yeah. I mean, like I say, it falls all the way. She makes a 4 at the 7th, and then she's got a few chances. We've seen 8s playing very difficult, but 9 and 10 can play a little easier.
Dash down the hill, left to right. Yeah, that's a beauty. Never missing. All the ones that have got a bit of pace on them. I mean, you've got to be brave when the wind's blowing like this, but you've got to give it a bit of pace. So it can keep its line and not let the wind buffer it off its line.
Last year, when she was hovering around contention, these were the putts she was failing to hole. But she's in the mood today. Stays under par. Let's go back out on the course and see who Incy has got with her.
Right, Megan, if we are going to see any smiles out on the golf course, there might not be many, but it is definitely going to be coming from you. At the start of the day like this, how do you mentally prepare yourself?
I mean, you know, you see Ruoning going out and shooting 4 under, and it's pretty inspiring how she managed to do that. And so I guess it's out there, and trying to stay positive, just really trying not to lose balance over some swings. I thought I was going to miss the ball in that last tee shot, but just trying to make the most of it. You can't be too mad. You're playing in St. Andrews.
Yeah, I know a Japanese role model of yours, Aya Miyazato or something.
Miyazato.
Exactly. She's about 5 feet tall. Surely that gives you some hope.
Exactly. You know, she was such a huge role model growing up. One of the nicest people. I was very fortunate to meet her, you know, my rookie year on tour, and what she's done with the game of golf, and just to be an even better person. You know, she's an incredible person, so it's just, you know, the golf is a cherry on top.
How difficult is it to stay in the present, and do you have any physical triggers that can maybe help you with that from a technique perspective maybe?
For me, you know, conditions are tough out here, and trying not to get too angry and frustrated out here. You know, I'm trying to do it where I'm taking some nice deep breaths before each shot, and you know, again, trying to stay within myself, and you know, mistakes are going to happen, but just trying to minimize them.
Yep.
And you know, hopefully hit some good ones and make some long putts coming in.
Okay, absolutely love that. Keep up the great work. It's going to be a tough day, but we'll see you later.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
All about the attitude out on the golf course. Try and embrace things. Here's Gino Titikun.
Yeah, this to get a 2 under, right in the thick of things. Well, that's got a chance. Oh yeah, it's a beauty.
Well, she played with Ruoning Yin, who's top of the leaderboard in the Dow Pairs event a few weeks ago. They won, you won't be surprised to know. And if she needed a bit of inspiration, seeing her Chinese mate top of the leaderboard.
Yep, well, it's definitely working.
Jin Young-ko. Just pulled it.
Back to the 6th hole. Lydia Vu to join the party under par.
The shot in deserves a birdie, and it gets it. And she's, as you say, moved to 1 under.
So Lydia Vu joins the group tied for 5th. Of those, Linnea Strom, a winner at the ShopRite event in Georgia Hall with the eagle finish there. That birdie from Gino Titikun takes her within 2 shots of her good friend Ruoning Yin, who has set a wonderful pace. 7 birdies in that round of 68, 1 ahead of Jenny Shin. 2 amateurs amongst those at level par. Yeah, pretty incredible really. The 5 amateurs in the field, 4 of them have finished, and none worse than 75 out there this morning.
Oh, good effort, that is. Fantastic, in fact.
Driver for Lydia Vu, as the wind just settles down a little bit here. First hole of the loop. Looks in a good spot.
That's excellent, isn't it? I think every time the on-courses, because Jamie got to that point, said, oh, the wind's dropping. I think it's that massive bank of gorse that's protecting them.
They're being fooled, you're saying, yeah? Let's go to 10.
Nelly Ewing just 3 metal, just making sure she doesn't bring any of those bunkers into play up the right-hand side. Well, she's definitely not done that. That depends on the light.
Yeah, you know, the thing with the wind here, it's just very inconsistent. It keeps dropping and then it picks up. You pick this huge gust into your face. Nelly Korda has the driver. Got to keep this one down the left as well. 296 to the bunker on the left, so it's out of reach.
Yeah, it's another excellent tee shot. It's going to come up well shy of that bunker, known as Shell Bunker, the one that sits just before the 7th green.
Well, this to get into a tie for second place for Andrea Lee. A birdie putt down the hill at 10, into the breeze. Should be a 4.
Charley makes her way to the loop. Stretch of the golf course, you kind of have to make your score because it's tough coming back in towards the town, and that looked convincing from Charley.
Laura, that was a very different ball flight to what we have expected to see over the years from Charley Hull.
Yeah, and look at that. She's that bunker that was it's
Perfect.
going to stop. It's perfect now. I mean that's a lovely little upslope too. But yeah, it is. She's working on it, and she's obviously found the right way to do it, because that was superb.
And Lydia Vu putting up a fine defence so far. She doesn't see it as a defence. A very different layout, different venue, and there's kind of a iconic, special feel about this place anyway.
Yeah, still a defence though. I mean, there's only one. And there she is, giving her time on the course as well. Great to see.
Yeah, she wasn't around to defend the title at the Chevron Championship early this year because of her back issues. Broken toes being the problem for Ash Buhai. She's been playing her golf with a hole in her shoe.
Yeah, stubbed her toe on the bottom of a couch or a bed or something, but very painful. Done that myself many a time.
She said the hole in the shoe, to obviously make things comfortable, was fine in Paris when it was warm, but last week on Dundonald Links when it was chucking it down with rain, you get very wet feet, don't you?
Exactly.
Ewing, just not quite sure of the club here, and that wind is howling as it just died down a few minutes ago. Now it's right up again. 127. I can tell you there's a big queue on the next tee. There's no rush on this shot. You can see that. Flag's on the front. It's gettable, but it's in off the left, coming diagonally at her. So just got to keep this down. I'm going to add at least 20 onto this shot, playing 147, maybe 150.
Come up short, and that'll be awkward, especially if it goes a bit further back, which it is.
No let up from the stiff, I think they call it breeze round these parts. Maya Saigo with a delightful touch there at 5, hopefully a birdie for her. The good news is it's been this way since 7 o'clock this morning, so it's been consistent.
It's been very fair. No one's had an advantage to this point. We'll see what happens over the next 3 days. Ash, this is her bread and butter right here. So nearly good. Just comes up short a little bit.
Yeah, when I ran around the course earlier this morning, Laura, I could tell you it was that windy that time of the morning. Little 5k. 97 for Boutier. Off a beautiful upslope. This is lovely line. You get all the spin you want, so just maybe go down a club or up a club. Up a club. A bit more club, that's what I meant. Punch it in. Be plenty of spin on this shot.
dragged it. Yeah, it did spin, it spun nicely, but she was hoping to get that little downslope dead on line with the pin. There you go, her and Colin have been arguing all week, so no surprise to see them having a little chat.
Psycho for the birdie to get alongside Gino Titican and Andrea Lee into a share of third. Terrific start, one of those 19 Japanese players in the field.
Go from 66 yards, a good angle from the right hand side of this 10th fairway. Looking straight up at it actually, she pitches all the way and just try and stick it by the flag.
That's perfect, isn't it? Just got that wind just brought it back. Lovely strike. Just getting enough spin to give her a decent look at birdie.
Well, it's been a very steady start from Lydia Ko, 4 behind Ruoning Yin, who leads the way with that 68. From one Ko to another.
How far right she's aiming on this. It's just a little flick, and she must be aiming 30 yards right. So strong that wind. Well, I think that was a little kiss off the ball, was it not? I think that might be a little replacement there. She won't be happy. That's not a good result from there.
Patty Tavatanakit. Good look at birdie at 7 this. Another one like Ruoning Yin looking to double that major count this week.
Yeah, long ball hitter Tavatanakit in good nick. Had a win earlier in the year in Thailand. Maguire. Oh, that's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Yeah, that's someone that's played that shot a few times before.
Lilia Vu, ball on the edge of a divot. 111. Trying to dig one out.
It is a bit short, she's right, but it's not bad. Uphill left to right putt.
Yeah, just see she was just a nasty little, well, not a nasty little divot, just a tiny little sand divot, but doesn't make any difference to these players whatsoever. Ball first, then ground, no worries.
It's a good day to fly a kite, I'll tell you that. Get down on the West Sands.
Is that your thing then, Iona?
I'll try anything, I'm up for it all. But as we've crept closer towards the estuary, this wind's just getting stronger and stronger. 97 here for Nelly. Trying to keep her rhythm in this gale.
Talked about how she's compounded errors at vital times in recent months. Nelly Korda, very steady so far.
Well, Ewing's already played and knocked it quite a long way by actually. Quite difficult for a 4. So Boutier this for a 3. But she's been a bit unsettled here with the wind. It's really straight into her back. Difficult to keep your balance. You can see the flag whipping off the left. So it's a right to left putt, but I think you've got to play for a bit of wind here, a bit of break at the end anyway. Yeah, hit that way left. Look at that.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it? Massive break. Charlie just come up short of that one now. This is a shot I saw her play the other day. And she had it down to a tee, but she doesn't like that. I'm not quite sure what she was looking at, thinking it looked a decent lie.
Yeah, tried to trap it, didn't she, and just caught the ball just a little flush, and that bit of longer grass maybe just made it jump a bit as well. Yeah, there you go. You see a bit too much ball first, and it's come out lower than she would have wanted.
Looking on at Lydia Ko here.
Yeah, it's a good shot in, wasn't it? From Ko. Good spin control. She knew what she was doing, pitching it by. I just love her routines when she putts. Everyone looks at the stroke and all the rest of it, but it's how you prepare for a putt as well. And she really gets into her head, that line. She's 100% committed on one line only. She doesn't get settled over it till she's ready in her head. Then she lines it up like this. That left arm goes long, or the right arm, there you go, left arm goes long. Keeps her shoulders square. It's all good. Come on, knock it in.
Apart from the complete misread there, I think she thought it had to come, but I suppose tiny bit of extra pace. Shame, because the shot in deserved it.
You can see the hold up here on the next hole, on the 11th. It's, well, 4 groups. Plus mine will be 5.
How many birdies do you think on the 11th today, James?
There's not many, Laura.
How about a duck egg? Not one yet. It's playing at 3.74.
Is it not one birdie?
No, not one. It's playing at 3.74.
Well, that's not bad, because don't the caddies call that the shortest par 5 in Scotland?
I tell you, it's a tough hole. Last time I played here, I had 3-iron in there. It wasn't fun.
Ewing's had her troubles with the long putts. She's sort of, when she's into the wind, she hits them a bit too hard, and you can get full quite easily, especially when you're putting up slow. So she had a very difficult putt, so she's knocked it quite a bit by here. And with the wind coming off her right-hand side as well, that'd be in her mind here for this par putt.
Well done, Vital. When you're 3 over par, you know that there's a slippery slope you want to avoid. After the disappointing second hole, now with her 3rd here.
Easy to leave this one short into the window. That scraggy lie. Oh, good contact. Well played.
Yeah, not the best of lies, or certainly didn't look the best of lies, but she was very aggressive on it. As Laura said, it was very easy to leave that short, just come up and just not want to make too much contact and get it, leave yourself with a downwind, downhill putt, but she's got a pretty straightforward par putt.
This is back at 9, Buhike. And another one who'll be more than happy with the opening 9, the 2022 champion.
What a great try that was. Ash just tidying up that 9, hopefully. Oh, crikey. Maybe not. Never looked settled over it, did she?
Almost an embarrassed smile there from the South African.
Lilia Vu next away here. 7. An unlikely birdie chance. Breaking from left to right, and it's going to ride even more so on the wind.
Fantastic. Well, she had to give the trophy back on Monday. She'd love it back again. Early stages. But she's held a couple of big putts. I mean, the one at the first was even longer than this.
Yeah, it's lovely when they go in, because they are a pure bonus in tough conditions, tough scoring conditions. And there you go. Thank you very much.
Well, that's what they've come to cheer. Birdies are hard to come by in the windy conditions at St Andrews, but Lydia Vu's provided one there at 7. Yeah, back-to-back AIG Women's Opens 2010-2011 for Yanni Seng. That was the last time someone did it back-to-back years.
That was a very, very good par from Charley. Made the mistake, didn't panic, and a superb up and down.
So no drop shots on the card for Hull. They'll move off to the par 3/8.
Tavatanikit, birdie putt to get within one of the lead on the 8th. Well, I hope that's coming back. No, it's not. That's well, it's a bit of a mystery, that one.
Yeah, it's just you lose the pace, don't you? You lose it early. They're just never going to get to the hole, and they just wander off. The par 3s around here playing so tight. Only one birdie on 8. We've just said there's none on 11. It's very difficult.
Yeah, and worth reminding, there's only one par 3 and one par 5 on either 9 at St Andrews. So yeah, don't expect to make up any ground at the par 3s. Ruoning in with that one shot advantage, but Lydia Vu has got in amongst the leaders. She's in that group at 2 under par. Two-time champion Jie Shin has made a fine start as well. She's in the group at -1. Played last year at the AIG Women's Open. That was her first start since 2016. You can see a number of players just starting their round, including the Latin American amateur champion Ella Anacona from Argentina. Marta Martin, one of the recent winners on the Ladies European Tour. Lauren Walsh will be on home soil at the Women's Irish Open next week.
Out with the driver. Crowd behind the tee like it. Is she going to get? Yeah, she's perfect now. Lovely shot.
Yeah, after the disappointment of what happened on 9 green.
Birdie putt for Alison Corpuz on the 8th hole. That's to get one back, to get within some sort of... 2 overs okay. I think she'd take being 2 over at the end of the day. Never got that started online. We haven't seen many long putts hold at all. Lydia Vu's hold 2 monsters, but apart from that, not much going in from over 10 feet, in all honesty. Not easy today, though. You got the wind just buffeting the players around.
Time to entertain yourselves, isn't it, really, when you're sitting there waiting?
Sort the drinks out, maybe have a little snack. There'll be lots of snacks in the bag. There goes Lilia, she's getting something. Chucking her rubbish on the floor, that's nice.
I'm sure they'll tidy up
afterwards. Of course they will,
Laura.
I'm joking, I'm jesting.
Well, the first putt came up fairly woefully short for Patty Tavatanikit.
Yeah, we saw a nice one on the previous hole. Never easy, these. Got to be aggressive with them. Not much in this. Yeah, good putt. Really good. She's back to her best, I think.
Yeah, one back-to-back, start of the year, won the Aramco Saudi Ladies International on the ADT. And then you were in Thailand, weren't you, when she won on home soil?
Yeah, fantastic to see, and nice to see that Donnie, caddy Jason, has stuck with her, because so many times when a player that good just goes off, invariably the caddy then will go somewhere else, and it's great when they stick together and battle through it, and then you get the rewards afterwards.
So Jason's nickname, I take it's Donnie.
Yeah, Jason Donovan, obviously.
Okay.
Jason Hamilton is actually his name, but Jason Donovan, for obvious reasons. He's Australian, so in case no one understands that, it's the Neighbours program.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Kylie, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Singer as well, pop singer. Or
yeah. Joseph's a
Debatable.
Many yeah, well,
Yes.
that's a bit uncharitable there, Trish. A lot of people love him.
It's a little choppy behind the 8th tee.
I was going with actor. I was giving him more credit.
Meanwhile,
Lily Avu, first away here after a little chance to grab a sandwich. She's got the 6-iron in her hand. 173. It breezes down and off the right.
They are just not picking that shot, are they? And that, as we've seen, is such a slow putt. She's got the ridge to go over as well.
there hasn't been a rookie winner on the LPGA Tour this year. This is the leading rookie in the rankings, Maya Saigo. Had a runner-up in a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, 16 different winners, haven't there, this year in 24 events, and Nelly's won 6, so that's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, it's the first time there's really been a change in the wind direction for this group as we turn around down this 8th hole. 7-iron for Nelly. The more you start this right, the more it rides on the breeze.
Well, it's almost impossible to get it to stop before that ridge. Those were two pretty good shots.
You want to chip it, in good position again. View high.
Wow.
That's not a good wow, I assume. Oh.
It's not bad. I think it's rode up in the air. She knew it was going to be short, but it's not just hit on the other side, gone all the way back down. So she's got an outside birdie chance.
Also with the 7-iron here for Charley Hull. No tee required, just ball on the deck. Looking for a chippy one down the right half.
Very friendly down there. Well, she didn't get the opportunity to defend in Texas earlier this year, but she is here at St Andrews, and well, starts don't get much better than this.
No, I mean, she's been very disappointed with her second shot and just try and nestle it up there for a 2-putt, and in she goes.
Yeah, the world number 2 playing alongside Nelly, Korda and Charley Hull. Pars at 2 to 5, off she went to 6.
Yeah, beautiful iron shot, this one, all over the flag, just started it, drew it into that wind a little bit, held it up. That would be a birdie putt.
Yeah, she did actually drop one at the second, I should say, but as you said, Trish, not too many of these length putts going in, but Lydia's had her fair share.
Yeah, 2 monsters so far, and it just makes such a difference, just gives you a little bit of leeway, really, because you know you're going to make some bogeys, but if you can just hole a long putt here and there, then it takes the pressure off so much.
She got herself a cat. That was her reward for winning last year, called the cat Walton.
Very good.
So she wins one this year, she's going to get another cat, she says.
Andrew.
It was Andrew, or if it's a girl, Andy, maybe.
Yeah. I just buy the cat.
Maya Stark out in 34.
Jin Young Ko up that hill. Can she judge it? Yes, that's really, really good putt. Takes the pressure off. It's still one you have to make, but it's given herself an easy chance for a putt.
Well, it's a wonderful setting, isn't it? St Andrews, one of the most iconic venues. Do you think that the women's game as well is the perfect setting for this layout?
It really is. I mean, they're so unlucky that they're just watch Sargo here for her par. Yes, just gets it in. Yeah, and it's such a shame because, you know, you see the guys come here and they tend to get decent weather, it appears to me. And every time we then go a couple of years later, the scoring's so difficult. And these girls round this course with benign conditions could really set this place on fire. And today and probably the rest of the week, it's just going to be a battle for them, but a battle they're up for and they're good enough for.
Well, we're seeing that. Ruoning Yin, Jenny Shin, a couple of rounds in the 60s. We're watching the likes of Lilia Vu and Patti Tavatanik, major winners going along well. And we've seen some nice golf over that front nine too from Ireland's finest, Leona Maguire.
Yeah, good five back this. This for birdie to get back to level par, 2 over early doors. This would be a real bonus. Well, she started that way too far out left. Oh my word. Yeah, that's got some work left to do just for her par.
So 3 in very similar spots here at the par 3/8. Christina Kim back with us in the commentary box.
Yeah, and it seems like I've missed a fair bit. Thankfully, I was out watching as we see Charley Hull hitting a little bump and run up there. And that's still just coming up a wee bit short.
When you say out watching, you mean inside watching or out?
Oh no, I was inside. I was indoors.
Out. No chance.
I was out of the outside as we get another slow-mo look at Charley's chip shot there. Interesting that she elected to go with, it was clearly a higher loft or lower lofted wedge, but I still think I would have gone with something maybe a little bit more in the iron realm, just to make sure you get that ball rolling.
Get your phones out if you want to be at the AIG Women's Open 2024. Yeah, there are tickets still here for St Andrews. Scan that code, it'll take you to all the places, and then, well, the rest is up to you. On the train, on the plane, and bring your woolly jumper.
It's a wonderful scene here from the 8th green across to the 10th green in the gallery over there. And Nelly Korda just managing to hang on to the back edge of this green, so she's got the flat stick out. Wind hammering from the left. She's going to just reset herself there. And that wind's just going to buffet this ball from left to right, and there's left and right break in this as well, so she's going to have to start it a long way out there.
I know her body language looks really good to me this week. She looks great out there. She looks like she's actually enjoying the battle.
Yeah. Had a little chat with her earlier in the week, Trish, and she was just saying how happy she is to be playing here in St Andrews for the first time, you know, the home of golf, a pilgrimage site, a rite of passage. Then she's here, and it's hard to be in a bad mood when you're in St Andrews.
That's why Iron has got a place here, isn't it, really? Looking to bounce back, view high.
Ash, after that, well, little tiddler of a miss on the last. Come on. No, that's just a little bit lacking in pace. Maybe just a little tentative after that miss on the previous hole.
Megan Kang here, an absolute spitfire. Great approach shot. This to roll on the birdie, and oof. From that distance, I mean, I don't care. Short is never acceptable.
Any aspiring golfers out there watching, joining our coverage this afternoon? When it comes to putting, this is the girl. She is the one to watch. So methodical, and every time she has the putter in her hand, you can't count her out. She is threatening the hole. She's thinking about holing it. She goes through her routine. Same every time. Takes the time to respect the line, get the read. Nice wide stance, stable base. So light in the grip. And the ball's on its way. Oh!
Well, she lived up to the billing there, didn't she? That's a fabulous effort from Lilia Vu.
I thought you were going to go for the commentator's curse there, Iona, but no, didn't. It was an absolute beauty, wasn't it?
There's a little bit of a weight on the 11th tee, so there's a little bit of ballet going on from Andrea Lee.
Well, some very golf-specific calisthenics, it looks like right there. When it gets, you know, it's beautiful and sunny out there, and you know, I've seen some beautiful, truly warm days here in Scotland in the past. This is not one of them. It's beautiful, it's glorious, but that breeze, it's always a fresh breeze that's coming at the players right now, so it doesn't take much to tighten a player up.
I'm going to stop trying to convince you that it's warm out here. I'm just going to call it quits on that as we look at Charley Hull. Very important putt here for par. Oh, that's going to sting.
Yeah, it's a kind of range she struggled with much this season, but actually putted really well from that distance last week at Dundonald Links. Disappointing drop shot. Takes her back to level par.
Yeah, good news is, though, I think she might be able to reach 9. We saw Georgia Hall reach 9, so Charlie's got every chance if she gets one right to left and running. That's a snazzy little jacket, that, isn't it?
Tell you what, I love this part of the golf course, this loop, but for anyone who's had the pleasure of coming here to play as we watch Nelly Korda trying to tidy up for par, you know you're creeping closer and closer to the sausage roll at the halfway house. Oh.
Yeah, but I don't think there are any sausage rolls, are there?
If there are any, I know I'll find them.
Well, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it, for Nelly Korda? Just saying how spot on she's looked all day, and then something like that comes out of the blue. Takes her out of that picture at 1 under par. Ruoning Yin and Jenny Shin done now a good few hours, sitting pretty with their rounds of 68 and 69. Day 1 of this AIG Women's Open. ...2016 champion there, Area Jatanagon, has been playing fairly nicely in the last couple of months. Finished top 10 when her sister won the Portland Classic a few weeks ago. An impressive front 9 from Maya Stark.
Beautifully positioned right there in the middle of the fairway. See just how far left she's looking right now. It's amazing to think that that ball still finished right of that flag. Didn't get too terrible of a bounce, though. She'll have a bit of a tricky putt going up that hill before it starts to flatten away.
Jana Melikova, who won recently on the Ladies European Tour. Her first as a professional. She actually won on the LET as an amateur originally in her National Open.
That shot just going straight over the flag stick there. I mean, this is such a diabolical green. You have to be so precise with your yardage, but I would have to suspect a little bit past the flag. It's definitely better than short because it just carooms all the way off that front.
Now, Megan can we see someone land it short of this pin? Way short, but obviously you've got to clear that bunker. Oh, hello. We can. Hallelujah. It's a perler. Finally.
On cue, Trish.
Hey! Yeah, wonderful shot. First one we've seen. Ah, look, she knows it as well.
This is like reverse commentator's curse, isn't it?
Well, I think it is. Yeah, I think... oh, it can't be warm out there. What are you doing?
A brave soul.
Yeah, no footies or anything like that. No gloves, no windshield or motor. Good on ya.
Central heating, yeah, all those things missing.
Wheels.
Well, they like it back on the tee from Lydia Vu.
Yeah, she's got that wonderful sort of chasing, low penetrating draw there. is absolutely delightful. Just short of the putting surface, it looks like, in a similar spot to where Andrea Lee had hit her tee shot.
And if anybody could get the ball to stop, Yuka Sasso, she gives it plenty of airtime. Probably just an 8 iron, might be a 7. Is that going to stop? Yeah, that's totally different type of strike. It's amazing. Even Nelly couldn't get it to stop, but yeah, that's a beauty.
Yeah, we saw her miss that eagle chance at 5. She's followed it with a couple of bogeys.
Nelly ready to go here, and she can certainly get this close. Wind from this 9th tee is down off the right. Oh, where's this off to?
Amongst the group ahead.
It's probably a good thing that she missed it, to be fair, because that is about a pace and a half, 2 paces past pin high.
Alison Corpuz was giving it the old stare there, wasn't she? No one was in danger, were they?
Well, Charley can certainly give this one a rip. There's no doubt about it. The green is in range for her. Throw this one down the right-hand side with a little draw, and it just rides on the wind, and it'll just keep running like a scalded cat.
Do they not know that the players ahead are on the green?
I think they're eager to get to the sausage rolls.
I mean, in fairness, they haven't really been playing very many shots downwind, so they may not realize just how far they're able to hit it.
Take your time, start again.
Yeah, it's not technically a call-up hole, is it? They are trying to give them a signal that they're on the green, but it looks like they've stepped aside because Charley is going to let rip here.
Well, that could be challenging the hole, I think. If that gets the bounce, this could be interesting. This could go past the people on the green. No, it hasn't quite got the same legs, but it's on.
Yeah, I wonder if she saw what Georgia Hall did earlier.
Not sure the group in front are too impressed with that, to be perfectly honest.
No, not at all. I'm honestly quite perturbed by this. Again, you know, you haven't been playing a lot of holes downhill and downwind. So, I mean, you can just see the amount of lag that Charley gets on the way down there. But I'm agog right now.
Yeah, the trouble, I mean, there's nothing dangerous about it. It's just annoying. If you're putting and you've got a putt and the ball comes whizzing past you when you're on the green, it's not etiquette, is it?
Not really. That might explain why Alison Corpuz's putt blasted 4.5, 5 feet by the hole. Anyway, back to number 8, Yuka Sasso.
He won the US Open twice, once as a player from the Philippines and the other as a player from Japan. Dual nationality, but has now switched to Japan only.
Wonder what third time lucky he's going to be.
I think she's sticking there.
Well, Maya Stark has got a monster of a putt. Plenty of break both ways. Well, that's a perler. Absolute beauty of a putt, that. That is very difficult to get the pace right for that putt.
Two-time AIG Women's Open champion, Jie Shin.
Without doubt, one of the most popular players ever, I would say, on tour. She's just an absolute delight. 50 wins in her career as well. She's not too shabby.
No, and she's got a set of pipes on her too. She's released more than I believe one album in, I can't recall if it's in Korea or in Japan.
I wasn't expecting that.
No, sorry. When you were saying putt, I was thinking, where are you going with this girl?
Oh, that's come up shy from Megan Kang. Yeah, I thought you were referring to her arms for a minute.
Well, and that's just the back-to-back holes that Megan has left her putts short.
Yeah. I mean, it's wind affected, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still hard to get accustomed to, playing on greens that are slower than what you would traditionally play. And in all honesty, the fescue grass in and of itself also just behaves differently than, say, the Bermuda, the Bent, the Poana that we play. As we see Titikal.
Yeah, that's a 10.
Scuttle just on past the cup there.
Playing with GA Shin is Mao Saigo.
Yeah, up the hill on 7, lots of wind effect on this one. It's going to go at right angles when it gets near the flag. Oh, it's a good putt. Go on. You can actually, when they show you the from the behind level at ground level, you can almost see the grass growing right in front of your eyes, which I know people don't believe, but it does happen late on in the day. It's just factual.
The 5th and final major of the women's calendar. What a setting. St Andrews, the home of golf for the AIG Women's Open. And it's been a treat. We've got former champion Georgia Hall amongst the top 10 major winners like Patty Tavatanakid and Lydia Vu out on the course looking to close down. And a couple of amateurs, the world number 1 and 2, Lottie Wode and Julia Lopez Ramirez, showing what they can do with rounds of 72. There's Charley Hull and Nelly Korda, the world number 1, frustrated by that short miss on 8. Just saw Titikan over there at 10, so she's going along nicely. Nothing wrong with level par today. A few of the players just heading out, including Anna Palaith-Trevino, who's one of the players who has a slight chance of getting the points required to make the Solheim Cup team. It would take a win, but call that a long shot.
So you're saying there's a chance?
But the points are there.
Well, I can confirm that the group were a little bit apologetic. They didn't realise the tee had been moved up, so they were all a bit shocked, a bit flabbergasted when they got up to see all 3 of them on the green. But good birdie opportunities now as a result of those tee shots, starting with Lilia Vu with a putt for eagle. Wind buffeting from the right. Oof, another good effort.
Her pace has just been so good. Good body language from Lilia Vu. Seems nice and relaxed.
Yeah, all 3 players in this group in really good spirits. Not a huge amount of chat between them so far, even in the weights, but Charley pops away to sign autographs for little ones. So many young fans out here to see her, and it's very courteous of her to take the time, but they're hanging around, so she's like, okay, I'll sign a few hats.
I know, aren't the kids supposed to be back at school in Scotland now?
Now, it's England go back later, isn't it?
Yeah, England's later. I think because Katrina was saying her kids aren't here the first few days because they're at school. But,
oh, come on. We won't tell anyone. There's a few kids that have got the day off. Maybe they've come up from England, Rich.
Or, what a great learning experience, watching 3 players in the top 10 knocking around one of the greatest courses there is.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing better than seeing these role models up close. Charley gets this putt on its way for eagle. Go on, go on.
Bit tentative there from Charley. Richard, did you have perfect attendance in school?
I was the perfect pupil, of course I was. Can you not see the halo above my head?
Teacher's pet, weren't you? Let's be honest.
Brought an apple along every day.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
I'll let that go.
Nice warm welcome for Nelly Korda as she came onto this green. It's great to have the number 1 in the house. And as a result, she gets the green bib with number 1 on the back. She holds that spot. And I tell you, that was a cracking drive. And this would be a really good eagle to grab at the turn. Wind from left to right. Pretty flat green overall. Go on.
Been a long wait on 11T, Jamie.
Steph Kiriakou teeing off on number 11. Using that backstop there to get the ball to just eke back towards the middle of the putting surface.
I know Jamie is there. I mean, how long are the groups waiting back on this tee?
Never easy. She's done calisthenics. She's done all sorts of exercises. Half hour of stretching, and now you've got to stand up there and hit this really tricky, well, probably medium to long iron into the wind off the left. You'll be going a fraction left. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, of all the holes to be waiting that long on. Leaves the flag in, Charley Hull.
Yeah, good girl, good putt, really good solid two, but nothing worse. Hit the green, got an eagle putt, could walk off with a par. That would just, well, you'd be gutted. So she's done well there.
Living up to their billing, aren't they, that trio? Akia, EY. Part of the EY twins. Her sister Chisato is also in the field.
Go.
Oh, gracious. Literal inches in the air, but she knew it immediately as soon as she struck it.
Into Strath bunker she goes. Meanwhile, Lydia Vu also for birdie. Birdies all round, and all three players turn in under par. Well, Lydia Vu, as she was a year ago in southern Spain, will be part of the US team at the Solheim Cup. The final event is here this week, so the automatic spots will be finalised on Sunday, and then the captains will make the announcements for their picks. Suzanne Pedersen and Stacey Lewis. Suzanne will be doing her announcement on Monday. So if you look at this, everyone apart from Esther Henselite was there back in 2023. Georgia Horse at the moment out of the auto spots. Anna Norquist as well. Here's the US team. Christina, any surprises there at all?
I mean, realistically, no. Well, I guess the world rankings just changed over. I didn't realize that Angel was the last spot for the Rolex World Rankings. I had it something different, but no, I mean, it's great to see Lauren Coughlin, excuse me, that has been working so hard throughout her entire career, and not to just get her first win earlier this year in Canada, but to come back and snag her second LPGA Tour victory and her second national championship, you know?
Well, yeah, her caddy Terry McNamara, unfortunately she hasn't had a good day today, but he was trying to tell her before Scotland that to do the Trevino treble, because Lee Trevino apparently went Canadian Open, Scottish Open, Open Championship, and he was hoping that Lauren might be doing the same, but today's put her a little bit behind where the leaders are.
Yeah, Terry Max used to winning a lot of golf tournaments. He's a hard man to please. He was with Annika for many years. Well, that's pretty good. That's okay. Very difficult to get anywhere near the flags. You'll see a handful of shots today, unless they're into par fours off the drive or par fives. Knocking it inside 2-3 feet's not going to happen today.
Yeah, Lauren Coughlin with a round of 76, which is 8 shots behind that pace, led by Ruoning in last year's KPMG Women's PGA Champion with that 7 birdies, 68. You got a 14 on her way to 72 for Gabby Lopez. Yeah, the three are living up to the bidding, aren't they? We saw 3 players, Nelly, Korda, Lydia Vu, Charley Hull, heading to the back 9 under par.
Yeah, I think when you saw that draw, it was massively exciting, wasn't it? I know all the people, people out there watching, I know which group they were going to watch, and I think for us in here, we're all looking at that group thinking there could be fireworks, and, they certainly haven't let us down in this weather.
Second shot on the 10th hole for Alison Corpuz. Having a bit of a rough go today. 5 over through 9. See if she can't turn it around right here. It's a low penetrating shot, and ooh! Just talking about those 2 or 3 foot birdie putts.
Isn't it? Unbelievable. We just mentioned you're not going to see many at 2-3 feet, and what happens? Look at that though, look at that follow through, look at the type of shot you've got to play to even get close to. That's a cracker, wasn't it?
Much needed for the 2023 US Open champion. You think of iconic courses here, where she won, Pebble Beach.
Yeah, that was a stunning, wasn't it? Pebble Beach, I remember watching all of that. I love watching that, that golf course, and this, this is one golf course that's even more famous than Pebble Beach, I'd like to think.
Patty Tanaket in around the gorse. I don't know if she's actually gone in there.
Yeah, one would have to assume not.
The cover is 84 in from 10 o'clock. You've got plenty of room behind it.
Yeah, just get on the green.
Yeah, okay.
I'm starting at the tower left. Like the left edge tower.
Yeah, you can almost start at the crane, I mean. Right. Yeah. All right, shadows back a bit, please. Thank you.
90 shot?
What's that?
90 shot?
Yeah, perfect.
Great audio there, picking up the conversation between Donnie, that's the one? Donnie and...
Donnie it is, yeah.
And Patty. Sounds like a double act, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, considering where she was coming in from, that is, you got to be pleased with that. I mean, realistically, you could have been inside of that course.
Safely on for Lydia Korda. Look at the ball there of Ali Ewing. That's an excellent tee shot. I don't think we've had a 2 yet at the par 3 11th. Ewing will have a shout. At the other par 3 on the golf course, Saigo.
From that distance, just so hard to get the ball to the hole. You can see her turning her face away. It's because you've got those gusts that continually just pummel the players.
This hole is playing the hardest hole on the golf course right now. Richard was bang on, not a single birdie on this hole. Oh, that's done very well. Heart in mouth, indeed, heart in mouth, yes.
What an excellent front 9 from our stellar threesome. Heading to the 10th now, Lilia Vu.
Driver out for Lilia. She's picked the line, and that looked like a committed swing.
Yeah, if you finish on that 7, it's really, really good.
A change in wind direction now. Having played the 9th, down and off the right shoulder, we're now going back into it off the left. And there are 4 bunkers in play down the right hand side, so not opting with the driver for Nelly. Just a metal wood. It's a short hole, the 10th, even with this wind. Prudent play.
Was that bunker as well, kind of?
Yeah, because you can't get in the bunkers. So just, yeah, little right side. Closely crossed.
So at the par 3 11th, they're kind of playing it as a play-up hole. Such was the cue back on the tee. So this is the group prior to Ali Ewing's, Andrea Lee.
Looks like the hybrid for Charley, which she hits around 205 off the tee with a bit of run. Should leave herself probably a 9-iron in, maybe a wedge.
Charley.
Smart plays from our players out there today. Just gotta first and foremost get into the fairway, give yourself a chance. You can be a little bit more aggressive there.
The way Nelly's shaking her hands, I take it there's some warmers inside the mittens.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's, you know, we're getting to the part of the day where the sun is well past its zenith, and so the temperatures are going to start to drop just a little bit as these players play their back nine.
Nicely done. Shot a 61 a couple of weeks ago at the Portland Classic that saw her race up the leaderboard. Had a really good finish there, almost won. Moria Jutanagan ended up the winner.
Kiriako down the hill, slightly right to left. Hasn't read it like that though. Tester.
Sort of a low driving pitch there from Megan Kang, just short of the putting surface on 9. Oh, about 6-7 feet left for her birdie.
The iconic clubhouse, the Royal Ancient Clubhouse. And players will be going around all the time because it's a 2T start. Because we're a couple of weeks later than usual because of it's being an Olympic year. So daylight, well, maybe lost an hour or two from when we'd normally be playing the AIG Women's Open.
Yeah, lovely 2-putt from Andrea Lee there. Just such a beautiful stroke. I mean, her tempo with her putting stroke matches that of her full swing, and she is just pottering along.
She is that type of player, though, isn't she?
Well, we saw the US Solheim Cup team, and Alison Lee will be one of the new names this time around. She did make her debut back in 2015. That's much needed, gets her to +2.
Yeah, 2 wins to her name, both on the European Tour, both Aramco Series events, both the individual, one I think in Riyadh and one in Sotogrande. She loves a bit of hot weather.
Yeah, I mean, she opened up. I
hot.
talked about a 61 from Saigo. She started 61, 61.
She did, back-to-back 61s. Yeah.
In Riyadh, yeah, extraordinary.
Yeah, it's just not that easy a golf course either.
Jamie, this is the most exposed part of the golf course. Is it as windy as it looks?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's been gusting as well. It's a bit cooler now than it was. Yeah, it's a bit of a hold-up on that tee. They've been waiting 45 minutes to play this hole. So yeah, it's caused problems. It's 148 yards. That's all it is. This hole.
James, you're just a slight wee thing. Are you struggling to stand up? There's not much of you, let's be fair.
It's not easy walking into the wind. Now they're going to step aside because they just decided they're going to call groups up.
You're going to let them play their tee shots. Yeah.
Okay, we'll step away like they are. Back a hole.
134 for Charley, playing more like 144. A bit of an upslope with the 9-iron.
Another beautifully sawed-off finish there. That one coming up just a little bit short, but she'll have a nice uphill putt. Can be nice and aggressive here.
Here's Yuikawa Mota. out on the other side of the course, so that's her front 9.
99 yards for Nelly. This one looks a little left and short. Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, that's quite the unforced error there from the world #1 Nelly Korda. You know, there really can be such a thing as being a little too close to the hole. It can be so tempting as well to be extra aggressive.
.84 is the number here for Lily Vu. She's sitting down in a little gully. Ball is trundled down, but it's lying nicely. And this turf out here on the old course is so pure. It just makes the most wonderful fun. With the wedge.
Yeah, you just get the feeling, don't you, that Lily Vu can play any type of golf anywhere, anytime. I love watching her golf swing. I think she's solid as a rock and putting superb. It's hard to see any weaknesses, even mentally.
Well, she knocks that in, Trish. She'll be alongside Ruoning in at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I must admit, we did Sky Sports podcast earlier in the week, and Sophie Walker's pick was Lily Vu, and I thought, well, that's a bold call, but not too far wrong at the moment.
She knows her stuff, Sophie Walker.
Well, she works with you, of course she does.
Ash Buhai with a hybrid. Just missing the putting surface there. You're just chuckling. I mean, it's I'm not going to go so far as to say it's silly out, but it's rough. It is rough.
She's just a few short, Megan Kang. Well, she had the pace at least that time.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of movement in her body right there with that putting stroke. It's hard to trust that you need to hit a putt as hard as you do, and so there's just maybe a little lack of a commitment there. But striking the ball beautifully regardless.
Looks like they're ready to go now, Jamie.
Well, they're getting ready, yeah. They're preparing, Richard, to play. It's always been a difficult hole, this 11th. And it's the green that makes it so, and that Strath bunker short of the green there is just... I think that's the hardest bunker on the golf course. I think it's harder than the road hole bunker. Personally, it's a no-go zone, and they've all avoided it. And watch where Lydia's going to aim this. She's aiming this 15, 20 feet right of the hole. At least. And that's not just the slope, that's the wind as well. It's just everything is going to go that way on her. Did well to cling on to this part of the green, actually. Anything further right, it would have tumbled another 40, 50 feet away. Seen a few down there today. Yeah, she's giving this 15 feet break at least here. And it's into the breeze off the right.
Well, there's plenty left in that one.
That was a crafty shot from Nelly Korda there for her third. Just getting a low driving little pitch shot that just kind of skidded up the slope and then started to grab. You see just incredible contact there.
Charley Hull looking to go back to back in terms of birdies.
Yeah, you've got to fancy it a hole this one, haven't you? Surely. Oh, get in, Charley.
Oh, you called it, Trish.
Wow.
She's on the move.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like she means business this week, doesn't she?
AIG Women's Open at it again. Charley Hull.
Boutier after that fortunate bounce away from the bunker there. Again, just struggling to keep the pace around these greens.
Looking to match Charley Hull by birdieing 9 and 10, Lydia Vu, but this is for a share of the lead.
Wow, tell you what, that was such a good effort. I think she thought she had it. I think we thought she had it in here, definitely. But just going along very nicely. Doesn't really show much expression.
Yeah, that would have been really nice for Lilia Vu, whose mum just tossed her some hand warmers from the side. It's always good to, your mum's always got your back, doesn't she? Staying warm. And it just really does feel like the wind's seriously dropped all of a sudden on this 10th green. We might be in for a calm evening here. An important putt here for Nelly Korda for par.
Well done. Gets that to drop. I don't know, Iona. Last time you said that.
Famous
it's
last
a fair
words,
point.
yeah.
Touche.
Go now for par, tricky one. This is the first group that have all hit the green in regulation, I'm told. Reliably told on this 11th hole, about 148 yards into a gale. So that tells you something. This is tricky. This putt tends to go the other way. You think it go right to left, but actually you can go up the hill here.
All hit the green, but the birdie count remains at 0 and the bogey count's just gone up, courtesy of Lydia Ko.
Yeah, that had a funny old roll on it, that did. Wasn't very, well, certainly wasn't aggressive, and it just bobbled all over the place, really. I love the way sorry, Rich, but I love the way Iona says it's lovely and balmy out there, and everybody else looks absolutely bitterly cold.
Might be warmer inside the ropes than out, perhaps.
Well, she's walking as well, and they're sort of just always, you know, when you're standing watching, God, it can get freezing cold. But they are seeing some, well, in these conditions, I'd say they're seeing some absolute top-class golf.
I see that, just that quick little sigh of relief from Celine Boutier as she walks off with a par here on 11. Very, very fortunate bounce for her tee shot, just avoiding the bunker. Oh. A wee bit of rugby there. Or would that be Gaelic football?
No, you're right, it is rugby. Yeah, golf is not the only national sport in Scotland. 3 of the players in the top 10 of the world are inside that top 7 of the leaderboard. Charley Hull, Lydia Vu, and the leader, Ruoning, who has set the pace with a round of 68. Georgia Hall earlier on in the day finished with an eagle for her round of 71. Yui Kawamoto, who won a couple of weeks ago on the Japan Tour, one of those who's at 1 under par, including the 2-time champion Jie Shin, Nelly Korda, the world number 1. Another former champion there, Eri Jatanagan, her win came at Woburn. Ash Buhai winning at Muirfield in the group at level par. Yani Singh has had a decent start, hasn't she? Champion of 2010 and 2011. That drop shot from Lydia Ko at the par 311 just takes her outside the top 30. In Kyung Kim, the opening tee shot, 7 o'clock this morning in that round of 73. into Strath bunker. Ashley Buhai, Laura Davis back in the commentary box.
Yeah, just to see this shot from Ash, not easy at all about the club head speed. Just try and drop it on top and hope for the best. Oh, it's genius.
Well, she hit one of the great AIG Women's Open bunker shots, didn't she, in that playoff at Muirfield? That was pretty special as well, Christina.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that was just truly a touch of class. You could see just how far down she had dropped her hands and the handle of the club, and just was able to get so shallow underneath it and almost just scoop the ball up, because not only was she not very far away, she didn't have very far to the flag. Brilliant.
Well, this hole has caused all sorts of problems. We've had every number between 2 and 8 on the scorecard. So I suppose fairly apt that this is the hole this week in the Aon Risk Reward Challenge, the season-long competition on the LPGA Tour.
Despite being the shortest par 4 at the home of golf, the 12th hole at the old course can get complicated quickly. With strategy dictated from the tee, penal sand and weather must factor into all players' decision-making. Completely hidden from view, a cluster of 4 deep cross bunkers defend the fairway landing zones, while another pot bunker and heavy gorse guard the greenside areas. Depending on the wind conditions, players must decide their line and which bunkers to carry carefully, as danger awaits both misjudged covers and runouts. On the approach, players must bravely navigate a tabletop green with steep drop-offs, long and short, and plenty of intricate contours that test every single pin position. While birdies are definitely possible, the 12th requires better decisions to avoid big numbers and stay in major contention at St Andrews.
Well, the 2 actually came from Jennifer Cupcho, the 8 from Anna Norquist. It's actually the hole that Gino Titicun is playing next. She leads the way, and the prize, $1 million if you finish the season top of that leaderboard. Fairly tasty. This is back on the tee with Celine Boutier.
Yeah, seen all the difficulties. Downwind today, a little bit of helping right to left. Should be a pretty easy drive for these girls. Let that one stray a bit. That'll be awkward downhill out of the rough.
Not been the best of seasons for Celine. Hasn't had a top 10 since she was a runner-up at the HSBC Women's Champion in Singapore at that beginning of March.
Yep. It's not been what we expect.
On number 11, Hyoju Kim, another player that is pulling out a hybrid, this time getting such a fortuitous bounce there. The margins of error are so slim on this golf course.
Oh, we're about to see our first 2 from a player who's just birdied 9 and 10.
This one's gone right, probably a bit short, so it should be short of all that gorse, no problem at all. Yep.
It seems to settle in a fairly decent lie there. We see quite a bit of the golf ball.
Keeps giving herself really good looks at birdies. It's about time Megan Can took one. That putter went cold on Sunday at Dundonald Links, and it's remained cold.
Yeah, I mean, Megan she's always been such a remarkable ball striker. I mean, one of the best in the game, and it's just a matter of whether or not she can match up her her speed, because she generally can read putts well as well.
Turns in 33. Maya Saigo, the LPGA Tour rookie from Japan. What a good-looking scorecard that is. Joins the world number 2. And Jenny Shin, who has completed her round of 69 earlier today at 3 under, just one behind Ruoning Yin. Real treat it's been out there. Some excellent golf in these really windy conditions. Maya Stark and Charley Hull, 2 of Europe's Solheim Cup stars, certainly relishing them. They're both just 2 back.
Yeah, 12th hole here, Lydia Ko. Quite a good lie in the rough, and it's the easiest pin on this green. It's a little bowl at the front, it's lovely. Expect a few birdies here. The breeze has just died, and so it feels out here anyway at the moment.
Oh, she's going to get the slope. Very well played, very clever. Yeah, it's been 19 birdies on here. There's a good chance for 20.
Yeah, Jamie, they pushed the tee up, and it's quite a kind pin position. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, it's the easiest one you can get, Richard, to be honest with you here. If you get on that tabletop on the top of this green, it's pretty difficult. I'm sure it'll be there a few of the days. But it's avoiding all the bunkers, and they've all done that nicely here. Got a good lie here, all slightly above her feet, but the lie's excellent. Good boot here.
Celine also getting a bit of assistance from that backstop there. She did see that it was going to have a bit of a big bounce up, but was able to get that backstop to slow it down and bring it back down to the right level of the putting green.
Leona, long putt, left to right, up the hill. Now down at the end of this putt. Nope, still no birdie. That's a really good effort, mind.
Not so easy this one actually. She's got a mound just in front of the green here, which she's going to have to navigate. I think she might carry it all the way, or a bit just short of it. Which way is she going to go? Oh, she's gone low. And as you saw, it just shot it forward. Yeah, that wasn't easy.
No, not easy at all, but fairly serviceable. These lies are just so tight in the fairway here.
Gorgeous bunker shot. This is the par-saving attempt from view height.
Yeah, shame. The putt didn't match the bunker shot, so she's going to drop a shot there. Shame, but she's battling along. Missed that short birdie putt, didn't she? Over on 9, so needs to regroup.
Up at the 9th, Jie Shin.
Just curls that one in there on the left side. Again, such a popular player anywhere that she goes. It's just a ray of sunshine, that girl.
14 years on since the second of those Women's Open titles for G8.
Well, we still don't know if there'd been a birdie on 11. We didn't see her attempt. I'm assuming the computer still says no, so I'm going to assume she missed it.
Well, don't forget Hyoju Kim hit the tee shot, but they're calling players up, so I think she's in the group to come next.
Well,
so
we'll look forward to that.
Patience.
I'm not patient at all. I've got no patience whatsoever.
Ewing for birdie here on 12. Just a little bit of break off the right for her. Needs it. Needs it. Might just drifted the other way.
3 decent looks at birdie at this par 4 12th. Terrific front 9 from Saigo.
Electing to go with less than driver here. This one might be drifting a little to the right. That should be just fine there.
Time to get your phone out and scan the QR code, which will give you the chance to be here yourself at this year's 48th edition of the AIG Women's Open, 21st as a major. Scan that, follow the instructions, and you can be here following the likes of Celine Boutier and Nelly, Korda, Charley Hull. Boutier, like Ali Ewing, in need of a birdie.
These poor players can't buy a putt right now. It's just, you sit there and say, what more can I do? You know, I've hit it, you know, not to the standards that I always have, but surely you would think 1 or 2 would drop at some point by now.
Corpus hit a beauty into 10.
Backs it up with a beauty on 11.
What's all the fuss about?
That was a very nice shot, well controlled. Okay, Lydia, can you get the birdie in this group? Beautiful second shot, knew the bank was there, played it to perfection, down the hill. Maybe too much movement in it. Well done, really good stuff from Lydia.
And a nice little European tour, isn't it, for those New Zealand fans following Lydia Ko from Paris to Dundonald Links and now St Andrews. Yeah, I'm sure they were mighty proud of seeing the flag raised and the national anthem sung and the tears flowing from Lydia Ko on the podium a couple of weeks ago.
Now you'd expect Patty to hit this one in close. Really lovely ball striker. Come on, don't let me down. Oh, she doesn't look keen, but that's not always a giveaway. Oh, I think that's gone way out to the right. Yep. Closer to the pin on 7 if it doesn't stop there. That's okay.
Now to 12, Jin Young Ko. Those thick pants, playing a low penetrating draw.
Scottish cruise on the North Sea. Anyone want a ticket?
I'll have a go. That looks really nice.
It does, doesn't it? I'll tell you what, just slow down when you get round St Andrews and we can watch a little bit of the golf.
We'll flag them down.
It's not really been a cruise, has it, for many of the players out there. Leona Maguire back on this 12th tee.
See what you did there, Richard? Very good.
It's not subtle. It's not subtle.
A lot of players like the fact this left-hand side, there's lots of very wispy rough. They're not scared of being in there. Trust that they're going to get a good line. Not a bad angle to this pin today with that slope behind. So that was an intended play.
Thirteenth tee and Co. 415. Difficult little par 4 this. You want to try and get to the end of the fairway. There's Coffin's bunkers down the left. They do exactly what they say on the tin, those two. Don't go in those. There's plenty of room down the right if you can force yourself down there.
quick pick up the tee from Lydia right there. This one just chasing down over on that right-hand side.
So this is the group. Laura, Huju Kim will have that chance in a moment. Maya Stark first.
Oh, I was kind of hoping she was going to steal the spotlight for first birdie here on the 11th hole.
Now, can Ash find it? Jess, it looks like this club she's going with here, it kind of messes with those further bunkers. The ones around about 250. And she looks like she's going for the little bit of rough on the left. I'm staying in a house with 6 caddies, and this was the one hole where they just weren't sure what to do. Now the tee's come forward, I think it's changed their minds a little bit, but from the back tee, it's a struggle.
Yeah, and with just a 3-wood. She's been hitting the driver a long way today. She doesn't need the driver here. I think she likes it. Yeah, beautiful, right down the end.
Yeah, prime position, that one.
It's the first sight of the town as well. You start heading home from here. You can see the church spires in the distance and the schools and glimpses of the old course clubhouse. You feel like you're going back to the warmth and comfort of the clubhouse.
And Jamie, you've walked this course so many times. Does it still warm the soul as it did over the years?
It's amazing, Richard. Just love, honestly. It's spent so many rounds here. Started that down the right, Booty. He should be coming back. Yeah, it's like feels like coming home if you're a golfer.
Yeah, Jamie did get to lift a trophy at St Andrews.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
He was some player.
Well, it's good fun. What a test in really windy conditions, and there's some players out there that are living up to the challenge that St Andrews is providing. A couple of rounds in the 60s we may see with the likes of Lilia Vu and Charley Hull going well this afternoon. A few more names added to that. Nelly Korda nicely placed, another major champion there, and Patty Tavatanikid and Jie Shin amongst those under par. And haven't the amateurs gone well? 3 at level par or better. Who showed when I think on her debut at Turnberry, she put in one of the rounds. I don't know, did you play in that one in Turnberry, Laura? You must have done. Yes, of course you played every single one going back to 1980. Was that as windy as today?
Oh, that was it the second round? No, maybe the third round.
Yeah.
It was horrific, yes. And I would say because there was rain involved as well, maybe that was a little bit worse than this because the course is, in its own way at Turnberry, was a bit tougher. There you go. We didn't have to wait all that time, and she's missed it. So there you go.
And we were talking about Turnberry over it as well.
Yeah, well, it was rubbish. It took too long. You can't take 20 minutes to hit a 6-foot birdie putt.
It doesn't help that you have to wait that long, though. I mean, that's not her fault that she had to wait that long.
No,
You had to call up the players.
Yeah, I'd have got out there and said, no, I'm hitting my putt here.
Second shot for Jie Shin. See, she's looking a little left of this flagstick here.
The evergreen. Still got it. Never lost it, really.
Yeah, absolutely. She's one of those, just been a phenom and so consistent for so many years.
Well, look at that scoring average. 3/4 over its par.
The gilet is off, and with that for Charley Hull, the wind's just picked right back up again off the left, 148. More like 160 at least with the 6-iron. Looking for that low shot she's been working on, drawing something to hold the wind.
Yeah, even as strong as she is and as low as she tried to hit that, the wind still took over. Been 52 pars, 56 bogeys and 12 others on this hole. It is just incredible. It's 148 yards.
at 10. Saigo.
Coming from a wonderful place over on that right-hand side. You can almost go straight at the flag in terms of the wind, but this one just stayed out left. Delicate? Well, no, it won't be too delicate. A little pitch shot there. But
Lily Avu works so closely with her caddy Cole. They're a great team with the 5-iron in her hand. Soft hands.
Did you see where that one finished?
Looks like it's in. If there's a bunker there, I think it's gone in the bunker. It's well left.
Yeah, there is a
Did not see
bunker.
that. I did not see where that went.
Well, it's one of the deepest bunkers on the course, Hill bunker, over on the left-hand side, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's this wind is so inconsistent. It really, I mean, for 10 minutes there while we were standing on the tee, it was barely here at all, and it's almost like it knew they were about to take fire, and it picked right back up again, but it's not a consistent wind, it's puffing. 7-iron. Nelly Korda looking to draw one in, hold it off the wind. This looks quite good.
yeah, smart play there. Iona, are you sure that the wind didn't know, or maybe it heard someone say that the wind died down?
Oh no.
Let's have a look back at what has been a great battle for the world's best around St Andrews. Start with Nelly Korda, who's going along nicely at 1 under. This is her birdie attempt at the par 5 fifth.
Yeah, didn't hit a very good second shot, but a lovely pitch in there just below the pin and holds it.
Final hole of the day, Christina Georgia Hall, and this is the way to finish.
Yeah, without a doubt. Gave it a nice lash there. Georgia's really good at hitting that low chasing draw. And this was just special. They did move the tee up here on 9, finishing just past pin high, and she would go on.
Yeah, made the eagle, round of 71.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a good friend, Charley Hull.
Yeah, putt up the hill. Trish fancied this one, not quite sure why, because very difficult putt, and then it went.
Birdies at 9 and 10. Charley Hull up to 2 under par. One shot better off, though, is the LPGA Tour rookie, Maya Saigo.
Yeah, beautiful hands here. You can tell she had a nice soft grip on that club to get the ball to just launch up in the air and land softly.
This is the start of Nelly Avu's day. Not a good second shot by any means, and just to get the 2 putt. And no, I tell you what, let's have a 1 putt from, I don't know, 60, 70 feet.
And she's only 1 shot off the lead right now, the world number 2. Here's the leader, though.
Now almost driving the 18th hole. Oh, and then almost cans it in for her eagle there on 18.
Yeah, that was her 9th hole of the day. Sorry, Christine. I was going to say in her round of 68. This is live.
Andrea Lee here at 13 for birdie. Unlucky, just stays, well, I suppose hit it through the break, sort of, so that'll just be a 2 putt.
Now back to 10, Jie Shin. Gosh, that ball is almost between her toes right there. I just never moved for her. She's having a grand old time.
13th fairway, Boutier. Can't quite see the pin from down there, 146, but it is down breeze. Off the right, it's a lovely wind. Pin in the middle of the green. Oh dear, that's going to be nearer the pin on the 5th.
I'm not sure if that was a missed club or... I mean, that's surely got to be a missed club there.
Yeah, I suppose coming out of the back pocket.
Christina, I think. Lydia is on the bank, but she's avoided all the divots. There's quite a lot of divots. There's collection points on this course, and there's quite a few there, but she's got a good clean lie, 135, and she can see the pin.
She'll have a good look at it as well with her birdie putt that's to come. Yeah, blue flags coming home, white flags going out. That's how you know which one to go for on the double greens. There was a few players that got confused with that when they first arrived. Yeah, add up to 18. There's 4 greens that don't share. 1, 9, 17 and 18. Yeah, there we go. That's how they all add up. 2 and 16. I think you can work it out from there. Originally, this was a 22-hole layout. This golf believed to have started back in the 16th century, and they played it the other way around originally as well.
Yeah, some of the bunkers are backwards, but yeah, glad they didn't stick to 22 holes. Can you imagine that? 44 in a day with a rain delay. Oh.
Well, the first 4 were very short, so that's why they brought them together.
Okay.
Well, the first 8, I assume that was actually, rather than the first 4. They made them into 4.
I knew you'd know.
Now up on 12, Jin Young Ko. Boy, that one just came to a screeching halt there. You saw that slight shake of the head. Don't see a lot of reactions from Jin Young, so you can tell she was quite displeased.
To stay within 1, Saigo. Going along very nicely indeed. What a year it's been for the Japanese. Ayaka Fudue and Yuka Sasso among the major champions.
Ash Buhai, she's got a good read for pace. Hopefully she'll get it to the hole. Good putter, Ashley is. Yeah, she's given it a good wrap. No, misread it. Still okay. I think if you'd have handed her level 1 over at the start of the day, she'd have taken it. So she's got a bit of wind that's not too bad. 18 is almost drivable for most of the players. Certainly a birdie chance. And there's a few others, 14s, playing under its par.
Now on 11, Patty Tavatanakit. Oh, just missing that par attempt there.
Another one succumbs to 11. Back to level par for the tie.
Boutier, 42 steps from here to the flag, and it's a bit off the left at the end. The wind should just start grabbing it. Go, go. So difficult, the long putts here at St Andrews.
It's just so hard to get the ball to the hole. I mean, 126 feet.
Yeah. Certainly not easy, that's for sure.
Wouldn't be easy on a normal day with little wind and quick, slick greens, but you add in all of the elements that the players are dealing with, not to mention that this is the AIG Women's Open Championship. It's a tall order.
Now, Incy Mimic gave me a stat this morning. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. She said this green has a bigger square footage than Westminster Abbey. I'm not having that.
Well, if Incy said it, we've got to go with it.
We've got to go with it.
Until it can be disproved, James. You'll have to get the encyclopedias out when you get home and your measure, your ruler and.
Well, I'm a bit of a
compass.
quiz master, so I will have to look into that.
Yeah.
So you've got to run around it and then get the train down to London, run around Westminster Abbey. It's going to take you a while.
It's a huge green. It's a big putt for Ko. There's some chances coming in now. Bit off the left.
Lydia Vu in
I don't know.
Hill Bunker. Now the 10th is called, well, that's a fantastic shot, by the way. How good is that?
Superb. I mean, the face on that you could see. I mean, you couldn't see over it. And if she was about 4 foot closer to the lip, she might have had some real problems. But that was excellent. She says, I don't know. She didn't know. She played it to perfection.
The 10th hole's called Bobby Jones. Do you know why it's called Bobby Jones?
No idea.
Well, the last time he played St Andrews, he went into this bunker. 4 times he tried to get out of it, couldn't get out of it, so picked up his ball, ripped up his scorecard and went in. So the last hole he ever played at St Andrews was the 10th. So that's why in the 1970s they decided to call the 10th Bobby Jones.
Well, there you go. That's a long walk in. What a mistake. I mean, if you're going to give up on 3 or something.
I love where your mind goes, Laura.
Very good.
Yeah, pick your holes, Laura.
Exactly.
You know. Ewing. Good chance here. But again, he's just got to take the wind into account a little bit here off the right-hand side for her, for the birdie. So difficult. Look at that swing.
Yeah, that one just looked left to me the whole way. There was a little bit of a wiggle in her backswing. Wind might have taken that one there, but back up on the tee, Ashley Buhai. Leaning just a little bit. This one going down that right side. Makes it up to the crest of the hill over there on the right.
Have an update from Westminster Abbey. My correspondent at the Abbey has said 32,000 square feet. Now, what's the square footage of this green? Because I don't have a correspondent out there.
Well, we did, didn't we? Jamie's there, isn't he?
I know, but he can't pace it. He'll get behind his group.
Okay. We'll let him off that one. Boutier trying to stick it 3 over.
That would have been a spectacular 2-putt there. The hits just keep on coming. Nice flex there, by the way, Dame Laura Davies. My correspondent.
His name's Google.
So hard to live up to those highs of 2023 for Celine Boutier. Back on the par 3 11th, Yuka Sasso.
Just giving this one a long look. Ooh, for good reason too. Delightful, delightful tee shot from Yuko Sasso.
One of those, you look at the swing and the poise and you just wonder where can it go wrong? Oh my goodness me.
That is a brave man, isn't it?
He must know the cameras are out, and
I think if he did know, he wouldn't be coming out of the water, to be honest. I stayed in for an extra 10 minutes. He's going to be gutted because his mates will now be taping this, or they'll be backtracking and they'll tape it and they'll show that to him, and he's not going to be very pleased.
Lydia Ko amongst those trying to close in on that fantastic round set earlier today by Ruoning Yin.
It's just glorious out here on the 11th green. The estuary, the sun bouncing off the rough water, the tide's right in. Sometimes it goes all the way out and I walk my dogs down on this beach, but there's no sign of the beach at the moment. It's all the way in and it's very choppy. A reflection of still the strength of this wind. It's just not letting up. And we've had a bit of a bottleneck here, this loop. Feels like we were at the 7th, the start of the loop, a day ago. It's taken us quite some time to work through 7, 8, 9 and 10. But I'm sure it'll pick up after this, and it's just par for the course out here.
Yeah, and talking of par for the course, all 3 of these players are under it, Iona. I mean, you put 3 players like this together, you're hoping there's going to be fireworks, and on a day like today, their scores are fantastic so far.
Oh, just remarkable. It's been so impressive to watch. And even more so, as you alluded to at the start, they're quick players, so they've had to kind of play in a style that's perhaps not their own, stopping and starting, and they've managed to keep things going. That bunker shot from Lilia Vu was a great example of that. But Charley from a long way away now, back into the breeze. Looks like a good putt. Go on.
That's beautifully judged.
What an effort.
Superb, wasn't it? Really, really well done. Well, Jamie did manage to walk the 5th and 13th greens, done his calculations, and Incy was right. 37,846 square feet as opposed to the 32 at Westminster Abbey. So there you go. Always trust Incy.
Of course. I've heard Incy doing some of the in-round interviews in our coverage today. Here's Ash Buhai now at 13.
Yeah, Ash being one of the players gracious enough to do the walk and talk with Incy. It's just tough when you're in that primary cut of rough. Sometimes you just get one single long strand of grass and he kills all of the spin on that approach shot there.
Back we go to this treacherous par 3 11th.
Has to be one of the toughest par 3s in the world, the 11th. And if you have a look at birdie, you've done something right, which Nelly Korda does. Left to right breaking, down the breeze. Hold your head.
Yeah, and she's had her moments at par 3s in 2024, both at the Olympics, US Open, derailing her. But she's got the measure of this one today.
Start. Can she get her par here at 12? Really difficult to keep yourself steady, and now that slides by.
Only 2 other groups have walked off here with 3 threes. No surprise that there's now a third, and it's these 3.
Yeah, again, just such a spectacular bunker shot there, and Lilia was hitting from that left greenside bunker. It was downhill and downwind, no less. Just so special.
Found the fairway bunker. 13 did Jin Young Coast, and that's why this is her 3rd shot.
Oh, this is going miles. This is going to go all the way. Well, I can't even imagine how long this putt is.
Surely the guy who told you how many square feet it was in Westminster Abbey can tell us. Johanna Gustafsson, last season's Player of the Year on the Ladies European Tour, finally got a breakthrough at the French Open. Going nicely. And I think she's got her husband Alex on the bag. She caddied for him at St Andrews at the Men's Open 2 years ago.
Now that's a double that might never happen again. Saigo, her turn on 11. She's turned away in disgust. You never quite know. No, she knew. And that's plummeted into that bunker. If she's anywhere near the face, it could be awful.
Well, there's been no let-up as they're in the wind. Par 3 11th continues to pose big questions to the world's finest. Next to have a go is Carlotta Siganda.
Yeah, never forget that shot she hit into the par 3 17th at the Solheim last year in front of the King of Spain, no less, to retain the trophy. She'll be a big part of the team again this year. About 3 weeks' time.
You a vice captain again, Laura?
I am a vice captain. I'm giving nothing away there. She's well inside the world ranking picks. Something strange would have to happen over the next 3 rounds.
generates so much club head speed, gets the ball to land so softly there.
Never been a female Spanish major champion yet.
I like that last word.
Yet. Look at this though. I mean, how cool. I mean, Iona's right. I mean, it's just stunning.
That's where she walks her dogs down there.
Yeah.
They must love it.
No, they don't mind a little dip in the water.
Yes.
Tide's coming in to the burn as well. That's going to start filling up a little. Seen a few players in there as well today. Not literally, they're balls.
Tee shot here for GA Shin. Part of that pack of players at 1 under par. Oof.
Another one in hill bunker.
Still a smile on her face though. Have to love the attitude.
Can't see much here, Leona Maguire.
No, she'll have run up the hill, picked a couple of blades of grass at the top, come back. That's her starting line. Can she get the distance? That's the hardest bit.
I mean, at least there's a few cranes to aim at or camera towers. I mean, if you play here without all the staging, I mean, it's a tremendous shot she's hit as well.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Very, very crafty. Landed it well short of the green and just saw it scoot all the way on down.
6 back of our leader, Ruoning in right now, Leona Maguire. Georgia Hall and Charley Hull, 2 of Britain's finest. Very nicely placed. Georgia Hall with the eagle finish. Charley Hull out on the course, a couple under. Playing alongside Lelia View and Nelly Korda, also under par. Maya Starks just dropped a shot back to 1 under par. She goes. Lottie Wode, world #1 amateur, alongside the #2 at level par. And Yani Seng, Christina, that's impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely. She's coming back from an injury and so has had a couple of starts during the LPGA Tour season, but so cool to see her back here.
Has to be the most exposed tee box, the 12th, which is where we are now and ready to get going. Charley Hull with the driver, wind pummeling from right to left, and popular spot is down that left-hand side. The rough isn't too thick over there. Some people know there's margin for error, but a big bunker in the middle at 214, 221 to carry it, which she does have in the locker, even with this wind.
This could get up and around the green. It's in there somewhere, we think.
Just like the fact you can tell how much wind there was based on that recoil and the sound of that shaft.
There was no holding back on that one. It's absolute joy to watch Charley Hull go full throttle on a driver. A different approach here from Lilia Vu. She's not going to take the driver because the 221 carry with this wind hurting is probably a big ask for her. So taking the trouble out of play with one of her hybrids, she'll probably thread this one down the right-hand side, and it won't leave a long shot in. Short to mid-iron.
I think we want to finish this. We said we want to finish this. It's hurting, so this is definitely.
Maybe in the sand. We will find out.
We want to finish this. Just anything right a little. The ball there is actually really good.
Nelly also going with the hybrid. The thing is, as soon as you get the ball up in this air, it's just whisked away down the left-hand side.
Yes,
even if you throw it out to the right. In fact, the more you throw it out to the right, the more it gets wheeled up, gobbled. You've got to try and keep it low, which is a tough ask from this elevated tee. Something smooth here. Throw it down the right. Try and avoid the traps.
There's not much in this golf game that isn't smooth. It's turning over though. We've worked out where one of them went. They're twins now, down the left. It is a thing of beauty, Trish, that golf swing.
Certainly is. Love watching that. Expect huge things of her. And I must admit, I think she looked really confident this week, which is great to see, because when you're watching Nelly Korda in full flow, there's no greater sight.
She's been the needle in the women's game. Something that Jin Young Ko knows all about, but this, I'm afraid, is for par at 13. Needs a running start on it as well. So we welcome in Katrina Matthew, the 2009 AIG Women's Open champion, to the commentary box, who also played this morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Enjoyed it. Nice to be out the wind for a wee while.
Oh, I bet. We'll hear more on that in the next little while. To Lydia Ko at 14.
Yeah, the par 5 here, she's just trying to keep it right of those bunkers, and she's done perfectly. One of the kind of birdie chances out here. This should be reachable, this 14th.
Loads of them out there this morning, weren't there?
Well, I managed not to find any. But no, there are not many what I'd say birdie chances, but 14 is one of them.
Over to 13, we return with view height on a similar line to Jin Young Ko. Yeah, pretty good effort. A little bit of work left in that one. Up one to 14, Boutier.
Yeah, just on the par 5 here. See if she can follow Lydia down. Picking up the tee quickly, looks a good sign, and scampering down the fairway.
Now, while we have you both in here, Katrina, I saw a nice quote about your experience playing with Trish Johnson early doors in your career. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, that was my first. You won't remember Trish. That was I was a little amateur there playing at Woburn, and my mum was caddying, and I think she stepped on your line, and she was absolutely mortified.
Please tell me I didn't yell at her. Please tell me.
I think you just gave her a look.
Oh, did I give her a look? Ouch. I could have been in a bad mood. I did have a lot of bad moods in those early days.
Yeah, but lovely. A nice little reminder that even the greats of the game, you're both two of them, that you have those nervous moments the first time you play your AIG Women's Open. Playing alongside a Trish Johnson as well. She's not biting, as we say.
No, absolutely nothing.
And
I don't even know what you're talking about, that's why.
And that must be a rarity, a birdie putt in 11.
Certainly is. So we go to Tabatanikit. You're at 12 for the par save.
Yeah, very good. That's 3 of those. I've seen a hole in the last, I don't know, 6 or 7 holes. They're not easy, are they, out there today? Those 5-footers with that wind.
They're not, especially if you're having that crosswind. You just never quite know how much the wind's going to push them or push them out the way. So they're very difficult, and difficult to stay steady over them.
Still this for bogey for Jin Young Ko, and it's going to be 2 gone. And to 4 over par now. Excuse me, she'll venture.
But you've played in some rough conditions. How difficult was that? Was that in the top 10 of rounds you've ever played?
I would say it was, because I think it was mostly all a crosswind. It was slightly easier on the way in today, just kind of off the right with a little bit of help. But that front 9, all 3 of us, I was playing with Kari Webb and Stacey Lewis, we thought we were naively turning back into the easier 9, and proved not quite to be that. But I think that left to right wind, those drives on 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 are all kind of beasts of ones that you're not wanting to lose right.
Vu's second on the way. So finds that little front section where the flag is today. Should be Nelly next to go, I'm sure Iona can tell us.
Yeah, it's a good spot actually over there on the left-hand side, down 12. Nice elevated position. 125 is what Nelly Korda's left herself. Just a wedge because it plays a little bit downhill. There is a little bit of hurt. You've got to throw it out to the right more or less back into the teeth of it, but it's just settled down at the moment. And the whole location down on this lower tier is one of the easiest we'll see on this green. Very accessible today.
Well, that's surprising. Got to be honest. That's a bit of a mystery, I think. I think might be asking Jason a couple of questions about that club. She looks a bit perturbed.
She looks a little bewildered, I think. I think she thought she hit that nicely. As Iona said, just hitting it out into that wind, maybe just, you know, put her off a little bit and just got held up in the wind a bit, but certainly at least one, if not two clubs out.
Well, here we are at 11, G.I. Shin. Now, she's a magician. She's going to have to be out of here. This is not fun. She's far enough back, so she should be able to... Yeah, what a brilliant shot. Oh, it's easy. I don't know why I bothered. That's just one of the easiest bunkers you'll ever play, that one.
Certainly made it look like it from down there. Could barely see out of it, G.A. Shin. It's a game that travels well. Always goes down to Australia. Has taken an Aussie Open down there as well as an AIG Women's Open. In fact, two of them. Still a short game there at 11. Back with Charley Hull.
It's lying okay in there for Charley. Little wedge, trying to control one, nuzzle it in close. Ooh, off the down slope.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Played that really well. Big drive up there.
It was just a bit of risk reward. That's a funny tee shot, that one. You cannot see the bunkers from the tee. You've just got to pick your line and probably down that left side with driver Charlie's hit it and kind of risk kind of going in the bunkers, but has got the reward of having a nice little short shot into the green. Now this one's tricky.
And I think it's it's buried as well. I mean, this is horrid.
Could be tough to keep that on the green. Just yeah. And that's just rolling back round.
So she's blemish free so far today. I think that almost bounced off the stacked turf in the face. But it's pretty viewing here on the Louise Suggs Rolex Rookie of the Year rankings. And there is Mao Saigo, who leads the way over the world number 41. Gabby Ruffles, how quickly she's risen through the ranks. Austin Kim, Hira Naveed here as well, who went to school at Pepperdine, not to mention the silver medalist from Tokyo 2020 in Monet and Nami inside the top 10 on those rankings. As we get back to the action with Saigo here.
Yeah, this is a tough putt here, up a steep hill. You've got to get it up the hill, but then it's downhill to the flag. She kind of did what you have to do. You've got to get it up there. There's nothing worse than not getting it up and then it comes back down to your feet. Wind's pushing it back. It's trying.
Using the elements,
still going,
isn't she?
It's still going.
It was all in the plan, surely. Something Nelly Korda spoke about, trying to not compound her errors in her game the last couple of months. Obviously, there weren't many of them in the first 5 of the year.
Yeah, great play.
That was a lovely little chip and run, wasn't it? Just took all the spin off it and just played it like a putt.
Opting to walk, you can understand why.
It's very elegant, isn't it? It's like James walking, watching Spencer walk. Look at that.
Always get some great pictures in this part of the world as we see Lily Avu for birdie.
Wind buffeting from the left. Oh, knocking it.
So not to be, but not making too many mistakes out there. Lily Avu, ever since the bogey that came at the second. Been 4 birdies around it.
Yeah, it's nice to see her back playing after the injury at the start. I mean, she had such a good year last year.
What's ahead of Charley Hull here, Iona?
Say that again, Al.
What's ahead of Charley? What's she got?
ahead? Okay,
Yeah.
good question. Well, I mean, listen, it's a very important birdie putt because after that monster drive, she'll be pretty disappointed if she doesn't walk off with one. But it's a testy one down the slope to start with, so it'll be quite quick. And then it kind of levels out in the second half. And we see her keep the flag in despite these high winds today, which is making me nervous. You see the flag kind of buffeting around, and you just hope it stays straight and doesn't knock the ball out. Oh, brilliant.
You know, I think Charlie's stroke suits this sort of weather perfectly. It's quite sort of quick. It's quite the backswing isn't long. It's almost like it doesn't have time for the wind to knock it around. And she's very, she's very aggressive on them. She gets a lot of speed through it, and it keeps the ball rolling at a nice pace.
Yeah, good acceleration in there. Same too for her through the leaderboard. The last 4 holes. She's within one now, Charley Hull.
So yeah, that was a lovely birdie there, wasn't it? I am surprised at her keeping the pin in though when it's this windy, because the pins here are quite thick just because of the weather and the wind.
Back up the slope here for Nelly so she can be nice and aggressive with it, and back into the breeze as well, which helps. She's been rolling the ball nicely today on the green. Beautiful.
Spends so much time on that part of her game. Short putts, did so at the Olympics as well 2 weeks ago. Went to Prague and was back on the green for many an hour earlier this week.
I think that's been the difference, hasn't it, in the start of the year with, winning her 7 events. I mean, that was where she perhaps struggled a little bit last year. We saw her missing so many putts, but they're all going in this year.
Just enough on this to test Lilia Vu. To stay in that growing group at -3, which she does, no worries.
Yeah, those putts are just not easy in this wind. I mean, everything's difficult, but these short putts they can be desperately difficult if you're on a crosswind as well, just to know how much. I had one that was a break right to left, but it was so windy I actually played it left to right.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this sort of weather, you kind of want to. You think the long game's tough, and you can bail out with your short game, but sometimes the short game is the hardest thing of all. Now, Andrea Lee is sort of the perfect person for this type of golf because she just goes along very steadily, doesn't really ever do anything daft. So she's going to be there or thereabouts, you feel.
Tricky little putt down the hill, but with the wind whipping off the right from the Eden estuary, so she's going to have to. You've got to just try and keep. You can see how far right she's playing this. I mean, I know it's a break right to left, but that wind's probably adding about a foot of break to it. It's tough to be aggressive on these with the crosswind and down the hill.
Something Jenny Shin actually spoke about post round today after a 3 under par round of 69 in the morning wave. She said it's amazing how much your adrenaline can spike. You know, you can get a little spooked over the short putts. So this to drop just the one for Saigo after finding the bunker short.
Just tough. You can hear that wind just buffeting, can't you?
Well, I think once you've stood over it that long, in all honesty, and it's almost impossible. I think you just got to make your mind up, a bit like Maya Stark does. One look, and just take it back and give it a good wrap, and hope for the best. That worked.
Didn't work at 12 either. So that's back-to-back drop shots for the Swede.
Yeah, she's chosen just to go down the left, obviously just to avoid going in hell bunker and leaving herself a slightly longer third shot here into 14. And is it going to stop? There's a bunker over there. She was quite fortunate there just to run down in between the two of them.
Yeah, those two bunkers, you don't really think they're going to come into play, but with such a huge right to left wind hitting in, I'm assuming all the way in, that's into off the right, isn't it, on 14? Yeah.
Pretty views of the farm across the way. And what a stunning country it is, especially if you're into the game of golf. Good time to bring you in as well, Katrina. We've got Aberdour, is it said? What is that? Just north.
Aberdour.
Aberdour, there we go. See, I knew you'd keep me honest. Got Ely down south as well with the harbour. Crail along the way as well. It is a golfer's paradise, especially when the sun's out.
It is indeed. There's so many nice courses you can come and play, and all just right on the water, just magnificent views. That was obviously not today. No white horses out there in the Firth of Forth.
The Fife Pilgrim Way, the lighthouse down there out on the coast. You just keep on driving. There's 550 golf courses in Scotland, and many of them along this coastline. Not to mention 7 here at St Andrews, 44 in this region.
Are there any bad ones in Scotland? I've never played a bad golf course in Scotland.
No.
I was praying she was going to just a hint of yes.
Katrina
but
was
not
about
a
to get
chance.
kicked off the tourism board then. No, it is each of them magic in their own way. So we get down to Lydia Coate and her third at 14.
Oh, that's a great shot there from Lydia, titting onto the downslope but managing to get enough spin just to hold it on the green, giving herself a really nice birdie chance.
It's been a little bit of a wait back on the 13th tee for Nelly Korda, Charley Hull and Lilia Vu.
Well, Adam's deep in conversation with Charlie, telling her exactly where she wants to hit it. I think 13 is one of those holes, Katrina, that it's kind of just hit your driver, isn't it, down the right side, because if you try and take those bunkers or hit it down the left and get it wrong, you're in trouble. Might make for an easier second shot, but you've just got to hit it down the right and hope you get the decent bounce.
Yeah, I think just hit it down the right rough line. The wind's off the right a little bit. I think for Charlie and Nelly, it might even just be a 3-wood. They might run out of fairway just with just hint of help out there, out the right. So be interesting to see if they hit 3-wood perhaps rather than driver. But I agree with you, Trish, down the right is the way, especially with the right to left wind.
Yeah, it is an interesting prospect, the 13th, and of course the wind affects the play so much, but there are options, decisions to be made, and this does look like the driver for Charlie. No surprise really, because she's an aggressive player and she has to take this down the right with the wind. It'll move it from right to left. There is room for her past all 3 of these bunkers down the middle. She's got to be careful she doesn't run out of fairway though and have a horrible lie on the upslope.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that bad. If you got a lie on the upslope, it's like you've got to get pretty unlucky not to have a good lie, I think, even if, because it is on the upslope. So you've got, and it's a shorter shot in, isn't it?
It is wispy. I was there, a couple of us were there this morning, and it is quite wispy. But the only thing is with the wind, you're hitting off the upslope, so it's difficult. You can't really keep the ball down.
Boutier down in a little dell, left of 14.
A good putt, but just left one of them, those kind of 5-footers.
They can be wearing.
They certainly can. Everyone will sleep well tonight.
Yeah, I think I saw Charlie's run up the upslope but scamper back down again. Now Lilia Vu with the driver. Looking for something similar, but one hand off the club. Where's this off to? Any ideas?
Well, yeah, it's definitely gone very far left, but I tell you what, if she might have got lucky there. If she's not in the bush, and I don't think she is, I think she's behind it, she might have quite a good line in and quite a good, the wind coming into her rather than howling off the right, so she might have a pretty decent shot in there.
There is room to miss it on this 13th, but only left. There's not a lot of room to miss it right, but the wind's defending anything down the right today. Nelly Korda with the driver.
And that's just run into a bunker there. That was maybe just too much club perhaps for her, just if you get it turning with the wind.
That's the bunker that's at 316, I think, halfway up that bank.
Delightful third into 14 for Lydia Ko, but there's no conversion for birdie. Just steadily plodding her way around today. 2 drop shots, 2 birdies to match, level par as it stands. Perhaps an opportunity missed, 14. The only par 5 on the back 9.
And this would be a nice welcome birdie for Alison. Just off the left a little bit. Has she hit it hard enough? Yes, she has. Lovely. Nice putt.
Dodgy wearing a hoodie today, I'd have thought. Like, just you get on the backswing and it just gets in the way or gets tangled up. Or good look, but could be a bit tricky.
Nice to see her bouncing back after a tough start, though. There's 4 over through 6, the American, to Boutier now for this par save, which is a make.
That was a good putt there. You see that just moved a little bit with the wind, I think, pushing it to the left.
That's a Hataoka. 13, pin high, birdie putt. It's going to be a fairly slow putt. Oh, it's a beauty. Yeah, any putt we've seen hold today that's got a bit of pace on it, it's just kept it on its line. Yeah, okay, if it goes past, you've got 3 foot coming back, but they're pretty much the only ones we've seen knocked in.
It's not an easy thing to adjust to. We hear about it, you know, why some of the players come over for the ladies' Scottish Open, the men's Scottish Open as well. In the lead up to Royal Troon earlier this European summer, trying to get the measure of the slower greens in links golf and all that comes along with it here in Scotland. So now 2 from the same group. And Charley Hull and Lilia Vu have joined the quad at -3. Mal Saigo took a couple of steps in the other direction. Down at 11 with the double.
Nice birdie there from Ali Ewing, taking advantage of the reachable par 5 14th.
Tavatanikit for her birdie to get to under par. Not a lot of birdies on 13 today. This will be a good one. Well, we've already seen 1. Oh, there's 2. When one comes along, it's like London buses.
Unfortunately, there are a couple of black buses that came at 10 and 11 for Tavatanikit, but she gets one back there. 2 holes later.
And here's Saigo on the 12th, just a short shot in here. Looking to try and get this just on the right level. Play it out to the right and let the wind just bring it back in. Oh, lovely shot.
So he's a rookie by name, not really in nature. 6 wins already on the Japan LPGA Tour, the 22-year-old. So we take a look at the ball placements down 13. And Korda did find the sand. I'm sure Iona found Lilia Vu's.
Yeah, I sure did. Al went over there and had a little look, and they've gone absolutely miles, those tee shots, and Charlie's was the only one really that had anything to stop it into that bank. But down the left, Lilia Vu's in a pretty good spot, all things considered. She's going to be totally blind with around 127 left to go, but she's got a clear shot to the green from there, and it's just going to be a wedge. This wind is now helping off the right shoulder, so she's going to have a good chance of getting a nice shot in here.
I don't know what the number is. 136 pins, 14 front. There's so much wind, but I mean, out of that lie, it looks a little like it's going to go to me. I mean, you got feel out the lie. Sitting up a little.
I think I'm gonna go shorter.
All right, then hit edge.
Just so I can take some off.
Yeah, that's fine. You're only gonna feel like it's probably 40 max with that. Like 35-ish is even fine.
Okay.
And it's all about start line.
Okay.
See it come down on the tip, so a little left of that push.
Another great example of just how well they work together as a team. Catering for the flying lie, ball sitting up a little bit.
Maybe just got a little bit of a flyer there, but I think the CAD, you know, it was just, as they said, sitting up in the rough and just flew out a little further than she thought she would.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, that. Obviously, you kind of know when you're going to get a flyer, but it's always difficult as well when you can't see the bottom of the flag. Oh, can't see the green at all. Get the bottom of the flag.
Yeah. Especially in the wind, I think it's difficult. It's difficult to pick out a line. I mean, Charley won't be able to see the flag there. She'll have to pick something out in the horizon, maybe a steeple in St Andrews.
Oh, it's just really difficult downwind. She's on an upslope and she still can't get. Admittedly, she's in the rough, so she's going to get some release. But you would think from an upslope, you might be able to get some sort of stop on it, but no chance.
Back of the bunker for Nelly, and she's got a good lie. 109. Oh, that's come out quite low.
That was a pretty good shot out of there, I would say. I mean, even she had the bank of the bunker, and then all that rough we saw on the top of it that she had to get over it. So played that nicely.
It's really tough, isn't it, when you hit a driver so straight that it's down in literally, I don't know, there's probably 3 yards of sort of semi-fairway where that bunker is. You could not hit it more arrow straight. You ended up in trouble. Not fair. Hate this game.
This game will drive you mad, but it's all a challenge between the ears as Lydia Ko finds another fairway. You know you're going to get bad breaks. You know you're going to get some dodgy bounces. That one's perfect down there for the Kiwi.
And here's Ashley with her second to 14. She'll just want to be playing this down just inside that AIG we can see on the right. And hopefully the wind should just push it a little bit left and scamper onto the green.
I didn't expect it to come so high off that line. Because it's a little down. That's good. No, it is good. I just wanted it to...
Shane Tanya doing our work for us. To go up to Andrea Lee at 15.
Well, good effort from Andrea Lee. Couple of feet left for her par, but putting together a very tasty round.
Well, this is interesting. Maria Hernandez at the road hole, I believe. Can only be in one place, surely.
Yep, going to try and hit that off the wall, back, bouncing over. Has it got enough to get up? Go, go, go. Not quite. And now there's no relief from these paths here at St Andrews. They're parts of the golf course, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of shot she tries to play from here.
Only at St Andrews, really only in Scotland. Safe to say, as we go to Leona Maguire, her third, just on the upslope here at 14.
Oh yeah.
That was an excellent shot. Go on. Is it going in? Plop. The wind's coming that way. Maybe if she waits long, by the time she gets there, it might have fallen in.
Would have been a pretty cheeky way to get back to level par. Had it dropped, will be the easiest of birdie putts coming next.
Lilia Vu will be first to go on this enormous green that we're back to once again. We visited it once before at the 5th and now the 13th. Katrina, how did you cater for putts of this length without feeling like you're just smashing it?
I think you've got to pick a line and then just really do a really big shoulder turn. Not got to feel as though you're hitting it with the hands. I think you've got to really more nearly like a golf swing. You've got to take a real swing at it with the whole upper body.
It was a big ask. There's work still to be done there for Lily Avu.
Now this is, you couldn't pick a better player to have this shot than Ash Buhai. Just keeps the lower half nice and, yeah, beauty. She gets so much spin on it. I don't know a South African player that isn't good at those sort of shots, I've got to be honest. Just geniuses.
She just nipped that off so nicely, didn't she, to get that spin on it.
A little wait for Nelly Korda. There's action behind. It goes in as well. We're all leaning in to see who it was. We'll get back to you. She was playing with Diksha Dagger.
Nelly ready to go now, and she has a good idea of just how slow this putt is back into the breeze. She gave that a good wrap.
And that's the problem, Iona, isn't it? You're so keen, after seeing Lilia, she's so keen to get it to the hole that she just kind of powers it through.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, it was an eagle putt for Cassandra Alexander. Playing the golf course the other way around, so she's back to +3. There she is.
Yeah, long hitter. Understandable that was an eagle putt, 'cause she does hit it a country mile. Well, that's got her back into the thick of things. Not the greatest start in the world, has to be said. 4 over on the front 9, but that'll make her feel an awful lot better.
Came second in the qualifier earlier this week at Crail to get a start here today. Let's jump over to Lydia Ko.
Just didn't come back with the wind there, just pushed it out a little bit to the right, but should be relatively easy up and down.
She's been fantastic from long range today, Charley Hull. Let's see if she can find the slot.
Yeah, that's another beauty. Iona's bang on. She's had her putting boots on today. Not hold masses, but her long putting's just been magnificent, and it's not easy at all, as Catriona alluded to. It's so difficult to get, when the wind is battering you around.
And I think just to give her no stress for the second one. The others are all grinding over those ones now for par, but Charley can kind of relax, walk up and knock that one in when it's her time.
Surely there can't be many places around the world that you see so many long-range putts of this magnitude, given the size of the greens.
No, I mean, St Andrews is kind of unique in that respect. I think with all the double greens, there's not many places you can have these kind of 50-foot, 60-foot putts. A lovely birdie there from Ash Buhai.
So she gets back to level par.
The question I have, Beanie, is at what stage do you stop saying it's a green in regulation? I mean, if you've got a 200-foot putt on the green, is it still a green in regulation?
I would claim it, I think. If I've got my putter out.
A lot of greens in regulation for the girls this week as we watch Lily Avu. Come on. Oh, one slips away.
It just ran out of pace, didn't it? Looked like a good line, but just needed to have a little bit more on it. Just the wind, into the wind, that putt. Just made it move right at the end. Not impressed at all.
And a little chip here for Lydia. I'm a little surprised, but she's so good with her short game. I think most locals would be out there with their putter.
I think most pros would be out there with their putter. But she is exceptional with that shot. She really is. She's one of a kind with the short game. I think she's one of the few women that actually can sort of be up there with the men as far as their short game skills are concerned.
And here's Nelly now for par after just racing it past a little bit. And that was a good putt. Downwind, you can just see the difference in how Lilia had to really hit her once, and Nelly just kind of tried to cozy that one in on downwind.
As long as she keeps making them from that range, she won't be far away, will she? The world number 1.
That's interesting, isn't it? Her best finish is tied 9th in this tournament, so she's never really contended. Well, she's not been around that long, to be fair, but nonetheless, she's not, you know, it's not someone you'd say has taken to links golf like a fish to water.
And you think she would, Trish, just because she's such a good ball striker. Hits it a long way, you know, will have that strength and the distance to be able to keep the ball down. So surprising.
Yeah, very much so, but maybe it's just taking it. You know, they don't play it that often. You know, I think playing once a year, you know, even if it's for 5 years, it's not very much. I don't doubt that she will get to grips with it very quickly.
And here's Boutier for birdie on 15. Has she hit it high enough? Has she hit it? Good try there, just sliding past the edge.
Yeah, the European team could do with Celine Boutier hitting a bit of form very quickly, really, because she was such an outstanding year last year. Probably didn't have the best Solheim Cup, if I'm honest. So she could do with being real back in form in a few weeks' time.
And here's Ash Buhai pitting it down the 15th. Quite a nice tee shot, this one. There's not really much trouble. That's kind of one of the few tee shots you can actually just stand there and think, oh, kind of relax just ever so slightly on.
Ali Ewing, birdie putt, just outside right. Pretty straight, beauty. Well played. She can get off to a great start today, Ali Ewing, and I think she was one of those players that was quite fancied to do well. But she's hung in there and she's made a couple of birdies and she's back now round about, you know, what you would consider as a decent round today.
Yeah, well, in 3 majors this year, she was inside the top 10, a third, a 5th at KPMG, 10th at Evian. You could see why they had their eyes on her. Over to Andrea Lee.
Oh, sensational shot there from Andrea on 16. A little bit of check. We've not seen much of that today.
Go for par here on 15, just off the left. Difficult chip she had, actually.
It's a pure putting stroke she's got there, James, isn't it? It's almost as good as yours.
It's a lot better than mine, Trish, especially at the moment.
Not in your heyday, though.
Are you surprised, Jamie, she didn't putt that one off from off the green, or would you have gone with the chip?
I'm not going to argue with Lydia.
Over to Mihang Lee. Technically to join the lead, but from range at 8. She's tasted victory at the Ladies Scottish Open in years gone by. Just plugging away out there as well. One dropped shot that came early in her round at the 13th, playing the golf course the other way around. Since then, 4 birdies, including 3 in a row from 3 onwards. There she is, alongside Charley Hull and Jenny Shin, who's been done for a number of hours now. Same too for our leader in Ruoning Yen, after her 68. GA Shin, no surprise to see her inside the top 10 at an AIG Women's Open. She knows how to get it done, has done so twice throughout her career. Could she get number 3 here at St Andrews? Wei Wei Zhang is out there at level par. She won the qualifier down at Crail on Monday for final qualifying. So we get back to the action with Ali Ewing.
16, so you can either go right to the bunkers here, or I think the majority of players are perhaps going to the left.
With that win today, that OB doesn't really come into play at all, does it? No, you're not looking at that, are you?
You're not really. I must say, we all went left, but yeah, I mean, it does make it easier.
Yeah. It's quite tight though, isn't it, down that right side? It's
still
not far.
quite tight.
Yeah.
There's probably only 10, 15 yards.
She's been on a par run since the turn, Andrea Lee. This to change that at 16. and not her finest. Back to Lydia Ko and Jamie Spence.
Yeah, just 350. Yeah, listen, if you're playing with your mates, you knock it down the right all day long, don't you, here on 16? But this is the AIG Women's Open. Pressure's on. OB is just a no-go zone, as are the bunkers. But driver here. Oh, that looks perfect. He held that up. Lovely. Look at that.
That's how you do it. That's why she's the Olympic gold medalist.
Well, it becomes a birdie all of a sudden, doesn't it? You're thinking birdie now, aren't you, Katrina?
Definitely, it just gives you that nice angle into the, and it'll just be a short shot from there.
All players taking the drive, and I think that's because of the wind really off the right. It sort of loses a little bit of its fear factor. And the rough down the left actually is nothing. Having a good look over there, you've got to be very unlucky not to have a lie over the principal's nose, or Deacon's sign, the names of the bunkers down the left.
I think with that little bit of help out the right as well, it's taking out that last bunker kind of out of play, which is probably making them go down the right a little bit more today.
Maguire's second shot from the left-hand side, just in the semi-rough, with a rescue, which he normally is absolutely mint with. It's not bad.
Yeah, just ignored you pitched over the hump, so it shouldn't be maybe pin high right, like.
Well, that's good old Vern we're hearing there.
The dulcet tones of Vern.
He caddied for me for a couple of years. I don't know if I understood half of what he said.
Yeah, one of the great characters on the bag. You can hear it yourselves.
Pin today, 30 on 9 from the right. Ideally, bring this in from the left, but the trouble is the wind is blowing right to left. Oh, it's beauty. It's perfect.
Great shot there. Just getting in a wee bit closer. Lovely.
Still have some room right. Yeah.
Just the ball below her feet a little bit here might just make this one a little bit trickier. Lovely smooth swing there, wasn't it? Sounded great contact. Oh, and a great result. Classy shot there.
It's what she's been known for. Ball striking, green hitting machine throughout her career. Finds another one there, Jin Young Ko. Mi Hyang Lee. Little tester here. That was like a three-part story, Trish.
Well, I wasn't sure what was going on there, to be honest. She hasn't hit it. She's hit, has she? Well, yeah, she has. Well done. Good effort.
So just one left to play for Lee. Tsago at 13.
Perfect.
If you're just sitting down and joining us, let's get you up to speed with some of the action so far today. There's been plenty of it, and lots of it as well into the afternoon. Things we don't often say in links golf, with the conditions testing everyone early on. And this was Nelly Korda for her first birdie of the day that came at the 5th after 4 consecutive pars. Then to 9 with Georgia Hall. This was special, Katrina.
This was. Just got all the right little bounces there for that drive. Runs it up to, what, about maybe 10, 15 feet? Lovely way to finish your round.
Signed for a 71 in the end. Yeah, 2018 AIG Women's Open champion. After rolling that in for an eagle. And what a start from Lilia Vu.
My God, this is from downtown, this one. The first was playing really difficult today back into the wind, but that's your dream start there from Lilia.
It's from downtown St Andrews, nearly. So how about Charley Hull?
Yeah, Charley was really aggressive off the tee there in 12 and went with her driver and just left herself a little chip in.
Started to stitch it together with 3 and 4 holes, the Englishwoman. This was earlier today, Ruoning Yen, her second at 18 after nearly driving the green, nearly holed the second. Birdied 17 and 18 after starting at 10. It was a day, Katrina, with a lot of red in it.
Yeah, she was playing just in front of me actually, and you know, just an amazing score in those conditions. I think the scoring on today has been quite spectacular, really, considering how windy it is out there.
Given we were concerned about the wind coming this morning, what was forecast gusts of 40, 50 miles an hour, when you clicked your refresh page, watching on, seeing numbers in the red weren't what we were expecting, but that's what we've got. And 2 of the best coming from Ruoning Yen and Jenny Shin on that side of the draw. Seeing some great golf as well from world number 2 in Lilia Vu. Not to mention the gold medalist from 2 weeks ago in Lydia Ko, who's at level par.
Great job.
It might go into the red there.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot from Lydia. Just took advantage of the aggressive drive and putting herself in the perfect spot for the second shot.
Get the mics over near Vern, should this go in for Leona Maguire. Nicely judged, Laura, up and over that little mound.
Yeah, very good putt. That's what you'd expect from her.
And here's Ali Ewing just out the rough a little bit, so might struggle to get a little bit of check on it. Yeah, you could just see the difference there between Lydia Ko on the fairway and getting the check, and Ali just not quite, just releasing out a little bit, but still a nice shot.
Lee at the 9th, going along very nicely indeed. 3 under. Chance to go to 4 under. We've seen people on this green today. There's been at least a couple of eagles. Yeah, 2 still. And this has got some speed on it. Yeah, not quite the green, but very good.
So birdie still very much so an opportunity down the last would be to join Ruoning Yen at -4 should she.
And here's Jin Young Ko for birdie after that lovely second shot she hit into 15. Has she hit it? Just dribbled off to the left. There's just so few birdie chances, you really feel you've got to take them when you get them.
True. There we go. One of the most iconic tee shots in the world of golf. Pick a letter on the old course, depending on the shape, and do that. It's tight, but probably perfect. The tighter you go, you think you're in trouble, and that is ideal.
Yeah, I would say it's really the L in hotel. It's further right, I think, than you think. You've got to just be that little bit braver.
Yeah, bravery is the word.
Boutier for the birdie. Across the green here at 16. A little bit of right to left in it. We've been out here a long time.
I was just going to say, Jamie, you
Long
teed
time.
off at 12:26. It's 5.5 hours to here, and you've still got a couple of holes to play.
Yes, yes, I know.
You going to get overtime, do you think?
Oh, I doubt it.
No, me too.
One of those days, isn't it?
Combine the natural nature of St Andrews, the fact that there are double greens, sometimes pace of play, even in good weather, can be a little elongated. Add on 30 miles an hour of wind, and the challenge is there. It's It's getting a little stretched out, safe to say.
Yeah, it's a good part of the golf course, this, with the 17th tee just behind. You know what's coming, and I'm just looking up at the Katrina Matthews suite. 6 rooms there are in there.
Is that where you're staying?
No.
I need to
no
go and try and
invite.
find them.
No invite, nothing. Not even a drink. Down the green for Ewing. She's battled hard today. Driven the ball really well. Got off to a terrible start in the first, doubling that, but she's done well.
This for 3 in a row. It's going to miss low. She has dug into her considerable amount of patience today, like Jamie says, to Charley Hull.
She gave that one everything. She'll be looking to try and get a birdie here, I think.
No, that is way down the fairway. As long as I think we've seen.
She's been working hard in the gym, hasn't she, the last kind of year or two. She really thinks she's put on a bit of extra length. She was always quite long, but I think she's even longer now.
Yeah, and she's got that lovely low ball flight for the downwind holes. It's working out very well.
Well, that's an impressive shot from Lydia Ko. Took on the tee shot and was able to get the spin off the fairway, and here she is just below the hole. There's a little bit left in it, just inside the hole, I'd say. This puts her in the red, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Ah, that's a good round of golf in these conditions in the afternoon.
Glad to see you paying attention.
Right, just about. I don't keep track of the score. Don't have a scorecard in my back pocket.
Rock solid from Lydia Ko. Just like that, she's inside the top 7 with 2 birdies in the last 5 holes. And the putt matched this, the second shot.
Yes, lovely, wasn't it? If you're brave, you deserve to hit a good shot like this, and she judged the spin, and it was absolutely ideal. And we've just seen her polish it off, get into the red, as Jamie said.
Nelly Korda on the 14th tee. For a while, both she and her older sister Jess were in the top 5 in total driving on the LPGA. That one is going to just scamper off, but certainly matches the stat.
Now, Ashley worked very hard all day. If she could just put in a stellar finish, get back in the red. She's got 18. Oh, that's... Oh, how's it not gone in? Oh, she loves smiling after a bit of adversity, but that one's hard to take.
Wasn't far away.
Well, it was in all the way, wasn't it? Just meandered off. Now, Lilia, she's got 2 monster drives to follow there. She's not sure to herself, and that's a very good line as well. A little sing-song.
Christina Kim with a mic back in hand.
Yeah, that
joining in.
Might have been a slight moment of delirium. The players have been out there for quite some time dealing with all of the elements. As we go to the 9th hole with Mi-Hang Lee. Already at 3 under. She does play so well on link-style golf courses. Having won at Dundonald Links years ago at the Women's Scottish Open. Absolutely devastated by that little pitch shot there, though.
Yeah, it got out of control, didn't it? Unusual.
Despondent.
Very good.
So if you do want to get some of the official merchandise from the AIG Women's Open shop, scan that QR code, bottom left. They've got everything in there. You can fill up your cupboards in your kitchen even, if you wanted to. And see all of the latest lines of clothing. Get a nice souvenir from this week as we get down to 16 with Ash Buhite.
temperature has certainly started to drop here. You can see players are adding more and more layers on. This one gone down that right side. Oh, she's a dangerous one, isn't she, that Ash Buhai? She knows there are no divots in that area.
Yeah, definitely not what she wanted. I'm sure Tanya's going to give her a little cheeky smile, as she did.
You know Tanya very well.
Yeah, caddy for me for 6 years. Really good caddy. Used to give her a hard time, but she does a good job, and Ash loves having her on the bag.
Now back to the green on 9. Mi-Hang Lee with this birdie putt. Oh, going to be very disappointed to leave that putt short for her birdie.
A few more rolls and she would have joined the lead. Alas, it's a final par, but a great start, round of 69 for Mi-Hang Lee here today. To 13, Saigo.
Yeah, across the green, outside birdie chance. Yeah, it's a good putt. Not to be any time. Just keep chalking those easy pars off. Takes all the pressure off the long game.
Seeing some real talent come out of Japan. She's no stranger over there. Has won 6 times since 2022.
That's playing 125 and let it release. Because even if it lands a little short, I think it'll have enough on it to run up. But I'm saying hit 125 and let it ride the wind.
That has to let it ride.
Yeah. I just think it's too fiddly with the other one. You happy with that? No.
Yeah, so I can start this on the.
I like starting it. I keep it inside the scoreboard for sure.
Tires.
Correct. How's the line now? Like, you're happy to hit that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
In case anyone was having a difficult time understanding Vern, he said needs a 125 shot, let the wind ride it. Absolutely brilliant.
Perfect.
Well, Vern's happy, and that's all that matters.
Lovely.
Yeah, great strike. One of the most positive men you can find on the bag. He's got some good jokes too.
Oh, he's been the caddy captain the last few Solheim Cups, and that they looks after everything regarding what the caddies have, towels if it's raining, stuff like that. And every evening he tells one of his long-winded jokes. Very, very good.
To 17, Lydia Ko. No dramas there. I spoke to her sister Sura in the lead up to the Paris Olympics, and obviously everyone was very aware of the trio that she was trying to achieve, and Sura just couldn't stop talking about St Andrews and how excited the family were to come here and play an AIG Women's Open 2 weeks later. Little did we know how that week was going to finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that one finds a fairway as well. Third last to come is Boutier Jamie.
Yeah, 2 crackers there. Really were. Just follow that line. And Katrina was saying, you can go further right up this tee. It's just convincing yourself. And it's straight down, actually. It's straight down the wind, which is about as easy as you can play this tee shot. So just open your shoulders and give it a nice hit. Left rough's a bit thick.
That's equally as good. An absolute perler.
When you first play that hole, you feel mad aiming where you do.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I never hit a good shot there because my bad shot was out to the right, and you know the white stakes that go along just outside the lovely balconies on that hotel, and yeah, not a hole I enjoyed playing.
A lot of reinforced windows up there.
Now to 14, Patty Tavatanic hit. But lovely opportunity for birdie here. I love that she's just been quietly going along. She had herself a bit of a slump in the last couple of years, came off with a win back to back, and It's just really, really nice to see there. When she burst out onto the LPGA scene, it was an interesting thing because she was one of the top-ranked college players, and that granted her berth into the LPGA qualifying, the Q Series. And I think that everyone had agreed she was just going to go on that just more for experience until she got her card. And she had a lot of decisions to make from then on. But it's been a beautiful, beautiful career for her so far.
UCLA Bruin like Lilia Vu.
Stay on 30, you don't need to help it. That's the right thing.
The temperature has dropped. I'll finally resign and say it's pretty chilly out here. 228 yards is what we're looking at for Lilia Vu. From a perfect lie in the fairway, this is gettable for her. Bit of help in the air off the right.
Bunker bound. Yeah, well, hopefully that hasn't done what I think it's done and run up against that back lip. That will be nearly impossible.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of heat to that ball, so like you said, Laura, hopefully it's manageable.
Nelly Korda down the left-hand side, wonderful drive as well. It's lying nicely on a bit of an upslope. 233 is what she has left. Fairway metal.
Good, lands in front.
That is absolutely gorgeous. Don't worry, Jason, it's on the putting surface. Beautifully struck there.
Another great lie. Third away here, Charley Hull. Monster drive. Boy, does she hit that thing good. 2-8 is what she has left. Needs to keep this right. Everything on the grounds here, the contours, it feeds the ball from right to left. So needs to throw this out to the right, ride it on the breeze.
The recoil's normally a good thing. It's going a tiny bit left, needs a bounce. Yes. Oh no, it's pitched. If that pitches into the face, it's perfect. It's now going to release all the way back.
I know, I can't.
Oh, the rake's going to save her from the bunker.
Wow.
Mine landed on top, it's not off the back.
Adams just worked it out. Landed on the top. It's gone over the back. Yeah, what was that? 5 yards off digging its heels in?
Oh, it would have been perfect. If it just hits that upslope, wouldn't it have been good? And she's got her work cut out for a par. Sorry, for a birdie, up and down for a birdie.
Back to 13. Jie Shin with a birdie putt here, just inside of about 12 feet or so. Oh, nice little fist bump from Jie Shin. Gets her to 2 under, only 2 shots back of our round 1 leader. And she's got 5 holes left to play.
Pretty tough with that one. Wears her heart on her sleeve, very much so in a positive fashion. Jie Shin. This would help the cause of Andrea Lee.
That would have been quite the birdie, in all honesty.
I've only been 6 at 17. Second hardest hole. No surprise there. There she is in that group at -2. 2 adrift of Ruoning Yen, who's had the lead for quite some time now in Scotland.
th Cope with a breeze off the right, slightly helping her from 175 to this pin very close to the road. Oh, can't be right. Left, you got the road bunker. I think front of the green would be good. Needs a bounce. Go on. Safe play.
Yeah, that is the prudent play there. We've seen her make some bombs throughout the course of her career, some long putts, I should say.
Certainly in the makeable category. Albeit an outside chance, Laura, for Leona Maguire here.
Yep, she's more than capable. No, she's left it short. And left it a little bit too short as well. Have to concentrate on that one.
As the temperatures drop, it's sometimes hard to get a sense of feel. Your fingers start to be cold. Blood starts to draw away from your hands back towards the core of your body.
Just one of the great shots in golf, isn't it? The second shot to 17 at St Andrews. It's just teases you. You want to take it on, but you know the perils that await. Hit a low one and skip it up there if you can. That's what she's trying to do. She's getting a bit left. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh dear.
I was going to say, did she get away from the lip? No, she didn't. That's going to be fun for us, but not for her. It's doable. It's very doable, but it's very difficult as well.
Looks pretty horrid ahead for Boutier. What a segue to Lilia Vu over here, Iona.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going on down here at the 14th. Charley Hull's ball at the back, saved by the rake. Lilia Vu trying to work out what to do because the way the ball's landed in this bunker, she's got no stance. I mean, you could get creative and get down on both knees. And then you'd have a difficult shot, but you could at least go forward, whereas looks like she's going for one foot in, 1 foot out. She's coming out sideways. Don't be silly, ball. Stay there. Okay.
She's read that roll well.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's actually not a bad play, is it? She's probably trying to throw it up onto the green, but now it's just a difficult up and down for her part.
You can see her walking up the ridge between she and the flag. We'll go to the last in the meantime with Andrea Lee.
Yeah, Andrea Lee is really good at just optimizing her tee shots. Got that smooth, graceful swing, but can get the ball to chase when she needs to. Did drive the green on number 9. This one not getting quite as far down as it did on 9.
Lilia Vu still to play here. Charley through the 14th green a little bit long and left, eyeing up her little chip shot that's yet to come, but Lilia Vu in the meantime scrambling for par now, and it was a smart play, you know, no need to make silly mistakes, and she's got plenty of green to work with here, and she's got a wonderful short game, so very good chance of getting this up and down. It's sitting on a bit of a downslope, so she's got lots of loft in her hand, and it's going to be landing on a downslope back into the breeze.
Very well executed there from Lilia Vu. Like Iona had said, down slope where she was landing it, ball on a down slope. Oftentimes when you've got a wedge in your hand that's got a decent amount of bounce, it's pretty easy to kind of catch underneath and have the ball skip.
Well, we have to see this, don't we? What is Celine Boutier going to do here at 17, Jamie?
She can't get it on the green. She could maybe go to the back edge of the green on the left there, but the bank is so steep, she just isn't worth it. She can come out sort of backwards towards the first green, which I think is what she's going to do, and then she'll have to chip. Or she could just knock it down the bunker, but she's playing towards the first green, away from the flag, directly away from the flag. She's been unlucky. She missed a couple of greens and had nothing.
Yeah, the margins can be fine in links golf. Clearly going the other way for Celine Boutier.
Charley with the putter out. Long putt. Can she negotiate this? Get it within 4, 5, 6 feet would be good. Steady on. Yeah, it's just outside of that, but it's so difficult to judge the speed.
Saw her just sitting down into that putt. Still looks like she loves the game. Remember the documentaries of her when she was 7 or 8. Not much has changed. Let's go to 17. Bew height.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful tee shot there, smack in the middle of the fairway.
What a second shot that was for Nelly. And now putt for eagle across the green. It's going to move from right to left.
To get within one.
Valiant effort there from Nelly. She'll still have a couple of chances coming in. So stress-free birdie from Nelly Korda there. Quite the opposite of stress-free for Celine Boutier, but beautifully executed. You can see that sort of abbreviated finish. She really wanted to get some zip on the ball because she was going to have to land it near that downslope off the back of the bunker there. So really, really smartly played.
So we'll have that coming to drop just the one. Nice little view of 14 green onwards as we make our way back to town. This ahead for Charley Hull's birdie.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous view, Ali, all the way in now, and the light is dropping out here. There's a darkness that's come into play. A really important putt now for Charley. Straight down the breeze. This is so hard.
Well, as Iona pointed out, very difficult putting down breeze, and 9 times out of 10 it takes a little bit of the breakout, and that's what you saw there.
Up and over the hill for Co, and quite a bit of right to left actually when it gets on top. Turn a little bit off this slope and then it really will go round the wall, as it were. Here it goes. Hard to keep that top side, but she's done very well. Oh yeah, go on.
There you go, take that, hole 17. An easy par for our gold medalist, the most recent gold medalist. Something she'll always have and treasure.
2 of the 3 we've had in the modern games are here. Of course, in B Park. She was actually in Paris, hoping to become part of the IOC, as I understand it. There's a vote going on. No, Amy Yang made her way into the athlete village to put a vote in, presumably, for NB. We see a little tester. Can Vu escape with a 5? And that's a good word for that. It's never going to be a day without its challenges, but she was up to the task, staring down the face of back-to-back drop shots.
Ewing for birdie. Unusual birdie, a rare one here on 17, and she's had a good line from Lydia Ko, her partner, off the right.
Oh, and she had the line too, just need a little bit more pace on that putt. Beautiful stroke, great cadence to this putt. Another stress-free par on the 17.
Charley, we saw the tee shot, left herself a shot where she can control some spin.
We're probably heading for 6.
Not too close to the green. She'd love to get in at 3 under, but 2's not bad. But she'll have a chance.
Just such soft hands. You can see the way that her forearms turn over on the way through with those wedges. Just beautiful motion.
It's a nice pitch after being a little stymied in the bunker for Celine Boutier. So this for a 5.
It'll be some 5 as well. Such a good 4th shot.
Many a time around St Andrews, there is a thing called a good bogey. This would be that.
Clever stuff that. Took her medicine, didn't she? Came out backwards, didn't go for the glory shot. And there you go, just drops the 1.
With a chance to maybe get it back down the last. We drop back to 15. Nelly Korda.
like she wanted to kind of hold that one. And that one just flailed off to the right, but she'll be A-OK there. Again, the temperatures are dropping quickly.
You are not wrong about that. It is bitterly cold out here now. Looking to heat one up here. Lily Avu with the driver, getting it on its way, looking anxiously.
It's okay. It's a good angle for this right-hand pin today. Have you not got the shorts and t-shirt on now, then, Iona?
No. Had the bikini on though when I was in the North Sea this morning, though, Laura.
That doesn't surprise me. You are nuts.
See you there tomorrow.
Hey, I'll get my bikini on as well, mate.
Charley Hull last away with the driver, trying to thread the needle here. Kind of thick rough down the right. You don't want to be over there. It's in the lap of the gods. Get it on the short stuff if you can. On 15.
Ooh, and she gets the nudge off the slope as well. Charging Charley Hull. It's always fun to watch. She's only one shot back of Ruoning Yin. To Lydia Ko down the last.
Lydia giving that one a good lash there. You can see she had set up a little bit different. It sort of tilted her, dropped her right shoulder to try and get a little bit greater launch angle, a little bit more athletic, wider stance, so she could really use that ground force pressure and just let it rip.
Andrea to finish at 3 under. It's on a good line. Yes. Well done. What a great round of golf. It's so tough out there. That's superb. That's our 4th round in the 60s. I did not see that coming today.
Not many of us did. Safe to say. Proved a couple of times this year that a game stacks up in the majors. Andrea Lee, same too. Could be said of Ali Ewing, who's back on the tee.
And absolutely hit a beautiful drive over on that left-hand side. Going to contend with that Valley of Sin.
Ash Buhai in the perfect position. Got to go in with a bit of timber though. Just find the front of the green. Doesn't need to take the pin on. Just drop it on that front edge would be good. That's not good. That's not what you want to do. I imagine her and Tanya will be having a little chat about that. That's a shame because that's brought a double into play now potentially. Hopefully she gets it up and down and they'll say no more about it.
Such a shame when you absolutely stripe one.
To Tapatanikit to double her tally here at 15. Get to -2. Not to be. She's technically one of those that's in the hunt, one of 18 for the Rolex Annika Major Award. Should she go on to win. Needs a little help from those ahead of her on those rankings. Plenty of permutations still ahead of us in the next 3.5 days. So par in the end, just 3 left ahead of her to finish out day 1 here at the home of golf. As the town watches over all the action. Safe to say scoring, like we've said, the last 10 minutes has been better than we thought it would be, with 15 players under par with the elements against them. It's almost the rite of passage, isn't it? With the AIG Women's Open, Ruoning Yin. The best of those we've seen so far. Will she be caught shortly by Charley Hull? One of the best walks in golf, even better on a Sunday afternoon, Laura.
Yeah, they'll all want that late tee time, won't they? Just with the chance, even if it doesn't turn out to be your day, to come up the 18th with all the crowd around, and it's just it's a different feeling to any other tournament in the world when it's at St Andrews.
Something she talked about in her press conference is something, maybe a little extra glitter on an AIG Women's Open here. Return there in a moment. In the meantime, Nelly Korda.
Lilia Vu is going to be first away here. Nelly down the right, Lilia down the left. And we're looking at 173 yards for Lilia Vu. Back into the breeze from this angle, really. She's so far left, she's kind of cutting back into it. Oh yeah, this looks real good.
I was probably expecting it to just chase a little bit farther. Kind of shaking her hand. That rough can be quite nasty.
Pitch shot here for Ko to a very accessible pin at the back here on 18. Great chance, similar to the shot she had on 16.
Very surprising, and she'll be surprised as well. Don't know if the contact wasn't right. Very, very unusual for her to misjudge the distance like that.
Currently playing as the easiest hole out on the golf course. 1 eagle, 28 birdies. Not much in the other direction out there today for the field. Now it's Nelly Korda's turn.
Ball is above her feet. Going to be drawing there, and that was expertly executed. Really, really smart play from Nelly there.
Short, but that's where we want to hit it.
Talked about how much keeping their hands warm was key.
Well, it's probably
I think so, because here's coming.
Charley Hull's turn now.
Yeah, expect a sawn off follow through here. She'll just try and get some spin on this though, as she could control it when it lands. One big hop, a little check and a little release to the hole. That's ideal.
I think you pretty well called it.
Oh, Charlie's easy, isn't she? She's got all the shots. So that's why I love watching her play. She just has the best imagination, I think, in the women's game.
And she takes it on as well.
She loves taking it on.
They had 18. Boutier.
Yeah, smart play there. Oh, just grabs a little bit. But gonna leave her about 15, 16 feet for her birdie. Been a tough day for Celine Boutier, but the fight never goes away from her.
There's still plenty of golf left ahead. She'll know that. To 16, Hyoju Kim. Not this time round. It's been a really topsy-turvy day for Hyoju. She is in the red, but there's been 4 bogeys on the card as well.
Yeah, just 2 rounds with no bogeys on the card. Ella Alacona, she's had all pars, and J.I. Shin is working on a really good round with no bogeys.
Debut high.
Oh, yeah, so hard to play off of the road there here on the road hole. That ball stops, which it does, avoids that horrific bunker there. Kind of chuckling.
Yeah, she's laughing a lot out there, but I wouldn't be laughing at this stage. That is a tough up and down for a bogey.
There we see, under its current criteria, the youngest player ever to be inducted into the LPGA Hall of Fame. Just a fortnight ago, it was an absolute masterclass in course management as well on a very difficult Le Golf National. Top 10 last week as well at Dundonald Links. This for a birdie finish, albeit a little longer than she would have liked.
Yeah, this is going to swing a decent amount from her right to left. And she has just such soft hands. I mean, that's one of the reasons why she is one of the best in the history of the game, really. But just great creativity, unbelievable short game. And that's got to get going a little bit, but it's sort of in that uncomfortable distance for her par putt.
Lebu. Up and over the hill, then down and a little bit of right to left. And then it flattens out a tad at the hole. Go on,
else?
she's got it on a good line. Go on. She's holed 2 monsters today. That would have been a third.
Footage of putts hold would have tripled then. Buhai, her 4th now.
Gosh, I'm sure she was not expecting that to check up quite so quickly there. We have some work left to make her bogey 5.
Hopefully the final stroke of the day for Celine Boutier finish on a better note.
Hopefully she would have learned a little something from Lydia Ko's birdie attempt there. Go on, ball, please.
It's been that kind of round. Lacking momentum for Celine Boutier. Just 2 dots of red amongst that 77 for the world number 8.
And now onto the 15th hole. Nelly Korda, after that masterfully played approach, just skirts this one by the hole. Great pace there.
Doing a very good job of looking stress-free out there, which isn't an easy thing to do, given the task that was ahead of these players. Same could be said of Ali Ewing. She can sign for a 72 here, should this roll in, after being 3 over through the first 2.
Oh, just misses it on the high side there. It was a great battle all day, though, from Ali Ewing.
I think all said and done, she'll be happy with her day's work. Look at that start. The double bogey, the bogey, then gets a birdie, gives it back, and a solid back 9. Very good.
Bogey free for the last 11. Wind perhaps a little calmer than it was. Maybe a club or two. What we had for at least the first hour and a half of the afternoon waves rounds. Nice to finish in the red for Lydia Ko.
Yeah, beautiful 2-putt there from Lydia Ko. Strong fight out there. Strong fight. I'm sure all 3 of these players and the 3 caddies will be very pleased to be done.
In theory, the toughest day weather-wise done for that trio. We return to our other feature group, and this birdie putt ahead of Charley Hull.
Yeah, you fancy her to give it a good run. Here we go, perfect angle, not much in it. And in she goes.
She's joined the lead now. Charley Hull on the move since the 9th hole.
We're going to to take another look at this and just watch that ball just rolls end over end. There's a little bit of a wiggle line-wise in the middle of that putt, but just perfect strike.
Ashley got to hit this one hard. It's up the hill, 17, green slow. Come on. Yeah, well done. What a brave bogey that is.
She did what you said, Laura, too. She rattled that in.
Yeah, you have to. 17. Well, they're all slower today than normal, but 17 always seems to be one of the slower greens.
And it's always looming. One ahead of where Charley Hull is.
Well, what a moment for Charley Hull, and now the 16th, a cracking hole, this par 4. The tee also moved up here today, it's 350. So she can get it over the first 4 bunkers, no problem, and that wind's still buffeting from the right, so she's going to have to thread the needle here. There is room to miss it in the rough down the left if you want to bail out.
Charlie's not really the type to bail out, though.
Oh yes, cracker.
Finishing on a little bit of a lie with an upslope, lush grass right there in that little swale. Couldn't have placed it any better.
I've got to say, all 3 of these players have driven the ball just beautifully today. Each and every one of them, and Nelly, Korda looking to really follow Charley down there. It's quite an intimidating tee shot, visually.
Good?
Yeah, I mean, pretty aggressive line there from Nelly. Perfectly placed, though.
I didn't see that one finish, but it sounds like it's also in a very good spot. So let's see if Lily Avu can follow them down there. Wonderful rhythm and stability in her swing. She doesn't rush anything, and she sticks to her own tempo. A lot to learn from this champion.
This one looks more of the same.
Yeah, quick pickup of the tee is always a good sign. I should say almost always. Depends on your level of frustration.
Unless it's an auto OB and you're looking away. Let's go to 16. And Tavatanikit, a birdie putt ahead for her here. Can she find a few more? No, down the stretch.
It's back-to-back putts that were, realistically very, very makeable. Both of them finished left of the hole there, so could just be a little bit of a glancing blow on that one.
Still inside the top 10 in the group at -1 alongside a woman that's tasted victory in this event before, Georgia Hall, Linnea Strom, who got her breakthrough win on the LPGA earlier this season in New Jersey. It's been a fun watch for us today here in day 1 of the AIG Women's Open. There's more to come. It's Charley Hull and Ruoning Yin that lead the way. And this group at level par, ever growing. And a share of 16th at the moment. Top 65 and ties will make it through to the weekend. If you want to watch it as well, scan the QR code down on the bottom left. So we watch Ash Buhai here.
It's definitely up there. Yeah. We've still got to play it healthy. It's still going to be there. Yeah. If it comes up a little bit short, you've got an uphill putt. Yeah. So 77 with the hole, 82 with the pole down. The hole's probably 75. Yeah. 76.
But we're trying to land at 70.
70.
I was trying to land a 5 short of it.
72, 77,
Down.
and down.
73.
Do you like a little bit more than 70?
Yes.
Okay, because you don't think it's helping as much?
I don't want to less distance in with the building.
Okay, that's fine. Still a little bit right. Exactly, we'll feed left.
Great bit of banter between Tanya Patterson and Ash Buhai there.
Okay, good shot.
Good call, team. That'll work. So an opportunity to get that shot. She dropped at 17 straight back there. So we drop back 1 to 16. Couple of short shots in here for this trio. Vu to go first.
Yeah, I mean, they made light work of that, didn't they, Ali? Tough tee shot. What tough tee shot?
Mincemeat.
Yeah, 3 very well placed drives. And Lilia Vu will be first away, just under the 100-yard mark. 97 is what she's looking at, so it's kind of in the go zone. That 100 yards and in is where they're all so sharp. Cole on the bag, and they've been working like a team today, and you need that out here in links golf because mentally it's very tiring. You've got to make all the calculations before you even consider pulling the trigger. So they're just having a chat through this one, and the flag, the hole is defended by a false front here, and you've got to get it up that ridge. The last thing you want to do is kind of land it into that ridge and see it trundle all the way back down to the front of the green, which would be a very difficult 2-putt. So you've got to carry it all the way to the flag, really. 97 all the way there. There's room behind it. Wind still coming from the right. Room long and right. Short left, a no-go.
And that's exactly what Lilia Vu did there. Soft, feathery hand. I like that. Sort of that soft with the arms, with the finish with that wedge. Really, really good job controlling the spin.
I see what you were saying about the Tiger line now. That's pretty close, but the fans who've stayed out to watch this group come in have got a wonderful view now of the #1 in the world, Nelly Korda. They're just meters away, and that's why if you're anywhere in the area, or you're not in the area, you should come and watch the AIG Women's Open over the next few days, because you can get so close to the best in the world. 84 yards.
Dialed in Nelly Korda. So look coming to get within 1 for her. Of Ruoning Yin and her playing partner.
So I go up the hill, this for eagle, huge break. Can she get the pace right? That's going to be the hardest bit. Because that massive slope at the start, well, it's a superb effort, and it's going to be a tap-in birdie. See, the wind's just starting to pick up a little bit again. It didn't seem like it had died on 18 when Ash was playing her second shot. Virtually no wind.
Came so close in the Canadian Women's Open. After shooting, what was it, a 61 in the 3rd round to really challenge Lauren Coughlin. And that is the easiest of birdies for Mao Saigo.
Charley has been all the way up to the green. She's done that a couple times on today's round. She likes to get up there, in and about it. Have a look at where this flag is exactly. She's got 61 yards, so it's that tricky little number. You're trying to control it, not be too cute. You feel the pressure on your shoulders because you know you should get it close. But you don't want to be greedy here because, like I say, there's a false front. The room is long of this flag. A little punchy one. Stun it into that bank.
And that just fails to make its way up the slope there. And she was almost too close to the green to be able to hit something with enough spin to land it up top and keep it up there. So she was trying to go with a smarter play, kind of chase it up. That's a tough shot from there.
Leona to finish with a birdie, get back to level, just short. Hopefully just coax that one in. Won't be a bad day by any means, just be 5 back.
Yeah, especially given this the bogey start. So we go to Hyoju Kim, trying to find a rare birdie at 17. Might be a little longer than it looks. Just outside the circle of friendship for the par putt coming next.
Here on the last hole, Jin Young Ko with this birdie putt. Just a beautiful stroke, hoping that it's going to snap. Been a tough day for Jin Young Ko. Finishing with a 4 over 76. Still gracious as ever.
Edel came a little unstuck down the 13th with the double bogey, but she'll know 3 rounds ahead around this place. Certainly can still be done. Back to 16, Charley Hull.
Yeah, now's not the time to get frustrated, but a long putt now, slow up the hill for birdie here for Charley. Big ridge to climb.
The mistake was the second shot. Hopefully she can get that one in. Certainly would hate to walk off here with a bogey, having hit such a brave drive way down there, 286 off the tee to the narrowest of fairways.
It was a well thought out second shot to here for Buhai down the last. For a final 3. And a round of 72.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant to watch.
They teed off 6 hours and 20 minutes ago. That is a long day. I'm not saying they played slow because you have the slowness round the turn where they're having to call up on 11, but mentally that's hard to keep it going for 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's just the way St Andrews is sometimes in the bad weather, or the not bad weather, but the high winds.
I think bad weather was fair.
I didn't want to get struck off by the tourist board, so I thought I'd go safe.
I think there were some choice words for it earlier on today. So we go down to Lilia Vu, trying to get it within 1 here at 16.
Well, you don't see a huge number of putts hold on 16. It's a tough green to read. Real subtle undulations. Go on. Yes. Go on, Lilia Vu. Prove me wrong.
It was never missing, was it?
Ah, her putting has been outstanding today. Right from the off, that monster putt on the opening green, and that really set the tone.
She's made some length out there today. We will be staying on to watch this trio finish out past our scheduled off-air time. We're not going anywhere with Charley Hull in a share of the lead. This to get within 1 of her and Ruoning Yin for Nelly Korda now too.
Similar angle here for Nelly Korda, so real makeable putt. She knows what it does. Oh, in the jaws.
How about this group though, Iona? 2, 3 and 4 under in these conditions. What a marquee group.
Yeah, I'm lost for words, Laura. It's been outstanding, and it's just quite difficult to describe how tough the conditions were on that opening, well, 12 holes really. It has settled down a little bit now. It's a lot calmer, but it was just brutal. To be anything under par, to be in the red just by 1 is impressive.
Yeah, all three of these players inside the top 7, combined 9 under par. That's, of course, if this goes in for Charley Hull.
Yeah, I'm sure Charley was not anticipating after that tee shot of having a 7-foot putt for her par. No bother though. Absolutely masterful from this group. Pretty much all day today. Great patience, and you know, Laura, you were mentioning just how marquee of a group this is between the conditions and the high winds and the chill in the air, the drop in temperature, and you combine that with 3 of the fastest players on tour that are stuck in this.
Yeah. Now, Patty Tavatanakit, what could she do here at 17? Oh, lovely smooth swing. If this is on the right line, you can fancy it. Oh yes, that looked good all the way.
Like I said, smooth swing, but nice and aggressive. Strong player.
It's not often you're taking it outside to come back in to the property.
Oh, this one has gone left. We can see a decent amount of the ball though, but that was quick left as well, so she's going to have a pretty long way back into the green.
The road hole, one of the most infamous tee shots in golf, and you better believe this crowd have stuck around to watch Charley Hull take it on, and this is right up her alley. She loves this sort of thing. You've got to take it up over the old railway shed, and today the H of hotel on the old course hotel writing, that's a great line with that wind's just going to hold it from right to left. She's going to crank one here.
Oh, this is superb, absolutely superb, and she's nailed it as well.
Crank was the perfect word for that, Iona.
You could just tell in the body language, couldn't you, Al? I mean, she was just licking her chops all over that, going, one of those ones she stood up and goes, just watch this. And she delivers time and time again, as does Nelly Korda. Come on, Nelly, let's see it.
This one's even better. Right down the middle, not as long, but perfect position.
Lots on the line here this week, not to mention the final major title on offer, male or female, for the year. But as well, there is the Rolex Annika Major Award. All of the top 10 finishers in the majors get points. You have to win a major to be eligible. Currently, Ayaka Foodaway, after a victory at Evian, leads with 70 points. But there are, like we said earlier, 18 players that are in with a chance. And here's some of them inside the top 10, the likes of Lilia Vu, Jin Young Ko, not to mention Nelly Korda, who took the Chevron Championship earlier this season. Amy Yang had a breakthrough win at Sahali. Yuka Sasso took out the US Women's Open, and like we said, it was Foodaway in the mountains of France in our most recent major championship before this week. It was Lilia Vu standing in the back there alongside Nelly Korda, who took it 12 months ago after bookending her year with major titles. There you see the major results this season from Nelly Korda. A couple of missed cuts, but a win and a memorable one. A good jump too in Texas.
Indeed, and we make our way back to the final hole. Hyoju Kim, who's had such a just a roller coaster of a round, puts an absolute dart in there.
Jiaxin in another fairway, no surprise there. How close can she get here on 15? Still working on a bogey-free round, which I think is even more incredible than a 4 or 5 under. Yes, look at this, another great shot.
Just enough body English right there to get the ball to stay left and make its way back towards the hole. She's got a strut. You know, she's just great confidence. Just loves being out there too. It's beautiful to see.
Great ambassador for the game, without question. How good would this be? A birdie at the road hole for Paddy Tavatanakit.
And that was pretty darn special there, especially since she had missed her last 2 really makeable opportunities. So with that birdie, Paddy Tavatanakit now at 2 under, 2 shots back of Ruoning Lin and Charley Hull.
A little wedge out of some sort, Laura, for Saigo here.
Yeah, just through the back of 15. I'd love to get this up and down, and it's hit a perfect chip. Yeah, well done, well played.
So one on the short grass, that of Nelly, Korda, Hull and Vu. Scampered into various lengths of the rough. Longer here for Vu than Hull, that's for sure.
It's a cracking hole, 17.
Hit it onto the road.
Never disappoints. We've got 3 different
Up there.
ways of taking it on here. Lily Vu down the left-hand side, unfortunately.
Well, tell me if you can swing a normal one. And
wispy
still, like,
grass.
out of line, then it's a normal one.
You can hear when she's swishing that club. I mean, it's not nice over here and it's sitting down a little bit, so it's made an already tough shot almost twice as hard. She's got over 200 yards to go. Awkward angle. A little bit of breeze back into the face now. 214 is what we're talking. Looks like she's got a little hybrid to get on this. And all the gallery in the Champions Club behind the road that this hole is named after. They're watching on. Flag up on that top tier. Needs to thread this down the right-hand side and chase one up there. Doesn't want to go long, however.
That is pretty darn well played there. Chases on up, skirts past that bunker, stays up towards the back of the putting green. That is pretty awesome.
I look forward to seeing where that finished in just a moment, but in the meantime we get to Nelly Korda, who's got 184 yards from a perfect lie. That wind just picking up off the right hand side now with the 6 iron.
Well, Paddy Tavatanakit hit a cracker in there, but that's better. Absolutely superb.
Might be her shot of the day so far, given what's on the line down the 17th. She's certainly enjoying it. She's not done yet, Nelly Korda, is she?
Oh, what a shot that was, Al, but what a drive this was from Charley Hull. Have you seen a longer drive here on 17 today?
I really don't believe we have.
You can pretty much hit it.
I know Charley's looking and saying, plenty of room between that ball and the hole right there.
Exactly. Well, from 148 yards.
Watch the left, tiny bit of hit.
With the wedge in hand, she's got a pretty good chance. Needs to get it up on that top tier. Give herself a good look at a birdie. Wind into off the right. Gusting.
Well, it sounds anything to go by. It's a cracker. Yeah, it's well played. Compared to Nelly's, it looks ordinary, but it's not. It's a good shot.
And with that, she's going to have a chance to take the lead on her own, Charley Hull, finding the 17th in 2. Easier said than done. even from as short a range as she afforded herself with the drive.
Now back to the closing hole. Hyoju Kim. Great opportunity for birdie. It's going to be a slow putt here. Fantastic.
By scoring average, no one's been better than Hyoju Kim in the majors the last 2-3 seasons. A round of 70 for her today. Enjoyed her first round here this week in Scotland, as have we. Watching on from the sidelines. So many beautiful golf courses in this region of Fife, all along the coastline. There's Ely. It is simply stunning. A couple of cute waterside restaurants along the way as well, with all of the golfing memorabilia, Laura, up along the walls.
Yeah, why not? It's such great golf country, isn't it? Fantastic.
550 golf courses and views like that. The Fife Pilgrim Way, the lighthouse, and the beach. We're right alongside the North Sea, St Andrews Bay as well. Go into town, see St Andrews Cathedral, amongst other things. So we get down to GA Shin. Trying to get to -3 here at 15.
Yeah, such a methodical tempo, and she's just flummoxed as to how that did not go in and how that just kind of snapped a little right at the end there. Always fairly animated, Jie Shin. But nothing wrong with the stress-free par right there.
Yeah, her animation's a little bit more bubbly than most.
Yeah, keeping that bogey-free streak going through 15 holes today.
It's been a year without a victory. Things not often muttered in the direction of Jie Shin. Came close at the Vic Open. Runner-up to Ashley Lau early in the season. Hasn't found one since then, as we get down to Lilia Vu, who found hers straight off the back of returning from her back injury. But here, a chance to join the lead, albeit a long one.
Yeah, it was a slightly anxious walk up to the green for Lilia Vu. She wasn't sure if it had gone long or if it hung on. But it's a pretty good miss when all is said and done. Plenty of room long and left to 17. And now, like you say, out. It's a long putt, but boy, has she been brilliant from length on the green today. She uses aim point, gets the line with her feet, and this is going to swing from left to right, and it is quite slow. It feeds down to the hole in the last third.
She's absolutely battered that. And that, well, I think that's a great putt, I really do. Lift us off the uphill one, the easier version for a 2-putt.
It was near on waist high on the way back. You could hear the hit of it. So a couple of feet left ahead of her for par. Same 2 here from Mao Saigo at 15.
Yeah, I love seeing the fist pumps out of her. We've seen a few throughout the day today. She just knows how important it is to keep that momentum going.
Back down to 17, and Charley Hull with the birdie chance ahead.
You've done something right if you've given yourself even an outside chance of a birdie on 17. It's such a notoriously tough hole, and Charley she'll be hungry to get one back, having come up shy of the birdie on the last after that wonderful drive. This is holeable. She's been leaving the flag in all day, back up the slope so she can be nice and firm with it. A bit of break to consider as well. Go on.
Charley's pace has been so good on the greens so far this week. Like Laura had said earlier in the day when Ash Buhai had that putt for her bogey, said this green is always notoriously a little bit slower from the front to the back.
Tabatanic way down the left side on 18, giving herself a pretty nice angle to this back pin. Oh, come up a bit shy. 3 good shots in that group.
No kidding. Nasahata Oka and Alison Corpuz in close as well, but they've had very different days. To Tabatanic to pick up one, Nelly Korda.
Wow, what a 3 there by Nelly Korda. That was absolutely stunning.
What a 3 we're watching. This trio certainly living up to the billing today, aren't they?
This shot, the sound of it looks superb. It's on a good line. It pitches in the perfect spot. Just takes enough out of it. If that line's on the top, could have gone over. We saw Ash Buhai do that, but nothing of it. Perfect. 6 feet behind the hole.
Things are stacking up quite nicely, aren't they? Got the world #1, the defending champion, and one of the home hopes, all playing beautifully this afternoon.
Now, after that lengthy birdie putt from Lilia Vu, she's got, you know, a good 5 feet or so for her par. She has been rock solid all day, though. Such a wonderful performance around the greens from Lilia Vu.
She spoke about last week how she was just kind of warming up, getting back into links golf, flighted shots. Everything felt like it was getting better by the day. So we go to the last. Tabatanic.
Right to left. Oh, she's hit it nice and firm. This has got a chance. Right in the middle. Cracking finish.
3 birdies in the last 6, a round of 69 for the Thai star that won at home earlier this season. Already a major champion. That was her breakthrough at the Chevron Championship 3 years ago. And she too is in the hunt. Let's drift back to the tee with Nelly Korda.
It just never gets old, this wonderful view back towards the town and back towards the RNA clubhouse. Nelly Korda with the driver.
I wonder, is there enough wind for Charley to reach? Because I fancy she'll want to get after this.
Yeah, definitely there is. It feels like it's just directly helping at the moment. She's really cranking it these last few drives. Couldn't quite see where Nelly's finished there. We're losing light out here on the links. There's a dullness. Hard to follow the ball, but Lilia Vu, she can let one loose down 18 here.
I can report to you, Iona, that both Nelly and Lilia have finished center and left center of the fairway there.
And they must be well across Granny Clark's Wynd. That's the road that intersects the 1st and the 18th. No bunkers to speak of here. Just a big wide fairway. Only place you can't really miss it is down the right. The Russex Hotel, big gallery up there watching on, waiting for Charley. Now, hold on to your hats here, folks. This is going to be a big one.
We'll start talking once that ball actually stops rolling. Beautiful angle for Charley there over on that left-hand side. You see her smiling. Adam's having a good laugh there.
They're enjoying it out there today. It's a place that holds a surprising amount of history for Charley Hull. So we go to Mao Saigo in the meantime. We'll go back there in a few moments. Second ahead.
Yeah, can she get enough chip on it out of the rough to get it on top and stop it? And the answer to that is yes. Great shot.
She heard you. Birdie putt loading for Saigo. That would be to get within one. The lead held by Charley Hull and Ruoning Yen. Up and over the Swilken Bridge. Certainly got to work out on many of the camera phones of the players throughout the practice rounds. Quickly they go. We return to GA Shin at 16.
GA coming out of the rough as well. Slightly better looking lie, and that would explain why the ball just stopped so quickly there. All good, still all smiles for GA Shin.
They're all sticking around. They're already halfway to dinner, the people down the right, they just don't know it. Restaurant's not far away. As I was saying though, she played in the Wee Wonders here at St Andrews. It was also the site of her first professional AIG Women's Open. It was where she got her Solheim Cup place in 2013, where it was announced for Charley Hull when she went on to beat Paula Creamer, then asked for her autograph after doing so in singles, Laura.
Yeah, Paula loved that, every minute of it not. she was shocked, I think, more than anything. Just been, you know, clock cleaned. I think of 5 and 4, 4 and 3, something like that. It was a decent victory. And then, can I have your autograph? Which just shows how lovely Charley is. She's young. She just loves having fun. But then she said, "It's not for me. It's for one of my friends." Which I think that's where Paula must have thought, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, just add salt to the wound. Don't worry, it's not for me, love.
She is, without question, one of the biggest characters in the women's game.
Now back to 16, Carlota Seganda. Also taking on that right side of the 16th hole. Ooh! Kisses the pin. Hits it high enough where it just gets it to land and stop, as opposed to, you know, if you land it a little bit closer to the hole, a lot of times because of the rigidity of the pin, it's going to just caroom anywhere.
Vamos. Birdie opportunity for her second of the day, Segunda. We're right here with Hull, Korda and Lilia Vu.
The last hurrah. It's been quite a long walk to this stage. Hats off to these three players, kept their patience through the long waits, the bottleneck that we had at the loop through 11, and they've stayed so focused for a very long time. But this is the last moment, and all three of them looking at a good chance to grab one more birdie before the day is done. That flag on the top tier again. Watch out for the Valley of Sin. That's gobbled a few balls up in its time. Looks like Nelly Korda's away. 81 yards, what she's looking at. Wind off the right.
Just checks up a little bit. No harm, no foul. Birdie putt ahead. Be a chance to join the lead, depending on where the lead is.
Lilia Vu next away, also from a good angle. You can kind of take the flag on from here, down the throat of the green, throw one in there. And I've been so impressed with these soft shots she's played into these pins with the wedges in her hand. She's got all the shots.
And she can give Nelly a bit of a read from there. It's two safe shots. They're not exactly taking it on. But when it gets dark like that and you've got the out of bounds over the back, you tend to come up a bit short on those shots.
Yes, all of a sudden it becomes very easy to take a little off it, doesn't it? It's not in Charley Hull's nature though.
Nelly Korda just going up to mark her ball. She knows that Charley's going to take this on. Just clearing the pathway. Maybe some time for some redemption. A similar pitch shot to what she faced on 16. Needs to get it up over the big ridge at the front of this green. Feed it. Long is okay. Short's a no-go.
Saved very nearly the best to last, Charley Hull.
That was beautifully executed. You can see she kept her head down through impact. Just let the hands go. Great divot there. You can see just, yeah, that sort of, you wait till you see the divot form before you look up because you're just focusing on the process of the swing and let the result come after that. That was just beautiful.
She's a thrill, Laura. She's a thrill.
Oh, she really is, yeah. I mean, she does everything her way. And that's what excites people because it's a bit different. You saw the young girls at the back of the green there. They want to be like Charley Hull. I think we all do, to be honest with you. What fun she has. But what a game she's got.
The talent backed up with what she's doing out there today. Jie Shin from just down off it. Could it? Oh, not far away. There's only 2 holes left ahead from a bogey-free round in the conditions they've faced today.
We've got 3 great looks at birdie here. Lilia Vu will be first to play. Probably right around that 14-foot range. Gotta make sure she gives it a chance to get there. It's what a lot of the best caddies in the world do. When they know that it's a slow putt, they'll say, give it a chance, as opposed to, don't forget to hit this hard.
Brain's not quite that good at hearing don't, is it? At registering, we all know that as golfers. But this will be to join the lead. It might be momentary, given what's ahead of Charley Hull.
Just comes up a wee bit short, but bang on the right line there. Quick little stroke from Lily, as you can tell. She was just a little miffed with that. Hate to leave a putt short.
She's made more than her fair share out there today.
Maybe she was too close.
A round of 3 under par 69 for the defending champion.
Now after that brilliant approach shot from Saigo in the rough. Oh, what a good birdie that was.
A second in the last 3 holes. It's been a good 45 minutes for Mouse Saigo. Now into the top 3 alongside Nelly Korda for now. And there she goes.
Yeah, had a really good read, didn't she? Familiar and taken full advantage. Ironically, I think Charley's got the harder of the putts because it's a really horrible little slider left to right. And she'll do well to keep it on the high side. It'll just topple in if she gets it right.
A rare combination. Birdie, birdie, finish. Stacey Lewis did it in her final round to take the title 11 years ago. Happens now on day 1 for the world number 1. So a mere 4 feet ahead, but by no means straightforward. The putt for Charley Hull to take the lead alone and ink a 67 today.
And you can see she is aiming this well outside the hole. Wow, what a birdie to finish for Charley Hull.
And she has lit up St Andrews today. 5 birdies since the 9th. And in the lead alone. Charley Hull, last year's runner-up, has got the measure here at the home of golf on day 1.
Yeah, what a fabulous day. And she goes over to the youngsters, going to throw a golf ball up or give it to one of the marshals maybe a scorer. Great to see. They'll have a souvenir, why not?
And just look at her as well, she's loved that out there today. What's not to love? Just the one drop shot that came at the 8th. 6 birdies around it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks to volunteers. Grabs the scorecard. It's going to make for very pretty reading. That's all you can ask for on a day like today. The start of our coverage, we did not think a 67 was out there. But many, given her calibre of play in the last 18 months as well, might have thought it came from Charley Hull. She leads the way after, so far at least, round 1 of the AIG Women's Open. It's unlikely she'll be caught, but you never know. The likes of Mao Saigo, who has 2 left ahead. She's at -3. A couple still out on the golf course. It got a little easier towards the end, Christina, but it was worth sticking around for, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely it was. You know, the like you had said, it was easier because the wind started to calm down. The wind was, you know, not quite so gusty, but the temperatures, they certainly did drop because you can see whether it was Mao Saigo, whether it was Charley Hull, they were being given their jumpers, their jackets, their vests, what have you. So yes, the gusts slowed down, but the temperatures dropped. Ball wasn't traveling quite as far. But just, wow, it was just spectacular to watch. Absolutely spectacular.
Laura, you've been smiling lots in the last hour.
Yeah, I've loved it. I really have. I think that group, you know, sometimes the marquee groups, they don't live up to it. But at the head of affairs, Charley Hull, she lived up to it along with her 2 playing partners. And the home crowd's very pleased to see Charley Hull finish with another birdie.
Nearly broke our mics out there. And that trio, my goodness. 3 under par for Lilia Vu, looking to take her 2nd AIG Women's Open title here in Scotland after getting one 12 months ago at Walton Heath. Nelly Korda, the world #1, in the mix after 3 birdies in the last 5 holes. And then that young woman, Charley Hull, thrilling everywhere and everyone out there as we draw past 7:30 local time here in Scotland. And there is the home of the RNA. As it overlooks the 18th, it would have liked what it saw there, I think, that finish from England's Charley Hull, who leads by 1 as we sign off our coverage for round 1 of the AIG Women's Open. It was well worth the watch, and we hope you can join us once again from St Andrews for Friday's play at the home of golf. But for now, it's good night.